Greetings, 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 ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Good morning. Good morning. If you woke up, you should be thanking the Lord. If you still asleep, you late. You about to miss a bag, man. Come on now, get on up. Tell your friends to get on up. Send them a message. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Devin Parks. Um, this is Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, and you're live with LCAOD viewing the stock market. Like I said, I hope you guys had a good morning. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Southern North Carolina, we got some slight traces of snow. We've seen some snow, but it wasn't enough to be snowed in and all cozy and cuddly and stuff like that. None of that nature. Um, but yeah, overall, it was a good weekend. I hope you guys had a good weekend too. Let's get back to this money, shmoney. So as of right now, man, it looks like the indices are gonna open in mixed bag here, coming off the weekend, off that Friday. Remember, the market exploded to the upside on Friday, and it's not doing nothing right now. It's kind of in the same zone it was. You got the spot right here I'm looking at. They've been having some moves in the pre-market. We do have some pre-market stocks on the move. We got Tesla. They're up about 2% in the pre-market. I do not know why. This stock is on the move. They had earnings last week. They got demolished. Maybe that's why. Um, we got some more stocks on the move this morning. We got Service Now. They're on the move. They're only down about $2, but they're on the move from last week. They remember they went up. They had earnings. They went up about $32 last week. So yeah, it's gonna be a wild open, you guys. You can tell already. Um, it's gonna be another exciting week, another full week of a lot of volatility, a lot of moving. So I hope you guys are ready, man, and good luck out there. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and I am Devin Parks, your business owner, and let cash accumulate over days. And we are live right now on YouTube, Monday, January 31st. We got about 10 minutes before the pre-market. I just wanted to go ahead and get live and show you guys kind of what's going on. Nothing really too much on the move right now in the pre-market, but Tesla's the leading pre-market mover here. Um, Everything else is kind of chilling out, probably waiting for that opening bell, and we'll get that right back to you guys in about 10 minutes. Until then, stay tuned and enjoy the show. And if you can, y'all click that like button, click that subscribe button, and tell a friend, tell a foe, spread the word, share the word, man. Go let them know. Let Cash Accumulate Over Days is live on YouTube. Go tell them. Go let them know right now. Go tell them you learning stuff right now. Go tell them you know the difference between a long term versus a short term. Go tell them the difference between growth value versus uh 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 no value. But yeah, now we're live, and just go tell them the difference between things that you know and you've been learning with LCAOD. Tell them the difference between growth and value stocks. You can tell them that what is index fund. It's a bunch of stuff you can tell them. It's a bunch of stuff you guys should have been learning. This is only my third video to the public here. Excuse me, fourth video here to the public. So yeah, LCAOD is going to be trying to go live every day this year in 2022, Monday through Friday. So you guys tune in and get you a glance, a view, an idea of how this market works, how this money markets works. And we also are tuned in with crypto too as well. Uh, we do crypto this way, Ether, anything, anything dealing with money. Yeah, you got the Ether actually up right now, but they're actually down for the weekend. We're about $43. Bitcoin only down about 600, but it's up in the areas of right now. So yeah, like yeah, we look at crypto, we look at Doge, we look at Bitcoin, we look at Ether, we look at all the above, man. We look at all the above. But we're starting to get some movement here on the pre-market, just a little bit right here before the opening bell, about 8 minutes into it. Like I said, I think the indices are gonna open up a little mixed here. Yeah, but other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're up. I'm glad you're following with me. Stay with me. Stay tuned. We're going to catch the opening bell here in about 8 minutes. And like I said, good luck today. Make your best investment. Make your best trades. Try not to FOMO. Try not to panic sell. All of that, you know. Just stay neutral, man. Stay neutral. That's the best thing you can possibly do. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. These are my ideas. These are my opinions coming out of my brain, my head, my mouth. So yeah, let's keep that in mind. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna play some tunes here into the opening bell. Y'all stay tuned with me. I'll be right back.
Hey, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold on, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. Wait, I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. Ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn. Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Straight like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned through. What's up, bro? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They should be on the fucking play. I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Who the fuck is you? I'm a lose. Screaming that jungle. Out. And in the swamps in the gator's mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck nah, no. I said, I don't give a fuck, nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she gonna suck. Hey, Yeah, it's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think. Niggas gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but the more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought. I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hung, left by yourself. If you ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Burner I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then, they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. The market is officially open. We got stocks on the move here. We got Tesla here with a huge pop to the upside. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going this morning. We're starting off some big red candles here early on the SPA. Again, the market is officially open. It is 9:30. The market opened a little mixed here. We got the triple Qs, they're going up. The SPA still chilling out where it opened at. Yeah, we got some stocks on the move here. Nvidia opened up with a huge pop. To the downside, it looks like that. You got service now. They opened up with a huge pop. You got a big red candle right here on the SPA now. You see the triple Qs have reversed. Big red candles all over now. I'm starting to see a little bit of selling, a little bit of profit taking. You got big red candles on the T triple Qs here. And remember, this is the opening bell, so this is how they open up. This is what they do. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. You got Netflix. They opened up at 405, and now they're back below 400. So that was a big opening pop here for most stocks. They all opened up. Looks like people were quick to take their profits right there at the opening. We're seeing a little bit of pullback, nothing too much. It looks like the overall indices are all in the red now. The Dow's down about 63 points. the Nasdaq's only down about 2 points, 2%, and the S&P 500 is only down about 40%. So we do have a mixed bag here, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, stocks are in the red, but they're mixed because they're low red, so they can flip green here at any second. And just stay cautious, you guys. Just stay cautious. I will let them figure out what they're gonna figure out at first. This is the opening trades here, so expect a lot here. Expect a lot of movement, a lot of volatility. We're starting to see some green here on the SPY and the triple Qs and the T triple Qs. It could just be the first green pop there. It looks like the selling stopped at on the SPY at about 439.82. I wouldn't say it's done. Maybe it just needed a pop. Who knows? Tesla's kind of picking up now. You got Tesla, they're almost up about 3.5% there. They're going. You actually got stocks on the move. You got Microsoft, they're picking up there, a little pop. I'll say you got the SPY going still. It's still going right back at that 441 level. The two triple Qs, they're moving. Triple Qs are moving. I would say to get on the bull train, I would say the SPY needs to definitely move above 444. It still hasn't broke that. So till we see that, we'll see a little bit more movement on the stocks. If not, this will be the spread for the day. But this is the start of the day, so it's too early to tell. Now, if you see this, you guys see the SPY breaking below. You see the SPY breaking below about 439, I would say, as of right now. Expect a little bit more pullback of the gains. But as of right now, I'm not seeing no selling right now. I'm seeing them buying accelerate. The market's actually going up here, which is good. You got the NASDAQ just flip green. Jesus, they just flipped green. They're up 40 points. They're up 40%. The NASDAQ is. That was a tremendous flip. Tesla still going there at 881. Like I said, they're about 4%. I think Tesla was just a bunch of overselling type situation to the point where, I mean, you can't oversell a great company like that for too much longer, you know what I mean? So it was just probably one of those situations for the Teslas over there. But I would just keep an eye on them. I wouldn't get too excited yet if I was a bull, because like I said, they sold off $100, so that was a huge swing. I would say if Tesla can get back at least half, maybe $50, the bulls will be back woke, I'll say. But as of right now, they're fighting. It's a fight, you know. The SPY's making that first red candle right here of the high of the day. Let's see what they topped at. 442 is the high now on the SPY, and the low is about 439. So they got a $3 spread there, which means the stocks will probably do the same. 351 here on the triple on the Q, excuse me, on the triple Qs. You got about 354, 44. It would be that top over there. So I'm still seeing the buying accelerate here. The Nasdaq is actually picking up. Now they're about 55%. The S&P 500 just flipped green, you guys. So we got the market flipping here. The S&P 500 is actually witching. They're turning red and green. They're turning two colors. So they haven't made a decision yet, but I think the Nasdaq is uplifting the entire market as of right now. The Nasdaq is now up 60%. So the Nasdaq's on the move as far as the indices. So pre-market we were mixed. It was a kangaroo, and I think now it's still mixed, but maybe it's trying to turn into a bull. We got the Nasdaq now about 65%. So the Nasdaq still is going. Tesla is holding its gains up here to the upside about 4%. But it's still early. It's only been 7 minutes until the opening bell. So I wouldn't move too fast there, you guys. Wouldn't get too excited there. kind of got some other stocks going the other direction. Let's see what stocks got earnings this week too, so they would be going the other direction and chilling out, going to the downside and chilling out. It makes sense. You got Facebook chilling out, same area. Let's check with Google. Google is one of the stocks that's going to the other direction, to the downside. They have earnings this week as well. I think that needs to flip because that can have an effect on the market, but it might not. It might just be pricing in their earnings over there. Yeah, so I'm retracing that 3,000 level with a positive earnings report, but that's too far to tell right now. They might do that before the earnings report. But as of right now, these are good little pops right here. This is good. Amazon is now $54 now, up by almost 2%. So you're seeing the market move here, more towards the upside right now. The indices are still mixed fighting, but it's only been 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and LCO. Then we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
DJ Goldie. Oh shit. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. And she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park up with her, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy, slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Feeling switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like flies. Fuck me good, baby girl, took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. DJ Goldie. Ocean.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're live. We're let cash accumulate over days. And we have stocks on the move, you guys. We got Tesla. They're picking up now. Big pop right there on the Tesla. They're at $8.93 now. They're up at $47, up 5%. I think Elon had a problem with Biden not mentioning them as being the EV leader or something, and I just think the Bulls they're trying to fight to a certain level now to show that they are the best. I think that's what you got going on over there. That's why they're leading the market right now. Amazon's still leading the way too as well. They're up about $60 now, 2%. This could just be earnings preview, pre-earnings run up. They're just gonna smoke they're gonna smoke the earnings, you guys. It's gonna move heavy. It's gonna move really big. So this right here, this $60, get used to this every day this week if possible, up or down. It's gonna be a lot of volatility, a lot of bond over there. You got AMD on the high here. They have earnings as well this week. And I know I keep saying all these companies have earnings, so let me show you guys. I don't know if you guys got to see the earnings list over the weekend, but I'm here to show you guys right now what I keep talking about. So you got companies reporting earnings this week. This is your list for Monday. No names that stick out to me. I will keep an eye on NXP maybe, but no names that stick out. Now Tuesday, I would say keep your eye on ExxonMobil in the morning. You got UPS in the morning, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow after hours, you got AMD. I just mentioned. You got PayPal. You got Google. Uh, yeah, you got General Motors. You got Starbucks. You got Gildan. You got EA Sports. It's in the game. You got MicroStrategy. They kind of with the crypto sector, so keep an eye out on them. Um, Wednesday morning, you got Abiva. You got Waste Management, Thermo Fisher. Um, Shout out to Henrietta Lacks. Horn. Oh, sorry, I'm a little late on my horn button today. A little late on my horn button, you guys. My bad. But horn. Shout out to Henrietta Lacks. Yeah. Wednesday after hours, you got Meta, like I said, Qualcomm, Spotify, T-Mobile. This is a good tech company right here to play. Thursday before the opening bell, you got Nokia, you got Merck, you got Shell, Honeywell. After I was on Thursday, big day, huge day. You got Amazon, you got Amazon, you got Amazon. I'm gonna say that 3 times so you remember that. You got Ford, you got Snapchat, you got Pinterest, you got Activision Blizzard. Remember, Activision Blizzard is trying to complete a deal with Microsoft right now, so I will keep an eye on their earnings. You got Skyworks, Skechers, GoPro, with Genron on Friday before the open. So yeah, man, you got a lot of big names on the board this week. A lot of big names on the board this week. This is another busy week ahead of us. Um, some of these stocks will determine the move overall for the market the whole week. Um, so yeah, hopefully all these stocks can just go to the other side and bring the market back up to where it was previously about 2 or 3 months ago. It looks like that's where we're at, and it looks like all last week was a dip buying opportunity. As of right now, I would say, because you got stocks on the move and stocks are off their lows from last week. So yeah, it looks like last week would have been the opportunity to grab those bottoms there at this point. But it's still a chance. You never know. It can go either way here. We got the VIX coming down. VIX selling off a little bit. But as long as the VIX stays selling off, you'll see the market continue to go up. And I think that's what investors are waiting. You know, the VIX was just they were beastie. You know, I was giving. I said month. I show them on the month. The VIX were beastie. You know, they were up in the air there at the VIX at one point. At one point, the VIX was at $28, $27. So yeah, the VIX has definitely came back to its stomping ground. But I think still stocks are not out the woods until you can get the VIX below 20. And you can get the VIX below 20, then I'll start to say the bulls are officially back. But right now, we're still mixed. We're still choppy. It can still go either way. So if you're in something and you see some money right in front of you, don't be afraid to grab it. Don't be afraid to grab it. But I mean, that's insinuating that you might not have time. I don't know. Just speaking out loud. But yeah, we got the Stock still mixed here. If we get the Dow to flip green, I think we'll be fine here, and then we can start to say the stocks are all in the green. But that hasn't happened yet. So we're starting to see a little pullback right here on the SPY. Um, like the SPY topped out at 442.50, and now they're chilling right here. So I would say the range now has moved about another dollar, maybe, so about $3, $4 maybe. So you got the SPY comes below 439, you'll see the stocks pull back and give up their gains. But if the SPY holds here, stocks hold here, hold their gains. SPY goes above 442.50, stocks go up with more gains. So that's the move we're anticipating right now, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. It's only been 20 minutes into the opening, and it's already a lot about it. Look at this. Look at all this movement. And people probably still asleep right now. You got people asleep right now, missing out on all this movement. If we can get people to start waking up on time, everybody be a part of this movement, you'll see the market move even more if we had more volume to it. But I'm not insinuating anything, just speaking out loud. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, on the music, we will be playing only Leonard P's music, only Leonard P's choices, um, only Leonard P's songs due to copyright claims. Um, don't want to have none of these artists out here on my ass because I'm playing some on the live stream. So yeah, I'm just gonna only be playing Leonard P's music from this point on. Um, I won't give you guys all of it because you guys can go check it out on your own time. So I'm gonna play whatever I can as much as I can on the stream. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. But we do see stocks holding their gains here. They all have took it off from the opening. I would say those puts today, if you brought them at open, wasn't good. Maybe you will want to wait till the market top out eventually. Maybe if you would have just grabbed it about maybe say about 5 6 minutes ago, maybe that was the top. But if we see the stocks catch that top, then it wasn't. So I would say it would have been best to get the puts maybe 5 minutes ago, maybe. But at this morning opening, I would say no puts. One, um, the market just instantly rocketed up soon as the open bell triggered. I think they were just trying to get out of the mixed bag, but it's still mixed here, ladies and gentlemen. We only have the Dow down about 45%. We got the Nasdaq up about 67%, and we got the S&P 500 down about 2%. So the S&P 500 is what's causing the market to go red, green, red, green. It's causing the market to be mixed right now, the S&P 500, but we're seeing a pop right here on some stocks. We're seeing a pop right here on the SPY back at 44.50. So yeah, they retested 44.50, 442.50, excuse me. They're retesting it. Now they're going past it. It's at 442.72. Now we got a new high right here on the SPY. SPY is going up. You're starting to see the stocks ripple affected. Tesla's on the high 897. Let's see what Amazon's doing, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon's chilling out, late reaction. Maybe they'll bounce off of it right here. We got Boeing right here moving on the high. Boeing, big green candle. Big pop right there on Boeing. Let's check with some vaccine names. Moderna. Moderna's on the high right there. Let's check with Microsoft. Some tech names. Microsoft's on the high right there. Let's check with some chip names right now. Let's check with NVIDIA. They're on the high right now as well. So, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Stocks are going more towards the upside here today, starting out, which is a really good sign. Like I said, the bottoms are in. Sell-off might be over. But it's not enough to confirm it yet still, but we are seeing stocks move. We got Netflix up about $30, you guys. That's a leading indicator right now too. You got Netflix at 4. It just topped out at 415, 416, but they're up about $30, only 7%. So that's really good for Netflix considering they got beaten down in their earnings report 2 weeks ago. But now you don't see that anymore. So that's really good, and that's what you want to see. That's what you want to see in these stocks. You want to see them rebound. You want to see the recovery. This is what investing is all about. And majority of the time, I was told when people are panicking, get greedy, and when people are greedy, you know the rest. But yeah, man. Also, too, I was told too when people think the market's about to crash, then that's when you buy because majority of the time they don't know what they're talking about and they're just panicking. And that's kind of what you can see right here, right now. But the spot just topped out at 442.99, so almost at 443. We're almost back to where the Fed statement kicked off last week and with the rate hikes, and it popped to 444 and it shot down to 426. So we're almost right there at that top on the SPY, 444. Like I said, if you can get the SPY past that today, I think you'll see the stocks move back towards the upside too. But if you can't get the SPY past this 442.99 level, I don't think investors will take that too kindly, and they'll start to book profits and try to bring this market back down. Um, as of right now, we still got the stocks, the indices mixed, and the stocks are mixed too. But we got the indices mixed. We got the Dow down about 28%. We got the Nasdaq only up about 1.21%. So the Nasdaq's picking up steam here, and we got the S&P 500 only up about 25% now in the green. So that's good. Like I said, if we can get that Dow to go with the movement, but I think as of right now, the Nasdaq's your leader. You got Tesla up about $50. That's really good. They actually recovered that. They're almost at that halfway level I was telling you guys about. It's about $5 away. Now it's going to be key to get that $5 because if you can't get that $5, then you don't see the recovery here on Tesla. But if you can get this $5, if you can get Tesla back above 900, I think you see some confidence in investors. I think they'll want more out of it. I think they'll try to get it to the upside down here. You got Microsoft. They're on a tear right now. Huge pop right here on Microsoft. They just went from 307 to 310. I'm seeing nothing but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like a 6 green candle here. So they're on the roll here over there at Microsoft. I would keep your eye out on them for the day. Netflix is still going, you guys. They just picked up steam. They just passed 415. So you do see the market still continue to go higher here right now. You got the SPY still going at 443.04 now, new high on the SPY. So yeah, this is really good today. This is looking good today, you guys. The Nasdaq's picking up. Now they're about 1.30%, so that's really good as well. So it looks like the market may flip green here. Still too early to tell. Got about 3 minutes until 10 o'clock, and that will be the first 30 minutes of today. So right now, LCAD, we're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back with you guys.
Yeah, else, yeah. Benefit, camera, finesse, over. Ayy, LCALD. Shout out to my nigga, man. OD. Stick to the truth. I cannot lie, can't lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. Ayy, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold on, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. Wait, I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. Ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn. Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never snitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking day. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Straight like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned up. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. I don't fucking play. If I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Who the fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming that jungle went out. And in the swamps, in the gator's mouth. Clover bird. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. No. I say, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. O.D. I.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. See where we got the stocks leading towards now. So it looks like the stocks are actually chilling out now. But we do see that level of the statement where it popped and dropped when Powell last week spoke and went from 444 to 426. We are now back at 444, ladies and gentlemen, on the SPY. So that is a key level right there. If you can break this level, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the stocks break their levels of wherever they're at right now, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind. If we can get the SPY back at 445, maybe 450, yeah, you'll see the stocks pick up back to the levels that they were at before that even happened last week when Powell made his statement clear. So this is really good, ladies and gentlemen. maybe this might even be the top right here. Maybe they might just be resetting um, the area that they were last week, just tagging it again, just to maybe even go back down. Who knows? But I do know as of right now, we are right here at that same level where the statement was made last week to the public. Um, this is a key level right here. This is so key right here because this could be your top, or this would be a clear indicator if it goes higher than this. Excuse me, that the other levels were their bottoms. So either this is your top, and we go lower, or zoom out 5 days ago. This we even do 1 month. We do 1 month because this spot sell out twice in January. So either this 420 was your low, either 420 was your bottom, or either 444 this is your top here. So you see what I'm saying now. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see it better probably here. So right here was that level of Powell day, statement day. He spoke 444.04. It passed that right now. It's probably playing with it right now as we speak. Okay, it sold off for 26. Now we pop back up. We back here 444. So you guys get a glimpse of what I'm saying. We do see some stocks pulling back here now. Maybe they might just be booking a little profit, or maybe they're realizing they can't get past certain levels. We don't know yet. Stay tuned. But we are seeing a spread here get higher on the SPY, 439 to 444. So yeah, the SPY is making space away from VWAP today, which is good for bulls. But that's still not a lot. It can easily come back down below through VWAP if it wanted to, and you'll see the momentum shift if that does happen. But as of right now, we have 444.25 was the top right now at the SPY. So I would stay tuned to that next level because it's going to be very, very, very key. Like I said, either this is your top, ladies and gentlemen, or you're going to see the SPY fight above this at this point. At this point, you can start to see stuff just being oversold for no reason. Like if people just had patience, which I know everybody don't got the same type of patience, but if everybody had the same type of patience, you would see the market collectively be one whole movement. But that's not the case. So that's why you got stocks mixed, you got the indices mixed. But as of right now, this current moment, all indices are in the green. The Dow's up about 0.3% though, so that could actually flip red again if it wanted to. The Nasdaq's up about 1.55%. This S&P 500 is up about 0.48%. So all the indices are in the green as of right now. I don't know how long that'll last. The Dow actually just flipped, so the Dow is switching red to green now. First, you had the S&P 500s going red to green. Now you got the Dow doing it. So when the Dow figure out what color they want to be, I think the market overall will figure out where it wants to go. So yeah, I would stay tuned to that, you guys. Like I said, if you got time on some stuff, if you got a couple weeks out, maybe a couple months out, you should be excited right now if you're a bull because this is where everybody prepared for it, the market to bounce and get back higher. This is where everybody kept saying that history repeats itself. The market will always go back higher. There will not be a crash unless the market tells you. And what was happening last week was not a crash. It was a correction. There's a difference. But right now, you got stocks on the move. You got the SPY trying to break out above that 444.25 high. Looks like they're about to. You got Tesla on the high right now, 898. Tesla's up $52, you guys. 6%. Let's see what Amazon's doing. I'm just calling out the big movers as of right now. You got Netflix. They're still up about $30. Amazon's up about $54. So like they chilled out, but now they're making their little high. Yeah, you got the SPY just broke out again, 444.51, new high on the SPY. You'll start to see the stocks correlate with it. Let's see, chip makers picking up. You got AMD picking up here. AMD is on the high. You got them at 110 now. You got NVIDIA on the high, you guys. NVIDIA's on the high. They're up about $10. They're at 238 right now. So yeah, I'm thinking the market is bullish right now, man. I'm seeing a lot of green beans here, and I'm seeing a lot of gains being thrown in. Now you got Meta picking up. Now they got earnings this week. They're up about 1% at 304. You got even Google just hit a reversal here. Google's actually up now. Google's on the high. They're up about $14. So yeah, I'm starting to see the market definitely reverse here. You got GameStop, meme stock action is on the high, you guys. Keep an eye out on them because you know these memers now, these apes, they'll freaking float the market and just everybody like, oh my gosh, what happened? No, they did it again. I could have bought here and now it's there. Yeah, that's a meme stock. So keep your eye on them. That's a good move right there though. They're up 6%, $6. Tesla's breaking now. Looks like they want to tag that 900 level, but it's hard to do right now. They want to do it, but they're not. So the moment they do it, I'll let you guys know. They just did it, 900. They just tagged it. 900 again. They just tagged it twice. So let's see how many times they want to do it. Going once, going twice. I don't see a third tag. Oh, there it go. Tesla broke out 900. Here we go, Tesla. Now we officially say the bulls are back. Now, if Tesla can hold this 900 level, the rest of the remainder of the day, you guys, just think about that swing that just happened. They were just at 790. Come on now, do the math. So I don't think it's going back that way. Now I can't tell you that for sure, but I mean, I'm just giving you my opinion. But I mean, I've been watching charts for a while now. This is a huge swing. I know they wanted 900 badly. They keep tagging it right now. They're playing with it. But at this point, now that they tagged it, it's up to them to hold it and stay above it at this point. So that would confirm that they are back bullish over there at Tesla. That was a great rebound over there. Great rebound over there. Great rebound over there. So, yeah, we got service now. They're on the high right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're about 4%, $22. Remember, they had earnings last week. This is a post-earnings play. They're still going. See what Roblox is at. Roblox was just on the high, like they're selling off about $1 right now. It's good for the Roblox. See, they're up about 10%, $6. That's really good. So, yeah, I do see the market in here with a lot of green. Lots and lots of green. So that's always a good sign. That's always a great sign. So we do have the spot above that Fed statement level at 444. It was at 444 like 10. Now it's at 444.65, and the spot actually just topped at 445.11. So that's really good. That's really good. Now we do have all the indices in the green now. Officially, the Nasdaq's up 1.75%, the SP 500 is up 65%, and the Dow is actually up 10% now. So we do have every stock in the green officially now too, as well with the indices. Moderna breaking out there. Microsoft 312. Shopify, they're up 7%, $66. So yeah, this is definitely a bull day here today, you guys. This is what you want to see. This is what it should be. Oh, you got Visa. They kind of chilling out from last week. They went crazy though, man. You gotta expect the move they had. They should be down about $4. That would make sense. They just went from 206 to 228 off of earnings report in the past 5 days. So gotta kind of expect that to be chilling out right now. But I wouldn't sleep on it. I mean, I would say this is the time. Really, the finance sector, they're fine. They show great signs that they're fine. As far as Mastercard, Visa. I think they're waiting on one more person to report. I think they're waiting on PayPal, maybe even two, maybe PayPal and Square. They might be waiting on just to that confirm that the finance sector, the payment stocks are straight. We actually have Roku on the high right now. Roku's up about $8. Square's on the high too. They're up about $8. You got AMC, big green candles right there. This is another memer. I could consider them with GameStop here. Now don't get AMC twisted. Now they can pop too as well. You want to look at their year-to-date chart? We all know they went from like $4 to 60, 70. So yeah, they just never went back there. But yeah, man, we got stocks on the move. Line Technology, this is a health technology stock. They got earnings this week. They're up about 6%, $29. So this could be a pre-earnings run up, maybe, possibly. It's too early to tell right now, but this is definitely a pop here to the upside. Um, so yeah, that's good. You got a Dove on the high, the technology company. Let me check on the Airbnb. Airbnb. Oh, Airbnb. 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 Airbnb on the high. So they're Airbnb about 4%, $6. They took a beating last week too as well. A lot of stocks took a beating last week with the market selling out. So this recovery today doesn't surprise. Definitely doesn't surprise many. But I mean, I would say it's not confirmation. You got Amazon right here. They're up $67 now. They're on the high. I would say though, right here we're not still out of the woods. I would say maybe we can see an exit out of the woods. Right now, that's how I would put this, but I wouldn't say we're technically out of the woods. The reason why I say that because it's still too early to tell. It's only 10:15. So I would say maybe in a couple more hours you start to confirm if we are out of the woods or not. Because we do know how this market likes to play. It'll come right back to its VWAP every time. I mean, it'll come back to the middle and confuse you, or it'll come to the middle and sell off. So it's really not safe to say where we're at yet. But I mean, I would say this has been a 2-day recovery. We had an up Friday, and right as of right now, this moment speaking, we got a up Monday. But I mean, like I said, it's too early to still tell out there. Hopefully, these gains can hold. That's the key right now. I feel like if these gains can hold, investors will like that. But all this volatility where it's going up and it's taking the money back, it's not fair. It's not making it fair for others because you won't be able to make anything. You'll be losing actually because it's like you got to have a chance to get in and out. Especially if you didn't buy that dip right now, you're gonna have a chance to get in and out because you're buying at highs. So you just gotta understand that as well. A bunch of people did buy the dip. Yeah, you're right. They did buy the dip. You can kind of see it now, but like I said, I wouldn't. I've seen more dip buying, if that makes sense. That's why you had stocks higher than it was now. You got Lowe's. Lowe's is selling off $3. They're stuck in the middle right here on Lowe's. Nvidia is trying to break 240. It looks like over there in the video. I feel like they break that right, and they might be doing it right now as we speak. That's a big green pop right there. Nvidia break 240. I would say the next target would definitely be 250, but of course they got to cross 245 first. So yeah, I would say somewhere around there. But this is really good though right now. Like I said, overall, big pop right there on the Tesla. Looks like they're trying to hold 900, but it's a wall there. They done tapped 900 at least. I've counted about 10 times here in the past 10 minutes. So you see what I'm saying about resistance? It's real. You got a wall there. It means too many people there selling and dumping it. It's gonna take a breakthrough. Stocks like to hit resistance and get back to support. I have no idea why, but that's just the way it works. We got the SPY coming back down right here at 444. Triple Q's kind of giving up $1 there. T triple Q's same. But we holding up in the air though. That is a bunch of space away from VWAP on the SPY, so about $2 of space. So yeah, I'm not satisfied here yet. It's too early to be. But ladies and gentlemen, we got 10 minutes until it's officially been 1 hour today. So get up, go use the bathroom, go get a drink, get a bite to eat, go get some air, go check the mail, walk around, do 10 jumping jacks, just do something, move around, just get away from the screen really quick, just about 5 seconds, 5 minutes, whatever, how long, just move away from the screen, stop looking at it right now because I know y'all probably just tuned in too much and you don't want to do that. As of right now, you already know what's going on. You're live with LCLD. I'm keeping you tuned in. I'm keeping you updated. I'm keeping you with the hottest, flashiest news that's coming out the fastest. We do have, I think we got President Biden speaking here, breaking news. I think that's about 30 minutes, though. I think at like 11 o'clock we got President Biden speaking. I'll have that pulled up, but as of right now, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think, if they hating, you doing something right. So keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. Good job. You wanna keep them hating.
DJ Goldie.
Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but the more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought. I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hung, left by yourself. You ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Burner I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. as long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie. Oh shit.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. And I showed her my business life. And she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Feeling switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta co-sign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Oh shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're running up on the first hour of the market open today. The first hour of today has been nothing but bullish. Nothing but bullish instincts. That's it. That's all I have saw today. Nothing but bullishness. That is very good. That is what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen, with a market recovery. This is the point you want to make. This is the point you tell your friends, like, hey, I told you guys it was a correction, not a crash. There's a difference. That's what you're starting to see right here. You're starting to see that difference. You're starting to see that difference come into full effect. You're starting to see it. It can't be ignored. Okay, I got a client right now. They said pull up the video chart. The video chart, I got it pulled up. I got it pulled up bottom right on the 1 hourly. Just because you're about to see that 1 hour momentum switch in 3 minutes. It'll either make another green candle like you see bottom right here. You'll see another green candle if it continues to go up, or you'll see a red candle. But either way, it's about to come off of that candle because it's about to be 1 hour and 2 minutes officially. I'll keep them pulled up right there at the bottom right for you. So yeah, you see stocks on the move here. I'm starting to see a little bit of slippage right here on the SPY. The SPY topped out at 445.79, ladies and gentlemen. 445.79 is the high today on the SPY. Um, so they only slipped about $1 right now. They're back at 444. So yeah, these little $1 slips, excuse me, they hurt. These $1 slips hurt. I mean, especially because you got momentum going to the upside, upside really fast, and then it just comes down $1, it pulls back $1. It just takes away a lot. So that's what you gotta understand. You really want to be booking profits. I mean, that's really what it's all about. That's the name of the game. I mean, like I said, unless you're holding something with some time, or you're holding shares and you have all the time in the world, I mean, other than that, you should be in and out, in and out. You should be wanting to be in and out anyway. But yeah, we got stocks just kind of chilling off of that $1 pullback on the SPY. So let's see what happens next. It's 10:30, ladies and gentlemen. So now we got about 1 hour to the Euro market close. That closes at 11:30. It is now 10:30. So it has officially been 1 hour. As you can see in the video, starting another candle because that was a 1 hour candle. Now this next 1 hour candle will either be higher than the first one, or if you don't see stocks moving at all, it'll channel back and match the first one. It'll come back down and match the first one. So either way we go here, we're about to have another market move. You guys just be ready for that. This would be the time to invest. If you're a trader, this would be a time to trade. You want to get in there before, I would say, Biden starts speaking, because you never know what kind of effect he had. You see the effect he had on Friday. It was kind of positive, but Biden don't have the same energy every time he speaks, so I wouldn't be too shabby about trusting him, thinking he'll move it higher here, or maybe he might prove people wrong. But we did just see Microsoft sell off back, what, about $2, maybe because the SPY gave up that $1, right? Correct? Okay, so yeah, we're seeing stocks just pull back slightly, nothing too much, maybe $1 or two, maybe. Just chilling out. Some of them pull back about $10, maybe. Like Shopify, you see here. Amazon still at that $60, $61 high level there. We got Tesla with another big pop right here, maybe retesting their high. Let's see, their high today right now is 908, so Tesla knows it needs to get above 908 or they're in trouble. Let's see what it can do here. Let's see what it can do. Let's check around. I got some market news for you guys. Right now, we got the Dow up 10%. The Nasdaq's up by 1.65%, and the S&P 500 is up about 65%. So we do have all the indices currently in the green. I would say we're on a baby bull right now, maybe a slight bull, maybe a baby bull. We'll call it a baby bull because we're not seeing the SPY break above 445. So we do have indices at a baby bull level. So live right now, ladies and gentlemen. I guess this will be important to watch since Ukraine and Russia. I don't know if you guys heard about that. It's been a possibly beef situation there. They might be having a war. They might not be. Uh, but it's a the United Nations Security Council. Um, they are meeting up to discuss the Russia and Ukraine situation. I'm gonna pull it up live here. Tesla just broke 908, so they're up here about 7% now. The spot's kind of bouncing back to the upside. You got in the video, their second hourly candle is going up as well. Um, the video still hasn't broke 239, so I would stay cautious to them breaking that level. You see it above 239, I would say you're in good shape to maybe hold from higher or maybe even just pop it right there at the profit level. But I am about to pull this security council meeting up between Russia and Ukraine. It's live. I feel like we can watch it until Biden speaks. Um, yeah, so let me pull that up, and then well, when Biden speaks, we'll pull that up. So give me one quick second. We're gonna pull that up now. Uh, Yeah, we are seeing stocks start to break out a little bit, or at least just hold their gains towards the upside. Like I said, your leader today definitely will be between Tesla. I would say Tesla, Netflix, and Amazon. Those are your leaders for the day. I would definitely say Nvidia is somewhere in the mix, leading the day. So yeah, that's where you have your straight greens here. Now Tesla, like I said, don't they were very oversold for their earnings. They gave away $100. Now they're up 64. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to go snatch that $40 back just to show the world like their earnings was a overreaction. Like that report was way overrated. It was actually positive if you would have listened to it the correct way. But at the same time, like I said, I feel like they had an overreaction more than Netflix. Now Netflix probably needed to happen at Netflix, but as you can see, they're bouncing back right now. They're up $31, so it wasn't going to stay down for too much longer like people thought. Even if it wasn't going to go down much lower. So yeah, those are your leaders today: Netflix, Tesla, and Amazon. They're leading the market, man. They're striving this bull run as of right now. They're taking the market up, and I'm starting to see stocks follow suit with them. So that's really good. Another green candle right there on the second hourly at Nvidia just started about 6 minutes ago, so I would just stay cautious to it. But that's really a good sign starting out. I'm about to pull up. Let's pull it up because I think I'm a little late. They already started the live stream, so I might be running a little late on it. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. I don't want to pull it up that big. I want you guys to still be able to see the charts. Guess we just type it in here. Again, you guys, this news is live, and it's between Russia and Ukraine about the Ukraine border. Um, it just might be something important to hear. You never know. You never know until you know, right? You never know until you know. But yeah, we're gonna pull it up here. It's live. Like I said, I don't know how far live in they are, but we're just gonna tune in until wherever they start. And like I said, you got the White House with another live briefing as well in about 30 minutes, and we'll pull it up after this.
Political interference here and there for political gains, and a growing tendency of genocide denial and glorification of war crimes and war criminals. All these are acts that seek destabilization, create tension, and should be treated as a threat to peace and security because they are. This is why we deem of paramount importance to invest in prevention. And I hope
Okay, so it looks like we're 47 minutes late, so that's not bad. It kind of just started. We're going to tune into this, ladies and gentlemen, and then, like I said, if the White House briefing starts, we'll tune into that. We'll skip this and tune into that. But as right now, I feel like we need to hear this. It has an effect on the market as of right now.
Defines our purpose here: to take collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace. Today, over 100,000 Russian troops are massed on Ukraine's borders. They are equipped with tanks, armoured vehicles, rocket artillery, and short-range ballistic missiles. They are supported by Russian air and maritime long-range strike capabilities. This is not a routine deployment. This is the largest military build-up in Europe in decades. In the best-case scenario, the scale of the Russian forces assembled on three sides of Ukraine is deeply destabilizing. In the worst case, it is preparation for a military invasion of a sovereign country. Madam President, in 2008, Russia told this council that it was sending peacekeepers into Georgia. In reality, it was invading an independent democratic country. In 2014, Russia denied to this council the presence of its forces in Crimea. In reality, its soldiers were annexing part of an independent democratic Ukraine. Today, Russia denies that its forces are posing a threat to Ukraine. But yet again, we see disinformation, cyber attacks, and destabilizing plots directed against an independent democratic country. Madam President, the United Kingdom welcomes our discussion today as part of the intense diplomatic effort to ensure Russia de-escalates the situation and avoids conflict. We are unwavering in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. At the same time, we have sought dialogue with Russia through the OSCE, the NATO-Russia Council, and bilateral discussions with all levels of the Russian government. We are ready to address mutual security concerns based on existing European security structures and international commitments. This includes our expectation that Russia should address our concerns. We are committed to a constructive dialogue if Russia is genuine about finding a diplomatic solution. This Council has a vital interest in this diplomatic effort. Because let's be clear, this is not a regional issue. Any Russian invasion or act of aggression against Ukraine would be a gross breach of international law and Russia's commitments under the Charter. Conflict would result in terrible bloodshed and destabilize the entire international community. There should be no doubt about how costly such a miscalculation would be for Russia, or how devastating it would be for the people of Ukraine, whose only provocation is to want a democratic future for their country. There would be no winners, only victims. Civilians caught in the crossfire or forced to flee. Families grieving the loss of fallen soldiers on both sides. So, Madam President, we urge Russia to make clear in this Council that it will abide by its obligations under the Charter, that it has no plans to invade Ukraine, that it will refrain from the threat or use of force against its neighbour, that it will not further undermine Ukraine's sovereignty or territorial integrity by military or any other means, and that it will stand down its troops. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente, la situation aux frontières de l'Ukraine est un motif de vive préoccupation pour la France. L'accumulation de capacités militaires importantes à la frontière d'un État souverain voisin constitue un comportement menaçant. Elle soulève des interrogations légitimes sur les intentions de la Russie, d'autant plus que ce pays a déjà porté atteinte à l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine dans le passé. La France réaffirme son soutien plein et entier à l'indépendance, à la souveraineté et à l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine dans ses frontières internationalement reconnues. Elle appelle la Russie à s'engager dans une désescalade de la situation, à respecter le droit international et à participer de manière constructive au dialogue dans le cadre des mécanismes internationaux établis. La priorité est d'œuvrer collectivement à une désescalade rapide. Le président Macron s'y est employé au cours des derniers jours, lors de son déplacement à Berlin, puis de son entretien téléphonique avec le président Poutine. Cette réunion du Conseil de sécurité doit également s'inscrire dans cet objectif. La France soutient tous les efforts de dialogue dans les différents cadres existants et souhaite que les Européens y prennent toute leur part. Dans le cadre du format Normandie, qui rassemble l'Allemagne, la France, la Russie et l'Ukraine, ces efforts ont permis, lors de la réunion du 26 janvier à Paris, de s'accorder sur une déclaration de soutien au respect inconditionnel du cessez-le-feu et de la mise en œuvre des accords de Minsk. Nous poursuivrons les efforts en ce sens lors de la prochaine réunion prévue à brève échéance à Berlin. Le dialogue, quelles que soient les enceintes où il est conduit, doit respecter les principes fondamentaux sur lesquels repose la sécurité européenne, tels qu'établis dans la Charte des Nations Unies, dans les documents fondateurs de l'OSCE, y compris l'acte final d'Helsinki et la Charte de Paris. Ces principes comprennent notamment l'égalité souveraine et l'intégrité territoriale des États, l'inviolabilité des frontières, le non-recours à la menace ou à l'emploi de la force, et la liberté des États de choisir ou de modifier leur propre dispositif de sécurité. Ils ne sont ni négociables, ni sujets à révision ou à réinterprétation. La notion de sphère d'influence n'a pas sa place au XXIe siècle. Si la Russie ne choisit pas la voie du dialogue et du respect du droit international, la réponse sera forte et unie. Toute nouvelle atteinte à la souveraineté et à l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine aura des conséquences massives et un coût sévère. Les Européens travaillent à des mesures restrictives coordonnées et se tiennent prêts, conjointement avec leurs partenaires, à réagir. Si la voie du dialogue et de la coopération est choisie, l'Union européenne est prête à s'engager pour développer ses relations avec la Russie sur la base d'une approche unie, à long terme et stratégique, selon les 5 principes directeurs de 2016. Dans le contexte de menaces et de tensions actuelles, la France réaffirme sa solidarité avec le peuple et le gouvernement ukrainien. Avec nos partenaires européens, nous continuerons à nous mobiliser en soutien à l'Ukraine, notamment par la voie du soutien aux réformes. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France and I give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been closely following the evolving developments relating to Ukraine, including through ongoing high-level security talks between the Russian Federation and the United States, as well as under the Normandy format, stability in the region and beyond. We have also been in touch with all concerned parties. It is our considered view that the issues can only be resolved through diplomatic dialogue. In this context, we welcome the efforts underway, including under the Minsk Agreement and the Normandy format. Flowing from the recently concluded meeting in Paris under the Normandy format, we also welcome the unconditional observance of the July 2020 ceasefire and reaffirmation of Minsk agreements as the basis of work under the ongoing Normandy format, in particular, commitment of all sides to reduce disagreements on the way forward. We also welcome the agreement to meet in Berlin in 2 weeks. We urge all parties to continue to engage through all diplomatic channels and to keep working towards the full implementation of the Minsk package. Quiet and constructive diplomacy is the need of the hour. Any steps that increase tension may best be avoided by all sides in the larger interest of securing international peace and security. More than 20,000 Indian students and nationals live and study in different parts of Ukraine, including in its border areas. The well-being of Indian nationals is a priority to us. Madam President, I reiterate our call for the peaceful resolution of the situation by sincere and sustained diplomatic efforts to ensure that concerns of all sides are resolved through constructive dialogue. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank the representative of India, and I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
All right, we got kind of stocks picking up here. I don't know if this live briefing is having an effect on it. It might be. We got Tesla picking up here. Tesla's now up 8%, y'all. They have recovered $70. Nvidia is breaking out here. They're about to retest 240, maybe, possibly. Nvidia's on the high right now, though. But I'm just letting you guys know this stock's on the move while they're talking. All right, let's tune back in.
Parties and forge a unified and pacific position on the situation in Ukraine. Let me begin by thanking Rosemary DiCarlo, USG for Political Affairs and Peace Building, for the briefing. I also welcome the participation of the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania in this meeting. Ghana has been following closely the situation in Ukraine. I've also listened carefully to the briefing we just received from the Secretariat, as well as the statement of delegations that have spoken before me. We have paid careful attention to the perspectives of the key parties to the situation and hope that at the end of this meeting, the views of members of this council will be closer to each other than when we first began. We note from the situation in Ukraine that while there has been a buildup of Russian troops at the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, those troops are presently within the national territory of the Russian Federation. We also have taken note that while the military buildup of the troops of the Russian Federation are within its borders, this has caused for Ukraine and other parties a concern over the intentions of the buildup and its prospective implications on international peace and security. We therefore welcome the ongoing dialogue between the Russian Federation and the United States to address primary and secondary security concerns that have implications on the situation in Ukraine, as well as the recent face-to-face dialogue between the representatives of the Russian Federation and Ukraine under the Normandy format in Paris, after several months of no contact, to enhance trust and remove possibilities of an accidental incident. We note with concern the implications the situation has had on the economy of Ukraine and neighboring markets, and welcome in this regard a call by the President of Ukraine for an easing of the strong narratives on the situation. This must be a time for confidence building to facilitate a restoration of normalcy for the people of Ukraine. In concluding, Madam President, Ghana believes that in conformity with the provisions of the charter of this organization, differences between member states should only be resolved through peaceful means. We remain encouraged by the ongoing diplomatic engagement between the parties and reiterate our support for those efforts, which should also take into account the delicate nature of the situation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Ghana. I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks also to Under Secretary General DiCarlo for your briefing. Madam President, today's discussion is an important opportunity for the Council to address the developing situation at Ukraine's borders, which has become a matter of profound international concern. Let me underline at the outset that Ireland, along with our EU partners, is a strong and unwavering supporter of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. At this moment of rising tension on Ukraine's frontiers, arising from Russia's military buildup, Ireland calls for calm, de-escalation, and the pursuit of diplomacy. We call also for constructive and determined engagement on all dialogue tracks, including the Normandy format and the OSCE. Ireland is fully committed to the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. These include the sovereign, equality, and territorial integrity of states. We recall today that these principles were agreed collectively and freely by all members of the United Nations. Moreover, European security is built on a series of essential commitments and obligations. It is the fundamental right of a sovereign and independent state to chart its own path in the world, to choose its own foreign policy, and to make arrangements for the security and defence of its territory. The Helsinki Final Act, one of the foundational documents of the OSCE, confirms the obligation of states, and I quote, to respect each other's sovereign equality and the right of every state to juridical equality, to territorial integrity, and to freedom and political independence, end of quote. Subsequent agreements, including the Charter of Paris and the Charter of European Security, agreed in Istanbul in 1999, reaffirm the core principles and underpinning collective European security. Madam President, earlier this month, Ireland marked 100 years of a hard-won independence. Just as we would not accept another state determining our foreign and security policy, Ukraine similarly has the sovereign right to choose its own policies. In this Council, we are too often faced with the terrible humanitarian consequences of violent conflict, usually where diplomacy and dialogue have failed. Force is never the answer. It is not the answer now. What is needed now, above all, is a negotiated diplomatic solution that reinforces our collective security in Europe. We have the institutions and the mechanisms within which to pursue this solution. Let us use them. Absent that, it will be innocent civilians who once again pay the awful price of conflict. Madam President, that is not a prospect any of us wish to contemplate. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，中方反对安理会根据美国的要求举行这次公开会。美国常驻联合国代表在1月27日致信安理会主席称，美方要求安理会举行公开会的理由是，俄罗斯在乌克兰边界的兵力部署对国际和平与安全构成威胁。中方不能认同这样的看法。近期围绕乌克兰问题确实出现一些紧张局势，我们正在关注引起紧张局势的原因。以美国为首的一些国家声称最近在乌克兰会发生战争，但俄罗斯已经一再的声明，俄方没有发起军事行动的计划。乌克兰方面也明确表示，他们不需要战争。在此情况下，有关国家坚称可能发生战争，依据何在？我们注意到，美国、乌克兰和有关欧洲国家以及北约正在同俄罗斯进行不同形式的外交接触。
Chinese, but yeah, it looks like we got the market kind of picking up here as this is going on. This briefing is going on. So it looks like they just got some leaders across the country, China, United Kingdom. They're just trying to make an agreement on what they want to do. Basically, just not to cause a war. It sounds like they don't want to really do the war, but if they have to, they will. That's what it's starting to seem like. So, but I don't think it's going to happen. So as of right now, you just got stock kind of picking up their gains here. The SPY is holding up, you guys. The SPY is holding up, you guys. Let me zoom out. Okay, so yeah, it looks like the SPY high of the day still is 445.79, but it looks like it's about to retest that, but it kind of like sold it off again as well. So just stay tuned, you guys. Continue to pay attention to the charts while this information is getting out to you. This is a key point right here. This is a key level where we're at right here on the stocks. I know if we can break above 445, you'll see more gains on the stocks. Even though it's already full of gains right now, the market is mad bullish. We got all the indices in the green, but it's about 30 minutes to a euro close, so keep that in mind too as well. I'm gonna continue to play this video, and I don't see nothing coming across my feed yet. I don't think Biden's live or anything like that yet, but if he is, I'll definitely bring the video right up. But it is now 11 o'clock. We got 30 minutes to euro close. I just seen a pop right there on the video. Let's see if they really test the 240 area. It looks like they might break out and do it right now as we speak. But keep y'all on the charts and pay attention to the information.
努力，希望有关各方展现执行新明斯克协议的积极意愿。
We're gonna listen to him with no subtitles. No, I'm playing.
这协议落到实处。北约扩员是处理当前紧张局势难以绕开的问题。北约为冷战时期的产物，北约扩员是集团政治的集中体现。我们认为，一国安全不能以损害他国安全为代价。地区安全更不能以强化甚至扩张军事集团为保障。在21世纪的今天，各方应当摒弃冷战思维，通过谈判形成均衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制。俄罗斯的合理关切应当得到重视和解决。谢谢你。
I thank the representative of China, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, госпожа председатель. Благодарим госпожу Ди Карло за брифинг. Я прежде всего хочу поблагодарить те страны, которые нашли в себе возможность проголосовать против или воздержаться против предложения Соединенных Штатов обсуждать сегодняшнюю тему. У кого-то может сложиться впечатление, как будто бы Россия опасается обсуждать ситуацию на Украине. И поэтому затеяла процедурное голосование. Россия вовсе не отказывается обсуждать ситуацию на Украине. Но нам совершенно непонятно, что мы сегодня здесь обсуждаем. И зачем вообще мы здесь находимся. Как я уже говорил, на 17 февраля мы запланировали заседание в ходе нашего председательства о 7-й годовщине реализации Минских соглашений, где мы как раз можем поговорить о ситуации с украинским урегулированием. Но сегодняшнее заседание вовсе не об этом. В последнее время мы сталкиваемся с весьма необычной даже по меркам нашего неспокойного времени ситуацией. Перемещение российских войск в пределах нашей собственной территории, неоднократно происходившее и ранее в тех или иных масштабах, и не вызывавшее никакой истерики. Военнослужащих войск, которые находятся в местах своей дислокации, где они были и раньше, а вовсе не на российско-украинской границе. Так вот, это перемещение российских войск на нашей территории выдается нашими американскими западными коллегами за подтверждение якобы планируемой военной акции и даже агрессии. Причем американский постпред сказал это так, как будто эта агрессия уже состоялась. Я внимательно слушал его выступление. Военные акции России против Украины, до которой, как они всех убеждают, остались считанные недели, если не дни. При этом никаких доказательств, подтверждающих столь серьезное обвинение, не приводится. Однако это не мешает раздуть истерию до такой степени, что конкретные экономические последствия уже начали ощущать на себе наши украинские соседи. Наши западные коллеги говорят о необходимости деэскалации, но прежде всего сами нагнетают напряженность, риторику и провоцируют эскалацию. Разговоры о грядущей войне сами по себе провокационны. Вы как будто призываете к этому, хотите и ждете, когда это произойдет. Как будто вы хотите сделать реальностью ваши домыслы. Это несмотря на то, что мы постоянно опровергаем эти обвинения. И это при том, что ни одной угрозы о планируемом вторжении на Украину из уст кого-либо из российских политиков или общественных деятелей за все это время не прозвучало. Наоборот, мы на всех уровнях категорически опровергали подобные обвинения. Делаем это и сейчас. Все, кто утверждает обратное, вводят вас в заблуждение. Но вообще, если бы не наши западные коллеги, которые спровоцировали и поддержали в 2014 году кровавый антиконституционный переворот, приведший к власти в Киеве националистов, радикалов, русофобов и просто нацистов, мы бы и по сей день жили бы в духе добрососедства и взаимовыгодного сотрудничества. Однако кому-то на Западе подобный сценарий явно не по душе. Происходящее сегодня геополитических игр наши...
Okay, now I thought I could hear somebody else talking, but it sounds like he has a translator in his headphone. I don't know.
Мозги культивируют русофобские радикальные настроения, приучая к мысли о том, что для светлого будущего Украине нужно не налаживать отношения с соседями, а любой ценой стремиться в Евросоюз и НАТО. Запрещает русский язык, родной для значительной части, если не большинства украинцев. Провоцирует церковный раскол. Делает героями тех, кто воевал на стороне Гитлера, уничтожал евреев, поляков, украинцев и русских. Интересы украинского народа в этой разрушительной игре наши западные коллеги не учитывают. Их задача не допустить естественного, братского сосуществования наших двух стран и народов, который разрушил бы планы по ослаблению России, формирование вокруг нее дуги нестабильности. Собственно, ничего нового мы здесь не видим. Подобные действия в духе «разделяй и властвуй» были divide and rule, были характерны для западных государств и ранее. Примечательно также, что наши американские коллеги искусственно вписывают самими же созданную мнимую напряженность на российско-украинской границе в запущенный по нашему настоянию переговорный процесс по обеспечению для России юридически обязывающих гарантий безопасности. ими сознательно создается впечатление, что Москва якобы специально нагнетает напряженность, чтобы потом разменять ее на большую уступчивость США и НАТО. Если вы посмотрите на график и на сам этот переговорный процесс, то вы увидите, что подобные измышления в корне неверны. Все как раз наоборот. Наши западные коллеги пытаются на гребне этой волны свести наш диалог исключительно к вопросу так называемого урегулирования ситуации на границе с Украиной. Наши же требования по безопасности гораздо шире, и не вступление Украины в НАТО, и не размещение на ее территории иностранных войск всего лишь один элемент назревших договоренностей, которые могли бы кардинально улучшить военно-политическую обстановку в Европе, да и в мире в целом. О такого рода договоренностях шла речь на саммитах ОБСЕ в Стамбуле и Астане, где помимо свободы выбора союзов содержалось положение о том, что безопасность одних государств не может обеспечиваться за счет безопасности других. Раз уж наши американские коллеги собрали нас сегодня, то пусть они предъявят хоть какие-то доказательства, кроме измышлений, о том, что Россия собирается напасть на Украину. В выступлении моей американской коллеги было достаточно обвинений в агрессивных действиях России, но ни одного конкретного факта. Кстати, я хочу задать вопрос не только нашим коллегам из США, но и тем, кто упоминал это. Откуда взялась цифра в 100 тысяч военнослужащих, которые расположены, как вы утверждаете, на российско-украинской границе, хотя это не так. Мы нигде эту цифру не называли и не подтверждали. Мы помним эти приемы еще с тех пор, как покойный госсекретарь США Колин Пауэлл размахивал в этом зале пробиркой с неизвестным веществом в качестве доказательства наличия АМУ в Ираке. Оружие так и не нашли, но что стало со страной, всем хорошо известно. Похоже, что и Украину наши американские коллеги готовы принести в жертву своим геополитическим интересам. Иначе сложно объяснить, почему, собирая нас сегодня, инициаторы встречи не прислушались даже к мнению президента Украины, просившего Запад не нагнетать панику, уже губительно сказывающейся на экономической ситуации в этой стране. Иначе также сложно объяснить, зачем наши коллеги из США и ряда других стран активно накачивают Украину оружием и боеприпасами, и при этом говорят об этом с гордостью. Оружием, которое та с готовностью применяет против мирного населения на востоке собственной страны. И все это делается в нарушении Минских договоренностей, утвержденных Советом Безопасности ООН в качестве единственной основы для мирного урегулирования внутриукраинского конфликта. Кстати, моя американская коллега упоминала, что в ходе конфликта погибло 14 тысяч человек. Я бы хотел порекомендовать ей почитать доклады специальной мониторинговой миссии ОБСЕ и посмотреть, на какой стороне сколько погибло людей из этих 14 тысяч. Большинство из этих людей – это гражданское население Донбасса, погибшего от обстрелов вооруженных сил Украины и национальных батальонов. Госпожа председатель, маневры США вокруг созыва нашей сегодняшней встречи особенно неадекватны и лицемерны на фоне того, что именно американцы имеют рекордные показатели присутствия войск за пределами своей территории. Американские военные, советники, вооружения, в том числе ядерные, зачастую расположены за тысячи километров от Вашингтона. Не говоря уже о том, что военные авантюры США унесли десятки и сотни тысяч жизней граждан стран, куда они несли мир и демократию. США неоднократно, в том числе в последние годы, применяли силу в отношении других государств без санкций Совета Безопасности ООН. В их арсенале стран-членов ООН в той или иной степени подвергались оккупации или агрессии США. а в 191 государстве в 20-21 веках так или иначе размещались американские войска. По общедоступным в интернете данным, США содержат около 750 военных баз в более чем 80 странах мира. Общее число разрешенного военного бюджета США в 2020 году составило 778 миллиардов долларов. 778. Российского 61 миллиард, то есть меньше, чем в 12 раз. Вот это примеры совершенно очевидные и конкретные угрозы международному миру и безопасности. Что же касается призывов урегулировать кризис вокруг Украины, то мы двумя руками за. Но у этого кризиса есть только одно измерение – внутриукраинское. Исправить ситуацию можно исключительно через выполнение Киевом уже упомянутых мною минских договоренностей, предусматривающих прежде всего прямой диалог с Донецком и Луганском. Другого пути нет. Если наши западные коллеги подталкивают Киев к саботажу минских договоренностей, чем украинские власти охотно пользуются. То это может закончиться самым плачевным образом для Украины. И не потому, что кто-то ее разрушит, а потому, что она разрушит себя сама. И Россия здесь абсолютно ни при чем. Не пытайтесь перекладывать вину с больной головы на здоровую. Обо всем об этом, однако, мы подробно поговорим 17 февраля в ходе давно запланированного нами ежегодного заседания Совета Безопасности по выполнению резолюции 2202. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je remercie Madame la Secrétaire Générale Adjointe Rosemary Di Carlo pour son exposé. Madame la Présidente, mon pays suit avec beaucoup d'attention la situation qui prévaut aux frontières de l'Ukraine et de la Russie et a pris connaissance des informations relatives à une importante mobilisation de troupes russes aux frontières de l'Ukraine, laissant présager l'imminence d'une action militaire. Ces informations alarmantes sont accompagnées sur le terrain par une véritable effervescence, assortie de déploiement de moyens financiers importants et d'équipements militaires de pays amis de l'Ukraine. L'escalade verbale et la vive tension qui en découle polarisent une importante activité diplomatique qui se traduit par différentes initiatives, dont le format de Normandie, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre des accords de Minsk. Face à cette situation de tension particulièrement préoccupante, mon pays, conscient des enjeux et du potentiel des forces en présence, appelle l'ensemble des parties prenantes à la retenue et à privilégier les voies du dialogue et de la négociation en vue de préserver la stabilité et la paix dans la région. C'est le moment pour la communauté internationale et ses membres d'activer les canaux de la diplomatie préventive tels que prévus par le chapitre 6 de la Charte des Nations Unies consacrée au règlement pacifique des différends. Il est évident que l'efficacité de cette diplomatie préventive est tributaire non seulement de la bonne foi des protagonistes, mais surtout du tact, de la sérénité et du cadre de sa mise en œuvre.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're live at the White House right now. Breaking news is the meeting of the National Governors Association at the White House. They started about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, we're going to tune into that now. We want to hear all these translations coming from all these other different countries.
Have actually said
They're
our
basically
National Guard
summing up.
resources,
They're all saying
to
technically
the
the
board
same
to
thing.
assist at stating.
They were all saying the same thing, just in their culture's way. So that's pretty much, that was good to hear. But now let's tune in and listen to the National Governors Association. They're live at the White House right now. Let's tune in and hear what these guys have to say. This is going to have an effect on the market. You got about 20 minutes into Euro close, too, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. It looks like stocks chilled out and took a little dip. But we're still overall green. But we got Vice President Kamala Harris speaking now. Let's tune in.
The work that you have dedicated your lives to, and the work specifically over the last 2 years. For so many of you, these last 2 years have presented probably some of the greatest challenges of your career. Moments where our constituents, where the American people, doubted what each day would bring, whether it would bring a sense of optimism or despair. During these days, you have held the trust of the people you represent. You have worked in creative ways even when the resources were not there. You have inspired confidence in the people of your state to have some sense of optimism that things will get better. You have had to look in the eyes of people who have lost family members because of this pandemic, people who have lost their jobs, and all the while you have not relented, you have not given up. You are leaders who don't throw up your hands, instead you have all rolled up your sleeves. And it is historically a very important relationship between any presidential administration, regardless of party affiliation, and the governors of the states that bring that kind of sense of surety and stability to the people we represent as a country. And this organization in particular conducts itself in a way that has always been about the highest ideals of partnership between local, state, and federal government, and bipartisanship. And as you all know, the president and I come from a background of local and state government, so we know the work that you do every day and how you are on the ground, always accountable to the people you represent. I was thinking about the historical relationship between governors and presidential administrations, and remembering it was in the Clinton administration that that CHIP, the Child Health Insurance Program, was passed. And it was the governors of the states who made it real and ensured that the children of our nation would have and receive the kind of protection they deserve. I was reminded that it was when President Bush was in office and had to endure and deal with the aftermath of September 11th, 2001, and realized that we as a nation had to be stronger, needed to be stronger around coordination between local, state, and federal government. And it was the governors of our country who then helped break through the silos to ensure that we could do the work that is one of our highest purposes and responsibility, which is to protect our national security. I'm reminded of the work that happened during Hurricane Sandy, when in the Obama and Biden administration, working together with the then governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, in the height of a very contested presidential election, broke through that and worked in a bipartisan way to bring relief to the people of that state. And by example, set a tradition that I know this organization cares about deeply, which is showing that when we in particular face crises, we come together, regardless of party affiliation, to do the work that must be done. And so we are looking at historic challenges and new challenges that range from the climate crisis to COVID to cybersecurity. And together we will continue to work together as we have over the last 12 months. And with that said, I would also like to ask that in the spirit of bipartisanship, that we think about our partnership in the context of our states being laboratories of our democracy, and in particular on the issue of voting. I believe that regardless of who we voted for in the last election, we all, as leaders of our nation, understand the importance of ensuring that all people who are eligible to vote have an ability and a meaningful ability to vote and access to the ballot. So I would ask that in this coming year, we work together to ensure that all Americans who are eligible to vote actually have meaningful access to the ballot. And with that, I want to thank you all again for your work and the work we will continue to do together. And I will now introduce the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Well, thanks. Thank you very much. Look, I'm going to... Thank you. Governors, it's a pleasure to have you all here. And I'm glad you're having an opportunity, and my cabinet and overall team is getting a chance to meet you all, know you personally, and engage with you on the great concern that you have. You know, I had a chance to hear from several leaders of my administration this morning, including former governors. If you notice, I hired a lot of governors and mayors because they know how to get things done. And you have two governors sitting to my left here who are taking on major responsibilities. I remember when we were out on the trail, Governor Vilsack telling me that the first industry in the world is going to have net zero emissions is going to be agriculture. And he was right. At the time, it was a fairly novel idea, but a lot of you picked it up and moved beyond. And I know that, look, the American Rescue Plan was a lot of money, and it was designed to make sure we could carry the nation forward in dealing with vaccines, boosters, creating jobs, and keeping schools open, and a number of other things. And Gov, you said, send you money. We have. We've sent you a whole hell of a lot of money. And we're going to send you more. You keep using it as well as you have. And we're talking about the ability to really, the way I look at it, and I mean this sincerely, and I've said it last night in a more casual way, we are at an inflection point, and we have an opportunity. America is one of those nations, I think the only nation, that's come out of every crisis stronger than it went into the crisis. It's not hyperbole. We've had a crisis, we've come out, we've been stronger. And I think that's where we are again. And I think we have a chance to sort of restate and reassert our world leadership on a whole range of issues and lead the world on everything from the environment to dealing with the issues of immigration, a whole range of issues go. But the American Rescue Plan gives us the resources to do many of those things. And, there's a lot of challenges out there that we're not even talking to directly today. There's so many, but the surge of gun violence since the start of this pandemic. I made it clear we should use these funds to combat violent crime as well, including hiring additional police officers and investing in community violence interventions and improving the work in communities. And I know you're making those investments in Michigan. I know you're making those investments in New Jersey. You're making those investments in Ohio. A lot of you are making them all over the country. Another one of the national challenges, we need to bring back workers to better jobs with better pay and better working.
Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. We got about 3 minutes until the Euro close as well, so pay attention to that. Stocks kind of just still chilling out here. Haven't seen no break above 445 on the SPY yet. I haven't seen it go below 443 either. So we're kind of just still chilling out in the air. Stocks just holding their gains, just chilling out right here. There'll probably be another move here in the next 3 minutes and when Euro close. So keep in mind of that and stay tuned.
Years. And Governor of Hawaii, you've talked about the 10,000 state workers that you're able to keep on the job thanks to the American Rescue Plan. I'm not sure where you're sitting, but at any rate, there you are, Gov. Sorry. And I know that the education funds help many of you stay open, keep your schools open, and keep them open safely. There's a lot of money you have there for everything from dealing with ventilation to clean school buses, and everything in between. There's no reason why we can't keep our schools open, in my view. And getting kids to school is an essential step getting our economy back to normal. We're not quite there yet, but we also know that if people find they can afford childcare, they get back to work as well. I think we're going to be coming back to you. There's one reason why there's 1.2 million women who were working who are not in the job market now, because it's hard to get back, and the combination of worrying about the school open as well as whether or not there's the cost of child care. In 43 of your states, you've already gotten relief with 150,000 child care providers to help many of them keep their doors open and at a critical time, the actual physical facilities. And now we need to do even more to get Americans, keep them at work and the essential workers on the job. And that can mean, as some of you used, with hero retention bonuses, higher pay, temporary paid leave to combat burnout and essential health care workers like Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania have all announced. It can mean paid leave, as is being done in the state of Washington. But keep schools open, to keep kids in school, to make up for learning losses. We need to bring back more teachers, more tutors, bus drivers, school nurses, and we're seeing creative efforts in North Carolina, for example, which is providing bonuses for all school employees in Arkansas, as you know, Gov, which is creating a tutoring corps. And we're seeing in states like Kansas, New Jersey, and Nevada using funds to expand the pool of counselors and mental health care workers in our schools, which are badly needed, in my view. And already 27 states have announced they're using over $14 billion in the American Rescue Plan funds to get a head start on rebuilding our nation's infrastructure. As you said, Gov, you know how to build roads and bridges. Well, we got a hell of a lot to build, and we're gonna build a bunch of them, and also clean water and ports and a whole range of things. We have a lot of.
All right, it's officially been 1 minute to the euro close. We got the indices mixed down. The Dow's down about 13%. The Nasdaq's up about approximately 1.84%, and the S&P 500 is up about 60%. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on the indices. We're mixed again right now, and it is officially euro closed. The United States is in full control of the markets here. It's 11:31. Give it about 15 minutes till you see a move here, but be cautious of it. It's about to be another move coming. The European markets are officially closed.
All doing that already. We have dozens of examples of how important the creative work that is underway is resulting, and we're providing a hell of a lot more flexibility that you all required. I think we've done that. If you haven't, I'd like to hear it today. If you don't have enough flexibility, it's good work you're doing. It's a good start, and we need you to do even more to retain, train, and hire workers we need to serve our people and expand our economy. And so because of this is a chance for us to not only come together and get through this pandemic, it's a chance for us to come through it stronger and ready to build on our progress and deal more Americans in and win the competition of the future. We are doing better than any nation, any major nation in the world. We got to keep that, we got to pick it up. And I can think of no better group of people to pick it up with. It takes state leaders, federal business, labor. I've never seen as much cooperation that is across the board. There's differences, I know, but there's been a hell of a lot of cooperation across the board, including business and labor, and pulling together, accelerating efforts, and trying to do a lot more to make sure we get out of this hole. And so I want to thank you all for being here. And I know you spoke today with the CDC. You had not the CDC, but you had the head of my COVID team in here. We got a way to go on that, in my view, but we're moving. And so I think it's all about making sure we have the same standards we're applying across the board. As you said, Gov, we're going to try like the devil to keep schools open, because we do know, study after study, as all of you know, and you've done, the great universities in your states have done them, is that, losing a semester can put a kid back a year and a half. And so there's a whole lot we have to do, in my view, to focus. And I think that keeping schools open is a big part of that. And border security, Gov, we're working a lot with neighboring countries a lot to do. There's a lot. I think one of the fundamental things we got to do, in addition to some of the changes we'll make, we don't get into today, but is that if we figure out why they're leaving in the first place, it's not like people sit around and say in Guadalajara, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have, give it to a coyote, take us across the border, leave us in a desert. The country doesn't want us. We don't speak the language. Won't that be fun? There are gangs we're working on. There's a whole lot of illegal movement, but there's also a way to begin to deal with the reason they're leaving in the first place. And I'd love to talk with you personally about that a little bit, if I may. But having said that, why don't I stop and take any questions y'all may have? And they tell me I'm supposed to call on Governor Cox first.
Okay, I think we'll have Supreme Court
Thank
candidates.
you. Thank you
And how
guys.
long does your
Thank
show
you
last?
guys. Let's go. Thank you guys.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's up with all this? What's up? So there you have it. You got some stocks breaking out here, you guys. They obviously about to do a private meeting. Stocks are definitely breaking out. Nvidia's on the high right here. You got the SPY trying to retest its high of the day. The triple Q's on the same type time. The VIX is still down, so you see the stocks breaking out as long as the VIX can stay down. The T triple Q's are on the high too as well. That was Biden. Like I said, he was just meeting with the National Governors Association. They're obviously about to have a private meeting. That's why they cut the screen off. They don't want us to hear that part. But that was pretty good right there. I mean, it definitely sounds like it was just a bunch of overreactions last week, and things will get better as time go on. But you just want to stay cautious to stuff like that, because they can say one thing and trigger a sell-off or trigger a rally. So a rally is going to the upside. As of right now, stocks been rallying all day, but they're kind of chilling out right here now. But we are in the air, though. Let's keep that in mind. As far as the overall indices, we are all officially green. The Nasdaq is up 2% now. The Dow is witching red to green still, so we kind of still mixed. But on the Dow, the S&P 500 is up about 72%. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, LCALD is going to take a quick little break here. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. It's been 6 minutes to the Euro close, so keep that in mind. Stay tuned for that. You're starting to see a move here in the 6 minute span, but you'll probably see another move here in maybe 10 minutes. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the show. I hope you're enjoying the time with LCALD.
Yeah, else, yeah, cause I believe in God, and stick to the truth. I cannot lie, the day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold on, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. Wait, I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back. I got it in April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way to noon. Then send her back with you. She in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang. I made the bedroom boom. Damn. Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never snitch. I don't give a fuck. What they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Still like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. in Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned through. I'm turned through. What's up, bruh? What's up? These niggas lame. I don't fucking play. If I ain't telling you. Hey, who? I don't know. You? Who the fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming bitch, I'm going out. And in the swamps, in the gator's mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. No. I said, I don't give a fuck now. No way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she gonna sue. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. O.D.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, LCAOD is back. After the break, we still got the indices in the green. The Dow still witching and still flipping red to green. The Dow still flipping from red to green. You got the NASDAQ up about 2.5%. And you have the S&P 500 up at about 70% still after the break. Yeah. Breaking news: Marion, whatever y'all out there calling it, got a cousin though. They got a cousin variant now. They just said it's called the stealth variant. You guys might want to go look that up and see if that's real. But it's a new variant out called the stealth variant. So COVID ain't going away, you guys. You got more variants and more strains coming out. It's starting to treat it like marijuana with all the strains. But I mean, for real though, it's just more and more coming out. So I would keep an eye on the vaccine stocks today, like BioNTech, Moderna, Novavax, J&J, Johnson & Johnson, excuse me. Yeah, just keep an eye on them stocks, just for like a pop to the upside, maybe a sell off or something. Who knows? Because with new variants that's coming out, I know more money have to go into the health sector to help the world figure whatever it is, whatever that the stealth means, whatever that variant is. So I would keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But the market is overall chilling now. Still we are about almost 15 minutes into Euro close. Market is just chilling out, man. It popped earlier this morning. It actually, the market went up for 2 hours. So if you didn't catch that rally right there, that bull run, don't fear missing out. I would say, there's still always going to be an opportunity. I mean, you have a chance now to do something if you wanted to. You could wait to the end of the day. You can wait till tomorrow. You can wait till next week. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. It's about when you start. But make sure you start as soon as possible. Don't keep letting these numbers tick and time go by. Don't be like me. Ladies and gentlemen, if I was doing this way back then, and everybody's going to say this, if you was doing this when you were younger, you would be a million, billion, trillionaire right now. We all know that. It's facts. But it's about when you start. So if you start right now, you can still be that million, billion, trillionaire in the near future. In the near future, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, stocks chilling out though, man. They're staying above VWAP though. The index funds are staying above VWAP. We got the SPA staying above VWAP today. They're actually just chilling out at 445, and that's a good level to chill at because, like I said, if you were tuned in with me last week when Powell did the Fed statement, They popped at 444 and sold off to 426, and now we're right back up here at 445. So we're $1 above where the all drama and commotion started anyway, really. So yeah, that's really good, man. Nvidia has a lot of volume. Has a lot of volume today. If you're doing, if you're trading, you know it's a must that Nvidia break 240 today. It's a must. It's so much volume right there. It doesn't even make sense now. And that volume's only going to get higher before the end of the day. So keep that in mind too, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you'll either see Nvidia pop above 240, or they'll give this 4% up. They'll give it right back. Trust me, I've seen it happen, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, but as of right now, stocks chilling out in the air. That's a good thing. Can't really complain with that. It's been 15 minutes to the euro. Do some jumping jacks, do some push-ups. Drink some water, drink some milk, drink some soda. Go for a walk, check the mail, crank your car, ride a bike, do something. Just get up and move. Get away from the screen. Look away from your phone really quick. Just take a break. Give your eyes a break. I mean, you've been staring at the screen for 2 hours straight, I'm sure. And if not, if you're just tuning in, then I suggest you make a decision on what you want to do here as far as the day, because we are already about to be 3 hours into the market opening. The market has officially been open for almost 3 hours now. So hopefully you guys made some money out there today. Hope you guys booked some profit. I know my company did. Shout out to that. I think that deserves a horn.
This is a Queens-bound C local train. The next stop is Franklin Avenue.
And that is LCLD's next stop. But until then, let me get a... Yeah, so like I said, man, hopefully you guys booked some profit this morning off that rally. That was a huge rally this morning. Huge rally this morning. But ever since then, though, they've been chilling out here. So maybe people are still holding, or maybe they're just trying to decide their next move because we are into the euro close. But we do see the SPY hanging out up here at the top here. Really good. Oh yeah, let me show you guys over the weekend the investor sentiment survey. So that comes out like every week. After each week, like it lets you know where we are in the market, like where we stand in the market, like in the overall market, bearish, bullish, neutral. So coming out over the weekend, what direction do AA members feel the stock market will be in the next 6 months? And the AA investors, they have been investing since 1987, so they obviously know what they're doing. They're professionals. The segment that's not good though. You guys, I really honestly, since I've been doing this for a while now, I haven't seen this in a while. I would say I haven't seen 52.9% bearish in a while. So for the overall market segment being that much bearish, it's really not a good sign. But you still got 23.9% people are neutral, meaning like their cash is still available. It's in their buying power. They haven't took the cash off the sidelines yet. And then you still got an overall 23.1% bullish. So you still got some people out there buying the dip and holding on to the upside. Hopefully it can get there and holding on to the call side. But overall right now, mostly people are bearish on this market right now, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys want to pay attention to that. I mean, a lot of the times, when it turns out like this, the bears end up wrong, and you'll see this percentage switch back to the neutral side, maybe even flip to the bullish side. But I think it'll take a while for the bullish segment to get up that high. But yeah, as of right now, yeah, it is. The segment definitely is about 52.9% bearish. So the overall market, ladies and gentlemen, people think it's bearish right now. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on that. I wouldn't go with the overall market here saying that it's bearish, because if it flips, then you're going to be mad with that 52% there. So me, LCLD, this company, we like to stay neutral right here in this gray area, because we know how this market likes to play both sides. So we do as well. But I just wanted to give you guys an update on that. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we do got earnings coming out this week. Let me get back to that. I had posted this earlier. I showed you guys earlier. I want to show you guys again here before I take a quick break. But like I said, nothing really major today. Nothing really too major today. Majority of your good earnings is going to come out about Tuesday before the bell. You got Exxon Mobil, UPS. Tuesday after hours, you got AMD. You got PayPal. You got Google. You got General Motors. Biden seems to love them for some reason. He loves them more than Tesla. It's a beef right there. But yeah, we got Starbucks. We got Gildan. We got EA Sports. It's in the game. Electronic Arts. Excuse me. We got Match Group. That's a dating website. That's like a dating app. Match Group. I will key into them. These are actually all good earnings, good companies right here. We got MicroStrategy, Abivai, you got Meta, Qualcomm, Spotify, T-Mobile, Align. So Nokia, Merck, Pinterest, Snap4, Amazon. It's a big week this week, you guys. Big week. Another busy week, as the past 2 weeks have been. The SPY just officially broke out another dollar, you guys, and you see stocks moving with that. The videos right here just made a pop at 238.76, but I definitely just saw the SPY. If you zoom in right here, the SPY just broke out to a new high of the day. We haven't seen this high on the SPY in a while, so the SPY is now definitely at 446.31. That's a new high on the SPY. The triple Qs just broke out too as well. You got the VIX selling off more, so that's good. That's good. I'm seeing a late reaction here with certain stocks, but certain stocks are starting to pick up their gains here. You got Amazon ripping. Good Lord, Jesus Christ, they're up almost $100. This is definitely a pre-earnings run up. You can honestly say Amazon was way oversold. They're probably going to fight back to that 3,000 level. They're up 3.3%. Jesus Christ, Amazon is ripping, you guys. I would keep an eye on them. They got earnings this week. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a market mover right here. Boy, I would be definitely saying right now that they are moving the market right here. They're moving this. What's happening now? They're moving it now. So that's really good. That is really great there. Let's see, more stocks on the move here. We got stocks on the move here. So yeah, gonna have to be paying attention on your own right now, because I need to switch up some charts, because we got stocks on the move. We got Netflix. They're about $33 now. They're at 417. We testing that out. Microsoft picked back up here. They sold off, but then now they're going right back up here. It looks like they want to hold that 310 level comfortably today. That's really good. You got, let's see what else is moving on the high right there, because that was a big pop on the SPY. Let's see, you got Roku on the high. Roku just gapped up a little bit. Roku's up about $11. So yeah, the overall market is green, ladies and gentlemen. We're picking up more and more greens. More and more greens here. The Nasdaq's up by 2.40%. The S&P 500 is up 1%, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow is up 33%. So now we have the market in official green territory. That is very good. That is what you want to see. Nvidia just popped another dollar. They're at 239, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're seeing some action kick off. This is part of the Euro close. It's been about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and now you're starting to see some movements here to the upside after that close. Netflix is still going, you guys. You got Moderna moving now. Everything's moving now. This is what you really want to see out of a market here. This is a great rebound right here. Y'all don't think you can get a better rebound than this, and it's only been 2 days, so y'all keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. The sell-off was about what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? But look, it's only been 2 days green, and look how much ground they have retraced in 2 days. So as they like to say, it's an elevator down, and they say it's a stair. The stairs on the way up, and that's what I'm starting to see here. And sometimes it's even elevator up and stairs down. It just depends on the volatility. So yeah, I'm definitely seeing that action take place now. We got the SPY still chilling out at this high of the day, 446. 446.72 is the new high of the day on the SPY, so that's really good. We're $2 past that statement, so I'm starting to see a recovery here, you guys. We're $2 past that statement, meaning we're not still quite out the woods, but we definitely are turning back slightly bullish, because I would say the way it sold off just to come back now, we're up $3. Yeah, it means they're interpreting the statement more bullish, and the rate hikes more bullish. And if you look at the history, I think people just start to do their research. They know that the rate hikes really caused the market to always go bullish. If you look at the history in the past 10, 20 years in the stock market, every time there's rate hikes, the market goes up. I think there's been like one time, I think that was in 08, the market crashed when the rate hikes raised. But other than that, like past 10, 15 years, every time the rates get hiked, the market turns bullish, and we're seeing that pattern right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing stocks pick back up. I'm going to pull the video back up because I think that still got a key level right there at the 240, and that was a shit ton of volume right there. And I'm starting to see the video break out now. They just tagged 240, Jesus Christ. They just touched it, 240.15. So now they're at that point, ladies and gentlemen. Now the video can retrace its levels. It's ground game back at 245 here. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that is a goal here. I know for a fact. I got some people in my Discord channeling that. I got some members other places as well channeling that move for 245. So if they can catch that ground game right there at 245, I think the video will stay solid to the upside there from this point on. Don't know if it's going to happen. We're just going to keep watching. Enjoying the show. They definitely just tagged 240 though and got away from it. So let's just see what they do right here. We do have the spot still on the high. The indices are all green too now, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep that in mind. And with that being said, about 3 minutes to 12 o'clock. So we're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are enjoying the show, but keep in mind, the market did just pop to the upside after Euro close. So, hey, keep it small, keep it simple. Don't panic. Don't fear of missing out. Watch and learn something. Watch and learn something. If you feel like you need to get in there, get in there. If you feel like you need to wait, wait.
Yeah.
But I'll be right back.
It's Leonard P. Fuck all these hating ass niggas out here, man. You gotta think, if they hating, you doing something right. So keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. Good job. You wanna keep them hating.
DJ Goldie.
Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but the more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought? I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hung, left by yourself. You ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Brother I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line, stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line, stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't opping or getting out of line, stacking up money and leaving it behind. Cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12 o'clock. It is 12 o'clock. It is 12 o'clock. We got about 30 minutes until Wall Street lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. And also, let cash accumulate over days lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Today, let cash accumulate over days lunch break will be for about 30 minutes, between an hour as usual. If I'm running late, I shouldn't be today, so I'm not even gonna tell y'all I'm gonna be running late. There's nothing I have to do outside of my lunch break hour or 30 minutes that I can't do. So, I mean, yeah, I'm just letting you guys know it is Wall Street lunch break in about 30 minutes, and West Coast will officially be trading as well too with the entire world. So keep that in mind. We do see the indices overall all green now. We see stocks have picked up higher greens. Certain stocks have picked up higher greens here. We got Moderna big pop right here to the upside. I told you guys there's a new variant of COVID is out. It's called the Stealth. This is breaking news. It just came out. So, like I said, they're hitting us with these new strains like marijuana nowadays. It's crazy of COVID. So, but yeah, I think that's causing a movement to the upside there on Moderna. Moderna ain't seen an upside in a while. They've been getting sold off the past month. Hell, maybe even the past 3 months. If you really sick, we can even say the past 6 months, man. They just been getting sold off. They were at about $4.95. Now we're sitting down here at their lows. They even tagged 138 for their actual bottom right now. So they're at 165, 168. So it was definitely time for a bounce in the health sector there. Let's check on Pfizer and see what they're doing. Pfizer, not too much. They're actually chilling out today. Maybe they haven't got the news yet with that new stealth variant. They're trying to say it's a cousin of a Micron or a Marcron or a Marion, whatever y'all calling it. I don't know, but they're saying it's a cousin of that. So that's not good, ladies and gentlemen. That's not good. Hopefully, it's not as worse as the original one. But yeah. We do see the SPY did top out at 446.80. It looks like they're curving right here at 446.40 now. You see the same reaction in the T-triple-Qs and the triple Qs. The VIX is still holding it to the downside, so that's good, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually what you want to see there. You do not want to see the VIX in the air. You don't want to see the VIX up. I mean, the market will be in trouble. So the VIX is actually finally starting to chill out, which is good. You got Square. They just popped to the upside, 120. It looks like they tagged it, and now they're chilling out right here. So yeah, there's one stock I wanted to check. Oh, they got me, son of a trick. So look, Coinbase is on the high, you guys. Coinbase was just at 191. Looking at Coinbase, they opened up this morning around like 175, and they have popped. So Coinbase is up about $12, 7%. So you do see stocks definitely in the green today. A bunch of stocks. AMD was still going from earlier. It looks like they topped out at about 112.77, and they're still on the high. So that's really good as well. You got some industrial stocks, Applied Materials on the high. Looks like they popped about $4. So that's good for them. So yeah, you do see stocks on the move. You do see a lot of green here with the stocks on the move, and that's also good as well. You do have all the indices in the green. You got the Dow up about 30%. The S&P 500 is only about 1% still. The Nasdaq's up about 2.40%. So the Nasdaq is definitely leading the way here today, and that is really good. So stocks are higher to start the week right now. As of right now, it's been 3 hours, and so I feel like you can officially say stocks are higher to start the week. Now, can we have a reversal? Yes, that still can happen. Will the market go higher? Yes, that can happen. But as of right now, nobody knows because it's only 12 o'clock. So, yeah, I would say maybe it's a possibility the spot can hit 450 today, but I would really say by the end of the week, more so guaranteed. And if it hit this low, I would say it's gonna break below 443 right at VWAP, this yellow line here. Now we do got some meme stocks on the move too. Now GameStop is on the high. They at 108. Now I told you guys earlier about GameStop. Now these fuckers can really move. You think it's a joke? You think it's a game? You think it's a laughable stock, but the moment you do that, you feel like it's a laughable stock. They're up another $50, and then it's like, damn, is that funny now? That's not funny anymore, right? It's like now you want to be a part of something. So the apes are beating on their chest over here at GameStop, and it looks like they're not going anywhere anytime soon. That's really good. You got DraftKings on the high right here. DraftKings is breaking out back to the upside. That's good. That's good. Johnson and Johnson. Let's see what they're doing. They're to the upside. Check with Robinhood. Ooh, Robinhood. Robinhood's up. Robinhood bounced back to the upside. That's good. Let's see. MasterCard. Let's check with Tesla. Tesla's chilling out here. Tesla's chilling out here at their high end levels. Figured that. But like I said, Tesla's was definitely your leader for the day. It's already up 8%, $72. So it's like at this point, it can only probably give you another maybe $30, $40 max, maybe. If not, I think it'll channel back into maybe about 900 might be the floor here. But the simple fact that they're holding above that 900 level, like I told you guys earlier this morning, it says a lot. It's really good for the bulls long term. The gains are gonna hold if you're trading. Let's look at Team. They had earnings last week. Let's see. They're kind of they popped to about 329, so that's good. But now they're right here at 322. So they had earnings last week, so this is post earnings, and it looks like they're still being brought up over there. You got General Motors. They got earnings this week. It looks like they had a huge pop of $2 today. Now they're kind of chilling out right here with the overall market. You still got the indices in the same area. So it's really good, man. It's really good, man. It's really, really good. I'm seeing reversals here. I'm seeing reversals. I'm definitely seeing the market get out of the woods. I would say this would probably be the first time I would say, like, maybe we have escaped the woods, but we're still being chased, ladies and gentlemen. So I wouldn't say we're out of the woods clear as day because we haven't made it to the exit car yet. We haven't made it to the exit car yet. So we're still being chased, ladies and gentlemen, by the bears in the woods. So I wouldn't get too excited out there about being very, very bullish yet, unless we can see the SPY continue to break through these levels. But as of right now, this is a good move though, that they have already created. So you can't even really trip. But yeah, we got some more breaking news coming up later on. We got the Secretary, Jen. She's going to be speaking during a White House briefing in about 1 hour. And after her, we have more breaking news after her. As of right now, we got some global breaking news right now. It's a Chudia. Can't pronounce this guy's name. I don't fucking know, but it says he's delivering remarks as protests against COVID-19 vaccines are starting. So that's breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to pull that up. People are starting to protest. It sounds like against COVID-19. So people are protesting against COVID-19. It's not good. It is not good at all. That is not good at all. So let's pull that up. It looks like we're gonna get live coverage from that. Let's see. It looks like they might be still speaking at the Security Council in Ukraine with the United Nations, but I want to see this breaking news right here. So right here, breaking news. We got breaking news.
It's Seizure SWAT's 10th anniversary, and I'm here to make sure you celebrate.
This is live breaking news, so we're going to be playing this right.
We'll be introducing legislation to ensure we continue providing
It
as
looks
many
like
rapid tests as.
This just started about 10 minutes ago, so let's tune into this, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, we're coming up on Wall Street lunch break at about 12:30 and LCLD lunch break about 12:30 as well. But let's tune in and see what he has to say against the COVID-19 vaccine mandates in Ottawa.
More than ever, we must stay true to our values, to who we are as Canadians. As Canadians, we stand up for what's right.
Okay, so this is definitely live in Canada right now, breaking news.
That's how we've gotten through this so far. That's how we'll continue to get through this. That's how we remain true to who we are. Merci, mes amis.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now start the question period for 20 minutes, starting with the phone today. Opératrice, c'est à vous.
Thank you, merci. Please press star 1 at this time if you have a question. S'il vous plaît, appuyez sur l'étoile 1 maintenant pour poser une question. The first question is from Mia Rodson, the Canadian Press. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm wondering, a lot of the leaders or organizers of this convoy have asked to meet or at least hear from you about what's happening and their demands. Have you or will you or anyone from your government meet with them or negotiate with them in any way?
My focus is standing with Canadians and getting through this pandemic. The way to get through this pandemic is to continue making the challenging choices and sacrifices as citizens, as individuals, as communities, to keep each other safe, to trust science, to trust facts, to continue being there for each other. That is my focus. That is what I will stay focused on.
Can you explain the reason why you won't participate or meet with them? And you've attended rallies on the Hill in the past, including during the Black Lives Matter protest and others. Is there a reason that you can give as for why you will not discuss or have any negotiations with this particular group?
I have attended protests and rallies in the past when I agreed with the goals, when I supported the people expressing their concerns and their issues. Black Lives Matter is an excellent example of that. But I have also chosen to not go anywhere near protests that have expressed hateful rhetoric, violence towards fellow citizens, and a disrespect not just of science, but of the frontline health workers and, quite frankly, the 90% of truckers who have been doing the right thing to keep Canadians safe, to put food on our tables. Canadians know where I stand. This is a moment for responsible leaders to think carefully about where they stand and who they stand with.
Opératrice, prochaine question.
Next question.
Thank you. Merci. La prochaine question est de Laurence Martin,
The next question is
Radio-Canada.
from
La parole
Laurence
est à vous.
Martin from Radio-Canada.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Je me demandais comment
Yes,
est-ce que
good
vous allez
morning, Mr.
faire
Trudeau.
pour apaiser la grogne
What are you going
exprimée
to
dans les
do
derniers
to
jours à Ottawa? Je
appease
comprends qu'il y a
some
des
of the
éléments
backlash that we've
extrémistes
seen in
dans le
Ottawa in
mouvement, mais il y a
recent
aussi beaucoup de gens qui
days?
ne le sont pas, qui étaient
You've
à
said that some
Ottawa.
people
Qu'est-ce
have
que vous allez
been
faire
violent
pour
and
apaiser
aggressive,
leur
but
colère?
many people have
Tout
not. So what are
d'abord,
you going
je
to do
pense
to
que
appease their anger?
tout le monde à travers le pays, qu'il
Answer.
soit ici à Ottawa ou non,
First of all,
est
I think that
frustré.
everyone across the country,
Tout le monde a de la
in
grogne, tout le
Ottawa
monde
or
est tanné
elsewhere,
de cette
is
pandémie.
frustrated.
Tout le monde est
Everyone is
épuisé,
sick
tout le
of
monde
this
veut que ça en
pandemic.
finisse.
Everyone is tired. Everyone wants
Tout
to
le
be
monde
done with
voudrait
it.
bien qu'on puisse dire « OK, c'est fini »
Everyone would
puis qu'on
love to be
retourne
able to say,
à
okay, it's
ce qu'on
over,
voudrait faire.
and move on.
Mais la vaste
But
majorité
the
des
vast
Canadiens
majority of Canadians
savent que c'est pas en rouspétant
know
qu'on va finir
that
cette pandémie,
that's not how we can end
c'est en
this
se faisant
pandemic.
vacciner.
The way out of this
C'est
pandemic
en
is getting
écoutant
vaccinated.
les meilleurs conseils de santé publique.
It's listening to public health
Et
advice.
la meilleure façon qu'on va pouvoir passer à travers,
And the best
la
way
meilleure façon qu'on va pouvoir continuer d'être
to
là
get
les
out
uns
of
pour
this
les autres, c'est
pandemic and to
justement
continue to be there for each
en
other
démontrant qu'on comprend
is to
l'importance
show that we
de
understand
suivre la
the
science,
importance of
les faits,
following science,
les experts en
facts,
santé,
and health
les
experts.
experts en santé publique. C'est comme ça qu'on va sortir de cette pandémie.
That's how we'll get out of this pandemic.
Et c'est sur ça que je vais me concentrer.
And that's what I'm going to focus on. A follow-up question?
Certains vous accusent d'avoir politisé
Some
la
people have
question de la
accused you of
vaccination
politicizing
obligatoire
the question
durant la
of
campagne
mandatory
électorale. Qu'est-ce que vous
vaccination
répondez à
during
ceux qui
the
disent
election
que porter
campaign.
une partie de
What
la
would you say to
responsabilité
those
pour
who
la
say
grogne
that
qu'on
you
voit
share
s'exprimer à
part of
Ottawa
the
depuis quelques jours?
responsibility for the anger that we've
Les
seen over this
Canadiens
issue?
ont
Answer.
choisi de se faire vacciner
Canadians
à un taux plus
chose to
élevé
get vaccinated,
que presque
and they
n'importe
did
quel
so at a
autre
higher
pays
rate than in
dans le
almost
monde.
any other country in the world.
On a vu à chaque étape
At every
les
step,
Canadiens choisir
we have
d'être là
seen
les uns pour
Canadians
les autres.
choosing to be there for each
En
other.
plus d'avoir un taux de vaccination plus élevé que beaucoup
Not
de
only
nos
do we
pays
have a higher
pairs,
vaccination rate than many of our peer
on a
countries,
aussi pu protéger et notre système de santé
we've also been able
et
to protect
nos
our
aînés
healthcare system
et
and our seniors,
voir rebondir notre économie de la
and
bonne
we've been
façon.
able to get our economy
Je
going
comprends qu'il y a
in the right
certaines
way.
personnes qui choisissent de rejeter la science,
I understand that there are
qui
some
choisissent
people
de
who choose to
rejeter
reject science,
l'entraide
who
et le
choose to
service et le
reject
sacrifice que font la
the
vaste
sacrifice
majorité des
that might be
Canadiens.
required to
Mais
help
c'est leur
our fellow
choix.
citizens.
Mon choix,
But
c'est de
that's their
continuer
choice.
d'être là
My choice
pour les
is to
90%
continue to be
des
there for the
Canadiens
90% of
qui, oui,
Canadians
sont tannés,
who are fed up with
mais
this
qui savent
pandemic,
que la
but
façon qu'on
who
va passer à
know that the
travers,
way out of it
c'est en restant solidaires, en se
is
respectant les uns les
by
autres
standing in solidarity with each
et en
other,
suivant
showing
les
respect for each
consignes
other,
de
and
santé.
following public health advice.
Operator, next question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from Tom Perry from CBC News. Please go ahead.
Hi, Prime Minister. Thanks for taking our questions. Supporters of this movement will say that it's a small minority of people in this protest who are causing trouble. So is it fair to focus in on the obviously terrible behavior of some and paint all protesters with that brush?
I think, obviously, the right to free expression, the right to assembly, the right to make your displeasure known in a democracy is extraordinarily important and needs to be heeded and respected. But there have been many, many protests over the past years that I've seen, that I've been part of, that I've watched from a distance on Parliament Hill and elsewhere, where people come together angry about a certain thing, wanting something else to change, that don't see the level of hateful rhetoric, of swastikas, of abuse towards their fellow citizens. There's always a right to protest peacefully that I and others will defend fully as part of this democracy. There is not a right to incite violence, to perform acts of violence, or to spew hatred. And I think.
All right, we got about 10 minutes to Wall Street lunch break, you guys. 10 minutes to LCALD lunch break, too, as well. This is the. So they're basically just talking about people protesting in Canada about the COVID-19 vaccine. They're kind of getting tired of it. They all are tired of it. Obviously, we all are tired of it, but they're starting to protest in Canada, so that ain't good. So this guy's right here, he's speaking on that behalf, trying to tell them like, hey, that's not a good idea to be protesting right here. His name is Trudia. Delivers remarks as protests against COVID-19 vaccine mandates continue in Ottawa, and that is in Canada, ladies and gentlemen. So let's listen in some more. This is kind of important. This has an effect on the market. Let's tune in, listen in. Like I said, you got about 10 minutes to Wall Street lunch break and LCALD lunch break as well.
Operator, next question.
Thank you. Merci. La prochaine question de Boris Proulx, Le Devoir.
Next
La
question
parole
is
est à vous.
from Le Devoir.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Est-ce que vous faire quelconque concession aux camionneurs?
Do you intend to make any concessions to these truckers?
Les défis auxquels on est en train de faire face dans
The
nos chaînes
challenges that we're
d'approvisionnement
facing in terms of supply
sont pas
chains
dus aux politiques
are
de
not
vaccination,
due to
mais sont
vaccination
dus
policies.
à la COVID-19.
They're due to
La
COVID-19.
meilleure façon de passer à travers ces
The
moments
best way
difficiles pour les
to get
camionneurs,
through this
pour
difficult
tous les
time
Canadiens,
for truckers and for all
c'est en
Canadians
continuant de respecter les
is to
consignes de santé
continue,
publique.
or in some cases, our democratic principles. Follow-up
Merci. En
question?
suivi, des
Yes.
manifestants disaient que le Canada était à l'origine de
The protesters are saying
la vaccination obligatoire
that
de leur
Canada was at
Pouvez-vous nous dire si
the
vous avez
root.
fait pression
Canada
sur
had
l'administration
pressured
Biden
the
pour
Biden
qu'ils fassent la même
administration
chose
to
au Canada?
implement
Depuis les
vaccination
débuts,
mandates for truckers
on
on
m'a
their
souvent
side as well.
posé des
Can
questions
you tell us if that's the
sur
case?
l'alignement ou le
Answer.
non-alignement entre nos politiques ici au
From the beginning of
Canada
the pandemic, I've
par rapport aux
answered a lot of
frontières
questions
avec
about
les Américains.
whether our
Il y a eu des
policies were
choses sur lesquelles
aligned
on
with
s'est aligné,
the
on s'est très bien
Americans or
travaillé. Il y a eu
not.
d'autres choses
Now, there are
sur
some
lesquelles on
situations
est
where we
moins
were very
alignés,
well
mais à
aligned with the
chaque
US
fois,
and we worked very closely
je
together. And in
démontrais
other
et
cases,
j'insistais
that was less
que chaque
so.
pays peut
But I
et
have
doit
always
faire ses
insisted
propres
that each
décisions par
country
rapport
had
à
to
sa
make its own
sécurité publique, mais
decisions
évidemment,
in terms of
puisque
protecting
nous
its own security.
suivons la même science
But obviously,
et
since
les mêmes genres de conseils
the US
d'experts, ça doit
administration
pas
and
être
our government are
surprenant
following the
que les
same
mêmes
scientific advice,
principes sont en
it
jeu
shouldn't be a surprise
quand on amène des
that
mesures pour
the
protéger les
same
citoyens.
types of policies are in place to protect Operator, next citizens. question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question from Tanda McCharles, Toronto Star. Please go ahead.
Yes, Prime Minister, you said that Aaron O'Toole has to think carefully, but he did meet with some truckers on Friday. Do you think that was an inappropriate gesture of support to truckers? Or specifically about anyone else in terms of his caucus? And can you speak to McInerney's participation?
As part of our job as politicians, every single day, we make decisions about who to meet with, who to respond to, how to respond to them, who to engage with, how not just our engagements, but our example impacts on public discourse. If we choose to put up with and tacitly support conspiracy theorists and folks peddling disinformation, that's a reflection on what we choose to do as politicians and who we are as leaders. Obviously, I'm going to trust in Canadians' understanding of the kind of responsible leadership that is needed right now. And I'm sure Canadians are watching what all politicians are doing right now and remembering who is choosing to stand up for what and for whom, and what choices they are making as leaders. I think through this pandemic, Canadians have seen and have a right to expect responsible leadership. And unfortunately, that's not what we've always seen from the likes of Aaron O'Toole or even more, Maxime Bernier.
Following up.
You outlined today. What do you want to see the security forces on Parliament Hill and in downtown Ottawa do about the situation?
Well, first of all, I'd like to make sure that people are safe, first and foremost, that small businesses, restaurants in Ottawa can get back to work, that citizens can go to their jobs, that parliamentarians can continue to do the important work of serving Canadians, of upholding our democracy. Yes, there is a right to protest. There is a right to make your voices heard loudly and clearly. There is not a right to shut down our democracy, our democratic processes. There is not a right to abuse, intimidate, and harass your fellow citizens who are trying to go about their business, trying to live their lives, and not necessarily in agreement with what you are doing.
Opératrice, prochaine question.
Thank you. Merci. La prochaine question, Raphaël Pirot.
The next question is from Raphaël Pirot.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Je voulais
Yes,
savoir,
good afternoon, Mr. Trudeau.
donc, le ministre des Transports avait dit récemment
The Minister
quoi,
of Transport
avec,
recently said
il l'avait pas dit clairement, mais peut-être aller de l'avant
that he
avec
wanted
l'obligation
to
vaccinale
perhaps
pour les
move forward
camionneurs
with a vaccination mandate
frontières. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose
for
que votre gouvernement,
truckers traveling
quel
across the
votre
border.
gouvernement pense encore?
Is that something that your
Comme
government
vous
is
savez,
considering?
très clair sur le besoin de
As
du
you
plus grand
know,
nombre possible de gens de se
we've
faire
been
vacciner.
very
On a
clear
amené
that we need as
des
many
mandats
people
de
as possible
vaccination
to get
pour la
vaccinated.
fonction publique fédérale.
We've brought in
On
vaccine
a amené des
mandates
mandats de
for
vaccination
federal
pour
public
ceux qui
servants,
veulent voyager à bord d'un
for
avion,
those who
d'un
want to
train.
travel
Nous
by
allons
airplane
continuer
or by train,
d'encourager les
and we
gens
will
de se
continue to
faire
encourage
vacciner.
people
Pour
to get
l'instant,
vaccinated.
les mandats pour les camionneurs s'appliquent à la
For the
frontière
moment,
canado-américaine.
the mandate for trucker only applies to the U.S.-Canada border.
Et donc, mais je voulais savoir, est-ce que
Follow-up
c'est quelque chose
question.
qui est encore sur la table?
Is this something that's still on the
Et si c'est
table?
encore sur la table, pensez-vous que ça risque de jeter
And
de l'huile
if
sur
it
le feu?
is, do you not think that this
Je
might
ne veux
add fuel
pas
to the flame?
aller trop loin dans des hypothétiques. On
Answer.
est en train de regarder,
I don't want to
d'amener
speculate
des
here.
mesures concrètes
We are bringing
qui vont
forward
continuer de
concrete
protéger
measures
les
that
Canadiens.
will protect
Et quand on
Canadians.
pense que les camionneurs sont à
And when you
presque
consider that nearly
90%
90% of
déjà
truckers are
vaccinés,
already
on
vaccinated,
sait que même sans avoir
we know that
des mandats
even
supplémentaires,
without
mandats
additional
domestiques,
mandates,
les gens sont en train de faire la
domestic
bonne chose.
mandates,
Mais comme vous
most people are
savez,
doing the right thing.
depuis 2 ans, on a vu énormément de
But
mesures
as you
et
know, over the
de
last 2
choses qu'on a dû
years,
faire auxquelles
we've
on
had to
n'aurait pas pu
do a
s'imaginer
lot of
il y a
things that
3-4
we
ans.
never would have
On va
imagined
continuer de
necessary
suivre la
3 or 4
science,
years
on va
ago.
continuer de faire tout ce
We
qui est
will
nécessaire pour
continue
garder les
to
gens
follow the
en
scientific
santé, en
advice and to do
sécurité.
everything that we
On
need
va se concentrer
to
sur
keep
les
people
mesures
safe
qu'on
and
est en train de
healthy.
faire
But
maintenant
we're going to focus
et
on
pas
those measures that we're working
amener
on now,
des théories hypothétiques
rather
sur les
than
prochaines étapes
speculating
qui
about
pourraient être
possible
nécessaires
next
ou
steps
peut-être pas.
that may be possible in the future or may Operator, next not be. question. Operator, next question.
Thank you. Merci. Next question, Marika Walsh, The Globe and Mail. Please go ahead. Question, Marika Walsh, The Globe and Mail. Please go ahead.
Hi, Prime.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 1 minute till Wall Street lunch break here. They're still chopping it up about that. I do see stocks still hanging out in the air. I'm starting to see a slight bit of selling, but it's not much. It's only selling about a cent. We got the SPY still in the air here at 446. 446.97 is their new high today. So if you see the SPY get above that, we'll see more gains start to pick up here. I think the stocks now, they want a little bit more space away from this area here because we know things can reverse here. So I think the stocks overall, they're just trying to figure out if it's okay for them to go higher here because like I said, we saw it off from this area during the Fed statement. So just keep in mind where we're at right now, and just trying to pay attention to where we're at. And like I said, at this point, stocks can either break out to higher highs, or I ain't gonna say new highs because all-time highs you zoom all the way out. It's gonna be like that would be new highs, but I would say stocks can break out to higher highs of the day. Excuse me. So either that's gonna happen, or you'll see them sell right back to their VWAP area. But as of right now, it looks like we might have a case of higher highs today. The stocks just kind of chilling out in the air. The indices are too as well. We got the indices. The Dow's out now up about 37%. The Nasdaq's up about 2.25%, and the S&P 500 is up about 1.5%. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna tune back into this right here. But as of right now, it's Wall Street lunch break. When this go off, LCAOD will take its lunch break as well. But as of right now, Wall Street is on lunch. It's 12:30. You guys, let's tune in back with Chudia. And then, like I said, when this go off, LCLD will take a lunch break, and I'll just play music until I come back from my lunch. But yeah, at 1 o'clock, we got the Secretary Jen speaking live at the White House at 1 o'clock.
Some researchers are doing, the people at Health Canada, the people working on these vaccines all around the world, is the work that will get us through this, get us back to the things we love.
Operator, last question.
Thank you. Merci. Donc, la dernière question, Michel Savard, la presse canadienne. La
Final
parole est à
question
vous.
from la presse canadienne.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau.
Yes.
Avez-vous retenu
Hello,
un
Mr. Trudeau.
quelconque message de ces 3 journées de manifestations
What
historiques
message
sur
have
la
you taken
colline du
away
Parlement
from
et
this
envisagez-vous
3-day
une quelconque
historic
façon
protest on the Hill?
d'ajuster votre politique?
And have
Je
you
pense
taken
que
away
ce
anything that
qu'on a
would
vu, c'est que oui, il y a
lead
des
you to
gens
change your position on
qui
anything?
hésitent encore à se faire
Answer.
vacciner, mais aussi dans le message
Are
de
against the hateful
liberté,
messages
de
that we've
choix.
seen.
Les Canadiens sont en train de dire, moi, ma liberté, c'est la liberté de retourner à des
The
choses que
protesters
je
are
voulais
talking
faire
about
avant, et la
freedom.
façon d'assumer cette
Well,
liberté, c'est de se
Canadians
faire vacciner.
know that
Moi, mon choix,
freedom means getting
c'est
back
d'être
to
là
the
les
things
uns
that they
pour les
used
autres,
to
parce que c'est
enjoy,
comme ça
and the way to be able
qu'on
to
a
do that
créé
is to
ce
get
pays.
vaccinated.
C'est en étant là les uns pour les autres
The way that
qu'on
we built this
définit
country was
ce
by
que c'est
being there
d'être
for each
Canadien.
other. That's what defines
Alors, en
what
même
being
temps qu'une
Canadian is.
petite minorité marginalisée est en train de
While this
rouspéter,
fringe
de
minority
manifester,
is
la
protesting,
vaste majorité des
the
Canadiens
vast majority of
sont en train de
Canadians
dire, ben voyons donc,
are thinking,
c'est en
come
continuant
on,
d'être là les uns pour les autres qu'on va passer à travers. On est tous
it's
d'accord.
by continuing to be there for each other that we
On
will
veut en
get through
finir
this
avec cette
pandemic.
pandémie.
We all want to be done with this pandemic.
Mais la grande majorité des Canadiens
But the vast majority of
savent très
Canadians
bien que la
know
façon
very
qu'on va
well
en finir,
that the way out
c'est pas en manifestant
is
contre la
not
pandémie,
protesting the pandemic,
c'est en se faisant vacciner.
it's getting vaccinated.
Following up.
Les abords du Parlement, M. Trudeau, les abords du Parlement sont-ils sécuritaires et les policiers devraient-ils
Is the parliamentary
évacuer le secteur?
precinct safe? And
J'ai
do we
énormément
need more
confiance
police
dans
presence?
nos services
Answer.
de sécurité publique
I have
qui
enormous
font un
faith
travail
in
remarquable
our
dans des situations
public
extrêmement
safety,
difficiles. Je veux remercier
our law
la
enforcement.
police d'Ottawa,
I want
la
to thank
GRC,
the Ottawa
le service de
Police, the
protection
RCMP, the
parlementaire
Parliamentary
et
Protective
tous
Services,
ceux qui ont
and
travaillé
everyone
avec
who
acharnement
has
cette fin de semaine
worked
pour
so
s'assurer
hard this weekend
de minimiser
to
les
ensure
dégâts
that any
et l'harcèlement et
damage,
l'intimidation des citoyens
harassment, and
qu'on a vu
intimidation
à
would
Ottawa.
be limited in
C'est
Ottawa.
pas fini, mais ils vont continuer de faire leur job.
Of course,
Et
things are not
je
over
sais que les
yet, but these
Canadiens à
people will
travers
continue
le
to do
pays
their work, and I
peuvent
know
avoir
that Canadians
confiance
across the country
dans ceux qui choisissent
can
de servir
trust that
le
these
bien du
people
public.
will serve the public good.
Operator, would it be possible to put Marika Walsh on the line? She didn't get her follow-up.
Perfect. Thank you. And we don't have Marika Walsh in the queue anymore. I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is what ends today's press conference.
Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I'm gonna take my lunch break, and like I said, I'm gonna just let the music play. I'm gonna give you guys an update on the indices before I do take my lunch break. When I come back from my lunch break, we'll be listening live to the Secretary Jen at the White House. She got some more information she needs to get out to us. We're going to tune into that. But you got the indices now. The Dow's up about 25%. The S&P 500 is up about 95%, and the Nasdaq is up about 2.15%, ladies and gentlemen. So the indices are in the green. We got the SPY right here at 446 chilling out. As long as the SPY stay above VWAP at this point, I think stocks are fine. The VIX is kind of selling off here. The VIX is still coming down. So that's always a good sign.
8,000.
And yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Let me check with this. I don't think this is okay. That was the stream from earlier. This is not live. That's the United Nations Security Council meeting. That's over with. So yeah, the next thing is, like I said, the Secretary Jen. She's speaking live at the White House at 1 p.m. LCLD is going to take lunch break right now with Wall Street. Wall Street is officially on lunch break. So I'm going to keep the charts up. You guys stay tuned in to what's going on, and I'll be back shortly. Probably I'll be back maybe at 1 o'clock today. No promises, but the longest I'll take my lunch break is about 1:30, if needed, if that. But I should be back about 1 p.m. today. So hope you guys enjoying this live stream with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. And I'm going to lunch. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I show her my business life. And she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really noticed we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Feeling switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy, sweet life flies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta co-sign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
suspect. Them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. Still they acting fake because they fed when they was hungry. Well, niggas might feel good on them, we can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect. Them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. Well, still they acting fake because they fed when they was hungry. Well, niggas might feel good on them, we can stand on their own. I ain't no little boy, I'm grown. I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. You talk too much. I'm standing. Stay off my lawn. That shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up. I'm on. I'm up on. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You know the blocking, baby, by bars. I'm selling goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. They taking trips and state to find a fair land. Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These girls might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See when they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, niggas my family good, and we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See when they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, niggas my family good, and we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. Your money short, getting less and less on. They acting fake in public, those signs of error. These bad vibes away, don't be a hummer. Sleep this and get your ass put on a stretcher. Something smart, be clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill when your actions so careless. Them niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Them niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See when they acting fake in public, they fed when they was hungry. Well, niggas my family good on that, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See when they acting fake in public, they fed when they was hungry. Well, niggas my family good on that, we can stand on our own.
DJ Goldie.
Everything is mine. Yeah. Whatever I want, it's gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sing kind. Hating on me. Hating on me. I'm litty to the T. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually. On the high route, the high route. I've been here, I was there, so I was here before. Don't tell me no, don't tell me that I'm wrong, don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money, niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money, and niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play her part. Call it auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, Christmas like it farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying. I always fucking started. Every time. I always play varsity. Dropping down. Niggas hating. Being high. D Pluto on the beat. Didn't beat that's cold. My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Eyes and I made it out. $1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas don't think you really tough. 30 took by my lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the thighs. New cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy of the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up, head on my shoulders. I just turned down a little hole. You tripping right about me.
I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out, for real, knock niggas out.
You don't really want pop, money made with the hands. I really take advantage. I really take advantage. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. Serving my pack so strong, flicks knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch your homie hit damn mouse. They ain't hooking trap, then you get trapped. Stop smoking on that shit pack. Curtis Dookie, smell like crap. My pack so strong, you can feel it in your skull cap. I got what you need. Come and get it ASAP. I'll be so high, I'm not coming back. I'll be so strapped like Rambo with a backpack. I made it out the hole just like a halfback. The eyes are in my favor to win like blackjack. Try to take if you want. Get your whole wig split. My niggas ain't playing that. Ain't none of us counterfeit. All of us successful something. That's what make us legit. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
She told me I was numb last night in the jack. It don't feel the same, but I cut the same. Got my mind fucked up. Now I'm switching lanes to the crib, booming everybody should have brains. Cupid. My love like a fucking Uzi. I beat it up, put it in a gun. I'm dangerous, but I fucking need a love. I need it, yeah. Said I need a love. I cannot lose. I bought and I won. Bought me Jimmy Choos. I live like a don. She promised me one. Put it on the sun, yeah. She promised me one. Bought me Jimmy Choos. I live like a don. I cannot lose. I bought and I won. I bought and I won. Bitch.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I cannot lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Baby, I cannot lose you. I cannot lose you. Little mama, Allie who the plays, that's why I fuck with her. And she hold me down. She got her head straight. When she get paid, I get paid. That's just to show that she loves me. Really be popping that bubbly. Really be popping that bubbly. She really just flooded my wrist. Chain on bliss. Water down her wrist. Bad bitch, just she stuck on my hip. Riding through the hood, whipping them whips. You niggas playing, we chasing them chips. Your mama called me the other day. Tell me pull up. I said, girl, that shit is a risk. Out of town, out of state. New pack on the way. Just touchdown on the way. Look, call, say he on the way. We out of here. I'm chasing this cake, chasing this guava. No time for playing. You know I I'm the top shot. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. I'ma call him Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. He got them arrows, cause I don't wanna lose you. I ain't trying to lose you, darling. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Lately I've been acting stupid. Lately I've been maybe I should call Cupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Tell that man to shoot you.
SCALD, man. We back. We back. We are back. That little break right there, that little Wall Street lunch break, 30 minutes. Market kind of picked up right there a little bit. Some stocks picked up a little bit. Just a little bit. Market volatility is the key here now. Your headlines. Market volatility is the headlines. You got Tesla, they just picked up. They just popped up more to the upside, 932. Yeah, we got Press Secretary Jen speaking live here shortly. It said about 1 o'clock, but they never on time. It's the White House. So I would give it about 20 minutes or so. They'll be taking over the screens. So, ladies and gentlemen, though, we do have the spot they did during that lunch break, though. Let's pick up on some numbers here. They did go up at about 447.52. So we see a creep to 450 here. I'm seeing a creep up slow to 450 here. Every time we hit a new number, you're going to see the stocks continue to bounce, but I'm not seeing it hold and go more upside here. I'm just seeing it it's peaking. It's like it was when it was doing the lower low pattern. Now I'm seeing a higher high pattern. So a little small gain, little small wins. That's it. That's it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But the overall market is green, though. People are buying. The economy's buying to, well, at least today, right now. That's what the charts are saying. Stocks advancing, you know, ahead of the earnings influx. And I feel like the economic data, I mean, that's just what's changing the market. That's what's making it really move, but it still has no mind, so you don't know what it's going to move to. That is the key to understand that. And once you understand that, you figure it out, you'll see your life change. It's just that simple. But we are live here with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. And it is 1 o'clock. Man, it's been 4 hours already. 4 hours, and look how much change done happened in 4 hours, you guys. 4 hours. Four hours, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes that's all it takes. We got the opportunity, you know, enter, exit, boom, boom, bada bing, bada boom. Or, you know, if you're swinging out there, you feel me? You got the opportunity to, you know, hold overnight. But most people are just long-term here. And that's why you just see these numbers just ticking uncontrollably and just non-stop when the market's open. And that's what it's about. But yeah, we're waiting on the press secretary, Jen. She got some remarks for us. As always. As always. Let's catch some stocks on the move real quick. You got Netflix. Yeah, they're still going up, you guys. Now they're up about almost $40. So they recovered about 10% of their gains there. That was expected. People should have knew that was coming. It was Netflix. When you stay neutral, you can understand that was going to happen. I feel like you just got to know when to grab these bottoms. When the market is red and the fear is in there, that's when you really got to take the opportunity to think about really just buying it. And even though it doesn't sound right, it don't feel right, but when it reverses and get up right, you're right. So what I want to just let you guys know, stocks on the move. We got Amazon. It looks like they're chilling out. Look like they're chilling out from about $29.79. So yeah, they're only up $86. It was almost up 100 there, so they just chilling. You know, if they could take it there if they wanted to, you know, they're easily right now. But they got earnings this week, so it looks like they're gonna play that game. You got Boeing coming back up. Boeing is coming back up here. 196 it broke. 194. It's been holding pretty well. We have now live press secretary Jen. She is now walking in. We're gonna tune in to her, see what she got to say. Let's key in. Let's key in. So we're gonna key into her, press secretary, press secretary Jen. She's about to walk in any moment now. And we're gonna tune in to see what she gotta say. Like I said, she's a market mover. She's obviously a world leader. Let's just hear what she gotta say. You never know what she might do. Just stay cautious. Pay attention to the charts. And you should be good out there, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all are enjoying the show with LCAOD, Stock Market Live. Let's tune in to Press Secretary Jen.
You also can't stand there, so I'm sorry. We've got COVID rules in effect. Because we've implemented COVID rules for everyone's safety. That's been a rule of the Correspondents Association. I'm a board member, and so we're just trying to. I'm sorry, sir, but we've, as a community, agreed to abide by these, and we'd ask for your cooperation.
It's really quite silly. I will say that.
Thank you to all of you for your cooperation. I appreciate it. Senator Kelly. Is it only 11? Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like they were just getting the translators seated there. Well, yeah, I'm starting to see a little bit of pullback here on some stocks. We're going to be trying to fix that video here. Okay, I think we're ready to pull that back up now.
We've also had a range of conversations about this legislation. We certainly are encouraged by the fact that there's bipartisan discussions about how to hold Russia accountable, how to have a deterrent impact. Our view is that sanctions can be an effective tool of deterrence, and the deepening sell-off in
So we'll just let it sit for a second. The signal strength is obviously weak right now for some odd reason. I know we're still live out there. Apologies to the live stream, the Discord. You know how it is, tech stuff. But we're gonna remain live with it. I think it's good now. It's moving pretty normal again. So let's see if this is working. Let's tune back in to Secretary Jen. We're back live with her.
We've been making progress and expect we'll have more to announce for all of you hopefully soon.
And last question, do you think bipartisanship, the chance to get Republican votes, would be a factor that would weigh heavily on the president among those he would consider?
I think the president is going to select a woman, a black woman, who is qualified, who is prepared, who has impeccable experience to serve on the court. He's going to do that based on her credentials, of course, having a discussion with her, and not through gaming out the system. He believes that Democrats and Republicans should seriously and carefully consider any qualified nominee he puts forward, as he has done in the past himself. Good. Oh, sorry, I'll come back to you, Jack. I didn't. Sorry.
Sorry, thank you. The members of the economic team have been sort of front-running the jobs number on Friday, saying that the figure could be wonky, of course, of all the Omicron cases we had during the sample period. I'm wondering what your expectation, or the White House's expectation for this report is, and in particular, we've had a lot of revisions of these reports in recent months. Do you think it's time to overhaul how the Department of Labor does this survey, the methodology, that kind of thing?
I have no prediction or call for any changes to how the process is run, but what I can tell you is we're looking in preparation for the Friday jobs numbers. We'll get the monthly jobs report, of course, for January on Friday. The way the jobs numbers are calculated is every month is calculated every month. Is a little complicated, but there are some simple things here to understand that most people don't realize. If a worker was out sick during the week the survey was taken, because the data is taken over a week, and that is what the monthly jobs numbers is based on, and did not receive paid leave, details on any conversations he's had, per our policy of trying to keep those conversations private. I will say that is still a great deal of interest. Passion, I might say, and advocacy on the Hill for moving forward with Build Back Better agenda, because there's a recognition and understanding that it's long overdue for Congress to take steps to lower costs for childcare, lower costs for elder care, negotiate the price of prescription drugs, and ask higher income companies and Americans to pay more. Those are all also widely popular among the public. So right now, the point we're at is there's a lot of discussion among members, their staffs, committees. We're engaged in those as well about what big chunk, just to keep using the phrase, we can agree on moving forward. And of course, that would require 50 votes, but those conversations are always ongoing.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. Real quick on crime first.
Sure.
I wanted to ask about, there was your appearance on Pod Save America. There was a discussion of Fox's crime coverage. And one line has prompted some criticism from people. It was soft on crime consequences. What even is that? Were you speaking in your personal opinion, or is that at all a reflection of the priorities of this administration? Because the criticism is that it would reflect that crime is not a priority of this administration.
Well, I encourage anyone to listen to the full context of the interview and the conversation. What I was speaking to was a chyron on Fox News, since you raised it, which suggested this administration is soft on crime with no basis, given we have had many conversations and back and forth with you and your colleagues about the prioritization of the president to ensure that we are working as close partners with leaders, whether it is Mayor Adams, who he's going to spend the day with on Thursday, or others in the country. And the facts speak for themselves. This is what I was talking about in the interview for the full context. In the American Rescue Plan, there was additional funding to support local cops programs, something that every single Republican voted against. I said in that interview that I know they don't like it when we call that out. I'm going to keep calling that out because that's a fact. Also, President Biden has proposed a significant increase in funding for local cops programs in his budget, more than the prior president. That's a fact. So if those facts are uncomfortable, I'm sorry for people who feel they need to be critical, but the president has been a longtime advocate of addressing crime. He's never been for defunding the police. Our Department of Justice has increased funding, has put in place support for strike forces. And the other fact that is never talked about in these Fox packages, maybe in this one, is the fact that gun crime is a major driver of crime across the country. Also a fact. So those are pieces I think in that moment I was speaking to. And again, we're about the facts here, and addressing crime is something that is a root of the president's agenda.
I appreciate that. And then I want to move on to the DOJ. There is a letter from Tom Cotton today threatening to block the president's DOJ nominees over the Department of Justice allegedly denying 4 deputy U.S. Marshals legal defense in lawsuits stemming from the Portland riots. Is the White House aware of this, and can you give us any explanation for why that would be happening?
I'm not aware of the specifics of it, Jackie. I'm happy to check with our counsel's office, I assume, and see if there's something more specific we can get back to you.
Thank you. And then on there's been this leaked video of Border Patrol agents expressing frustration over some of the policies of this administration. I know that we talked last week about flights, and we've heard the explanation for this procedure that they were frustrated over. But this video seems to show that morale is, in a tough place, that these agents are frustrated who are having to carry out these policies. Is anything being done to improve morale? Is there going to be any sort of outreach from the administration to Border Patrol, given that we're seeing more of this come to the surface?
I haven't watched in detail the video. I will note that I think it was the migrant flights video. Is that the one that was, or is it different?
It's a different video.
Okay. I didn't want to speak to the wrong thing. Of course, the role that Border Patrol agents play in ensuring security and safety at our borders is something that there's great value for in this administration. I would point you to the Department of Homeland Security, who oversees, of course, the Border Patrol agents, and can see if there's any more specific programs that are underway. Go ahead, Jeff. And then Jeff.
To follow to Kelly's question about trying to quantify the pool of potential Supreme Court nominees.
Yeah.
A White House official told us late Friday that the reporting in some outlets that there were 3 primary contenders, that was incorrect. I wonder then, for our reporting, would it be more accurate to say a dozen, dozens plural, women under consideration?
I understand your efforts. I appreciate them. I value them. But I can tell you that the president feels very strongly about ensuring we're protecting the process. What I was getting at with Kelly a little bit, but let me be a little more clear, is that the number of bios and information that the president has been reviewing was greater than the 3.
On voting rights, what's the president's view on the early bipartisan talks around rewriting, reforming the Electoral Count Act? It doesn't go nearly as far as he'd wanted on voting rights, but there is perhaps new urgency given the former president's comments at that rally and in the statement where he appeared to admit to this scheme to overturn the election results of 2020.
Sure. Well, let me speak to that first, and then I'll come around to the Electoral Count Act. So in terms of the former president, his actions represented a unique and existential threat to our democracy, as the president has said many times. But, you know, his remarks this weekend, he defended the actions of his supporters who stormed the Capitol and brutally attacked the law enforcement officers protecting it. I think it's important to shout that out and call that out. He even attacked his own vice president for not, in his words, having overturned the election. And it's just a reminder of how unfit he is for office. And it's telling that even some of his closest allies have rejected those remarks as inappropriate in the days since. As it relates to the Electoral Count Act, as you noted, Jeff, in your question, I mean, it is not a replacement. And I think why we keep saying that is because we don't want anyone to suggest who supports it that it's a replacement for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or other voting rights legislation that has important components of it that would provide a basic baseline and important protections for people across the country who are trying to exercise their fundamental right. We've been open to and a part of conversations about the Electoral Count Act. We've never been opposed to it. We just don't want it to be a replacement for.
And lastly, at least 6 HBCUs received bomb threats today.
Yeah.
The FBI says it's aware of these threats and it's coordinated with the local law enforcement. Has the president been briefed? And do you have anything to say about it from the podium?
I will say that these are certainly disturbing, and the White House is in touch with the interagency partners, including federal law enforcement leadership on this. We're relieved to hear that Howard and Bethune-Cookman universities have been given the all clear and will continue to monitor these reports. The president is aware. I don't believe he's received a formal briefing, but he is aware of these reports, and obviously, as you noted, law enforcement authorities would be running point. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Jen. There was a UN Security Council meeting today.
Yeah.
Russia's ambassador at that meeting said that the West's assertion that Russia has amassed 100,000 troops on the border has not been confirmed. And China at that meeting also said that it did not view Russia's troops as a threat to Ukraine. Wondering about the White House's response to those two comments.
Well, those are also the two countries that voted against the meeting proceeding, the only two, right? I would note that we have based the information we have provided to all of you on substantive reports out there, our own assessments, our own coordinated intelligence gathering with our partners on the ground. And those are assessments that are, as you know, Jeff, are also made by the Europeans. Now, again, Russia has the power. They are the aggressor here. They have the power and ability to de-escalate, to pull their troops back from the border, to not push more troops to Belarus, to take steps to de-escalate the situation on the ground. But we see with our own eyes. You have heard members of our defense team, our Secretary of Defense, as well as General Milley speak to this in very specific detail, as well as our UN ambassador this morning. It is not our preference to be having these conversations. We'd prefer there to be de-escalatory actions by the Russians.
China.
And look, I think that I can't speak for the motivation of the Chinese. They can speak for that themselves. Obviously, we would encourage any country in the world to be part of an effort to de-escalate, to protect and respect the sovereignty of Ukraine, and to make clear that a global value is not allowing one country to invade and take land from another.
Do you have any more details on your plan to impose sanctions on on the Kremlin's inner circle?
Let me see, Jeff. I know there were some reports about that over the weekend. That has been, as it was back in 2014, as I think you probably remember, a part of what we have been considering. I can confirm we have developed specific sanctions packages for both Russian elites and their family members if Russia further invades Ukraine. These efforts are being pursued in coordination with allies and partners. The individuals we've identified are in or near the inner circle of the Kremlin and play a role in government decision-making, or at a minimum, complicit in the Kremlin's destabilizing behavior. Many of these individuals are particularly vulnerable targets because of their deepened financial ties with the West, meaning they would be hurt by sanctions that are tying them to Western financial systems. I would also note that this is just one piece of our effort to hit Russia from all angles, and this is when Jake Sullivan came here several weeks ago and talked about how this will be far above and beyond what we're considering 2014. A lot of what we did in 2014 was around individuals, right? And we're talking about major parts of the financial system. But there is a package. We have developed specific sanctions packages for both Russian elites and their family members.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Zooming out a bit on Ukraine.
Okay.
Or does the president consider as a risk the different simultaneous things going on right now? You've got North Korea upping its missile game. You've got the Taiwan Strait probably has never been more tense than it is now, and of course Ukraine. Does he fear that there's any link between these things? Not as some kind of coordinated master plan, but that at least one of those, each place is watching the other and will take its cues. And then maybe how Ukraine goes forward could provide a lesson to the other challenges that it's facing.
Well, I would say, one, North Korea has been doing missile tests, dozens of them in prior administrations. And obviously we've spoken to it each time that has happened. The door to diplomacy remains open, and we have conveyed that clearly. We are very careful not to combine all of these pieces into one because they are all different circumstances. There is also, if I flip it a little bit, I would say a clear value that we need to stand by, which is the belief of the United States and our NATO partners and other countries, of course, around the world, that you can't just stand by and accept one country trying to invade and take land from another country. And this is also about protecting the sovereignty of a country. And that is a value that's important to stand by as well. So as we are, as the president and other members of our national security team are conveying that very clearly, privately and publicly, that's also sending a message to other countries around the world. If you look at what President Putin's stated objectives are, or his spokespeople, I guess I should say, he wants to divide the West. He wants to divide NATO. The opposite is happening. There's been more than 200 engagements with NATO countries. We are united, fiercely united, and standing up to what we see as aggressive behavior, bellicose rhetoric, even as we're leaving the door to diplomacy open.
One on the Olympics. Does the president have a stand on this debate of whether athletes should be able to express political or human rights or anything non-sporting views at the Olympics? I know the Olympics has got some rules, but the Chinese came out today with some pretty tough statements warning people not to step out of line. What would the president's reaction be if an American athlete gets up on that stand and says, does something?
I think we spoke to this last summer and conveyed a support for freedom of speech of individuals. Go ahead.
Just today, we've heard Russian diplomats say it's a hysteria, PR stunt, megaphone diplomacy to describe how the U.S. has been talking about what's going on there. You've also said diplomacy is still interested in that, and that it will have to shift from the we really want to do this to clearly they're not paying attention at this point.
Well, I think what's important to note here is our view is that the door to diplomacy should always be open. And that is what the president, our Secretary of State, our Secretary of Defense have been conveying. I think the State Department confirmed this morning that our Secretary of State will be talking with Foreign Minister Lavrov, I believe tomorrow. That would be a next step in our diplomatic efforts and engagements here. But I think we've also been very prioritized and focused on, and you saw our UN ambassador do this in at the session this morning, calling out what we see as misinformation and propaganda at times by Russian leaders and others, because it's important for people to know and understand what the facts are. But regardless of what people's public rhetoric is, it's our view that the door to diplomacy should always be open. And ultimately, the question here is about what President Putin is going to do. So we're always going to keep that door open.
And back to SCOTUS, just to try one more time.
Go ahead.
With Judge Childs, you had, within 2 hours of the event here with Justice Breyer and the President, you had Congressman Clyburn, obviously a very close ally, come out and very publicly push for Childs. And then, as mentioned earlier, you had Senator Graham do that. Hard to think of two opposite folks. The number 3 House Democrat, like the President, a former Judiciary Committee
They are
chairman.
both from South Carolina, which may be a factor.
The state, but when you're talking about the bipartisan part of it, how much weight might the president put on something like that, where you have, again, the number 3 House Democrat, you have a Lindsey Graham uniting for one person and very publicly putting the pressure on almost immediately to kind of nudge him in that direction?
Well, I can only tell you how the president is approaching his role here, and he is very familiar and has lived through many confirmation processes and hearings. He takes his role very seriously, and his role is to pick the most eminently qualified, credentialed Black woman to serve as a Supreme Court justice, a lifetime appointment. It is certainly encouraging. We've seen the comments, of course, of Senator Graham and Congressman Clyburn. We always welcome agreements on anything in this town, but the president's focus is not on gaming out the process. It's on picking the right candidate. Go ahead.
So the president today, two topics, which are inflation, the first one. The president told governors today, quote, we've sent you a whole hell of a lot of money and we're going to send you more. The Fed chairman last week, though, said that a drop in fiscal spending this year will help ease inflation. So again, what's the level of concern for the president that more spending would contribute to inflation?
Well, there is still going to be a massive drop this year because of the end of a number of programs. So that doesn't change what the president conveyed. I didn't see the totality of it, so I don't know what the full context of it. There are still, of course, programs and requests that these governors have, whether it is help on COVID or help with specific small businesses, and there is still some targeted assistance that leaders still want, they need, and we're delivering from the federal government. But that doesn't change. If you look at the overarching graph of like how much federal assistance is going, that's a natural drop because of the end of a lot of programs.
So on the Federal Reserve nominees, the Federal Reserve maintains its independence. One of the picks, Sarah Bloom Raskin, is the wife of Representative Jamie Raskin, as you know. It's been a while since I had seen, so I get to ask about the Federal Reserve now. He was an impeachment manager in the impeachment trial of a Republican president. So, Kat, does the president believe she can keep that independence from the Fed?
Well, I would also I think she can stand on her own qualifications, not just because she's a woman, but because she's done a lot in her career. She has been said by many to be the most qualified person to be nominated to this role, which I think is probably more important than who she's married to, I would argue. She brings unprecedented experience to this role and the support of economic experts across the spectrum, including from the top economic advisor to former President Bush. She believes, and she has said she believes firmly in the independent role of the Federal Reserve and will work in concert with Chair Powell and her colleagues to identify and mitigate a range of risks. She is also, somebody who, again, as I mentioned, has a wealth of experience that she would be leaning into in this role.
The U.S. Chamber of Commerce sent a letter to committee members there calling into question her activism related to regulations on where banks could lend or should be able to limit lending into certain industries, specifically coal and oil.
Well, let me note what a couple of others have said. The community banker and former Fed Governor Betsy Duke. The characterization of Sarah Bloom Raskin as someone who will use the powers of the Fed for political purposes is simply false. I saw every day her commitment to the Fed's dual mandate. Former Bush CEA Chair Glenn Hubbard. Raskin brings a wealth of experience to a Fed role. Former Independent Community Bankers of America President and CEO Cam Fine. An outstanding group of nominees. I hope the Senate will confirm them as soon as possible. And I think just like any nominee, she should be be judged by her qualifications. She will have a hearing coming up where I'm sure she will answer a range of questions, but I think her background, her credentials, her experience is unquestionable in terms of its preparedness for this role.
So her husband being an impeachment manager had nothing to do with it, just to put it bluntly.
Again, I would say that her experience and her impeccable credentials were the determinant in her being nominated for this role, and I think it's a little questionable for anyone to raise otherwise. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The administration is committed to the release of U.S. citizens held in Iran. Can you update us if there's anything new and whether the White House has asked the Qatari foreign minister to mediate since he was recently in Tehran? And I have another question.
Sure. Well, I would say obviously there's a range of topics, as I think we briefed out to, and we can talk about more about that if you would like, that will be discussed during the meeting this afternoon. There's no special coordination between the United States and Qatar on this particular visit about Iran, but of course there are a range of topics, including the nuclear negotiations, that could be a part of the discussion.
So nothing on the release of the hostages. Everything was reported. It's not correct.
Well, I would say again, I don't have anything more to offer to you other than to say that they could talk about the Iran nuclear negotiations, but there's no special coordination planned for this trip.
Also, the Houthis has attacked Abu Dhabi yesterday while the Israeli president was meeting. You keep saying that you want to protect your allies in the Gulf, but practically, how can you stop them from escalating, as we have seen in the last few weeks?
Well, I expect my colleague, John Kirby at the Pentagon, may have more to say on this, but I can tell you that as to your question about the report, U.S. military personnel responded to an inbound missile threat on the UAE. This involved the employment of Patriot interceptors coincident to efforts by the armed forces of the UAE. I would say we are working quite closely with them. Again, my colleague will have more to speak to, but we are very focused on working with them and defending against all threats to their peoples and territories. Go ahead, Shelby.
Thanks. I got two. Nikki Haley and Senator Reich wrote an open letter to U.S. Olympic athletes this morning, warning of a high-risk and potentially dangerous political environment. Is President Biden at all concerned for the safety of American athletes competing?
Well, I would say first that we are very focused on the safety of American athletes. And as you know, unrelated, all related, I guess, we made a decision not to send a delegation. It was not related to that. It was related to our concerns about PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses. I just wanted to note that for the record. But in terms of athletes, we do everything possible to work in coordination with the U.S. Olympic Committee. We're providing consular and security services to our athletes, coaches, trainers, and staff, as we do for all U.S. citizens overseas. Additionally, we expect the PRC to ensure the safety and well-being of our athletes. They have our full support. We are 100% behind them. We've also provided the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and corporate sponsors with briefings as well, and we will continue to work in lockstep with them.
And then going back to crime, I know you noted the president is not for defunding the police. He has initiatives on combating crime, but we are seeing crime surge in major cities. And the president's poll numbers on the topic, there was he had an approval rating on crime was at 36% in one December poll. Does that indicate to the White House at all that Americans feel Democrats are out of touch when it comes to safety or criminal justice? And, what's the administration's takeaway to these numbers and the rise in crime?
I think we all agree, or should agree, that violent crime is a serious problem. We actually saw a record jump in murders in 2020 under the former president, and there hasn't been new FBI nationwide data that has been released to date. There has been some city data, of course, which is important to focus on and talk about. Our view is that instead of turning this into a political football, we need to be focused from the beginning of the president's time, all of his time in office on reducing crime and keeping our community safe. And that's why he's been a long time advocate for more accountable community policing. That's why he has supported and advocated for additional funding for proven community programs to reduce crime, why he's working to crack down on rogue gun dealers who sell firearms to criminals, and why he's taken executive action to crack down on ghost guns. So his objective is to work with Democrats, Republicans, mayors, local leaders to work to address what we've seen as increases in crime in some areas, but I would just note that nationwide there has been increases in crime over the past few years. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jim, the governors were just out at the States just a minute ago after meeting with the president. They said their biggest message to the president and the administration is they want flexibility in how they spend these monies. What can the administration do, or what are
which money, just for clarification?
Infrastructure. And also COVID relief bills. They want more flexibility in how they can spend that.
Sure. Well, I would say first on infrastructure, we just published this massive booklet with the intention of providing a bunch of guidance to governors, state and local electeds, communities about how they can apply for funding. It goes through different grant programs, so different programs work differently. Some of it, as I think we've noted in the past, has been, again, some of the most structurally challenged bridges, for example, which will take some time. But there are just different ranges of programs that come from different agencies. Obviously, if there are lead pipes in their state or communities or schools, those are things we're going to replace. That's pretty clear. But there is a lot of, hopefully, comprehensive information in this lengthy booklet about how, or book, it's a big book, about how to apply for grants, a follow-up for how to ask questions as they come up as needed. In terms of COVID relief funds, I mean, we have what I'd really have to dig into more specifics of what they're looking for. There have been areas of some flexibility in terms of how funding has been spent for schools or how funding has been spent for local community programs throughout the course of time, like through the American Rescue Plan and others. So I'd have to look at the greater context of what their exact issue is.
Okay, and the final question, what is the federal government going to do to supply, or any supplies going to the Northeast states that just got hit by the
The blizzard. So we work very closely with state, local leaders to respond to natural disasters, of course, including storms. Typically, those requests need to come first from governors in the states. I can check with FEMA and see if there's any specific request that has come in or what needs that have arisen in the days since the storm. I mean, days, it's not been that many days, but you get what I'm saying. We'll see if we can get more details to you after briefing. Go ahead.
On infrastructure, on the topic of the Skybook, I actually just did a report in the state I cover, California, and there were a ton of questions about just the state portion, the formula fund portion, that the state already knows is going to get committed. So many questions about how that's supposed to go out. How does the White House plan to sort of oversee all of that distribution and sort of make sure that the money is having its intended effect?
Sure. You mean to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse, or to
fraud and abuse, but given that states will have a lot of discretion on how these funds are spent, just in terms of the ultimate outcome being so what was intended.
Sure, through very close consultation. I mean, you saw the president have a meeting with his infrastructure task force on the day of his 1-year anniversary. That shows how important the implementation of this bill is to the president. The objective, that what we were trying to do with the publication of this book, is to provide clear criteria as a baseline, obviously to build questions off of and to have follow-ups. But I think from here, what the president always says when I'm in meetings with him, with Mitch Landrieu, is a big part of our jobs is, spending hours a day calling mayors, calling governors, seeing what questions come from local electeds. That's the role he played as vice president, and that's what his expectation is. So this big book is a base that will hopefully help answer a range of questions, but different programs are being implemented by different agencies, even as they're being coordinated by here. So it really depends on the program implementation to where those questions should be directed.
And in terms of the American people, how do you intend to ensure that the average American ends up knowing what the impact of this bill was? Are you guys going to do signage the way we've sort of seen in the past with some of these big initiatives?
I think there will be some branding around the infrastructure implementation that the American people should be able to see.
And lastly, it's still up in the air, but in California, there's sort of a push to get a single payer health plan across the state. Is that something that you think the federal government could end up being able to interface with, and something that, if California were to proceed, you guys would welcome?
In terms of interface, in what way?
That if the state were to implement the sort of single payer plan that would work with everything else you guys have in the healthcare ecosystem.
We would, of course, work to coordinate with any state, but I don't have any more details at this point in time. We'll wait to see what they do. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's it. That's it. She done. She done talking. So yeah, she kind of had the market moving a little bit to the upside there. The market actually heading to the upside right now. Yeah. The market is heading to the upside right now. We got the SPY. They creeping right back up to that 447.62 level. That's good. The VIX still down. That's what you want to see. You almost got the VIX near 20. Woo! You don't want to see that. You're going to get bullish. Right now, we got the gains holding us 2 p.m. And we got the stocks holding their gains here, getting higher. Tesla picking back up, y'all. Tesla is picking back up. Yeah, they're holding over 900 solid now. They are. They're holding over 900 solid. So I think they're next and final test now. At Tesla, I'll say about 1,000 at this point. You can reach 1,000 like you just ripped through 900 here. I think 1,000 would be max pain for the bears, and it'll put them right where it'll make sense for the company. It'll start to make sense. But yeah, that would be the reach there. If not, I can see it channeling back into 900. It ain't going nowhere. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe even 890 there. Who knows? Who really knows? It can go either way. It can go either way. The market is definitely green though. We got the indices picking up. The Nasdaq up about 2.45%. The Dow up about 65%. S&P 500 up about 1.30%. And you got crypto paychecks trending there. Crypto paycheck. Got the SPY picking up here. SPY picking up, about to retest that 447 level I was telling you guys about, 447.62. Market's moving here. The market is moving. People starting to make their adjustments. Airbnb's picking up, you guys. Airbnb topped out at 154. They were at 149 earlier. They're at 152 right now. Apple picking up. Remember, that was positive earnings last week. They're still holding up. You got Boeing picking up steam right here. Stocks picking up. There's always opportunity out there, no matter what. No matter what. Amazon picking up. They're still up about 2, maybe almost 3%. Coinbase, they just topped out at 191. They gave up about $3 there. You got Microsoft chilling at the bottom there. Microsoft at a breaking point. Maybe they want to retest support one more time before they launch. Who knows? Or maybe they just want to come down in general. I don't know here, but Microsoft's at a breaking point. They're kind of just chilling out right there. That's not good. No, Microsoft. They kind of tagged out at 312. They can pop. They can still go up now. It's Microsoft. But, we'll be cautious there, maybe. It's chilling there. It's VWAP, you would say, the dotted line. So, the video still hasn't broke 240, you guys. Not seeing strength there. 240 level on the video, but this is the video we're talking about. We're talking market capitalization, 600 billion. So we do know they can pop. We do know that. But I don't see any strength right here yet on the video stock above the 240 break. So I will keep an eye out for that. Service now kind of selling off a little bit, chilling out. Darna. Roku. Close. Snitch. You're looking at the raw cross. Come back to a target right there. 219. Yeah, too early to make a decision. I wouldn't be on that here. It's the time I would look. Still seeing stocks pick up gains here. Got Boeing back on the high. Big green candle right there in the Boeing. Way out of channel. Big pop right there on the SPY too. SPY new high today. 447.89. I'm not seeing all stocks react to it just quite yet, maybe delayed. Got Microsoft picking up here. $1. Let's see here. Tesla still holding strong right here. They just picked back up. Yeah, SPY's going now, you guys. I think we're about to hit 448. They just tagged 447.93. SPY's at a breakout point. We're about to go up another $1. Yes, it looks like we are about to go up another $1. Yes, we are about to do it. Yep. Oh, it's breaking out right now. SPY breaking out. 3 cents. They need 3 cents for another $1. Do they got it? They don't have it. You don't got it. Oh, they tagged it. They don't have it. 447.97 is your new high on the SPY. Oh, retracement. And Mike got it. It is market. Oh yeah, it definitely just tagged it again. Tagged it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. They're above it now. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. They're above it again. Tag force 47.98 might be your high there on the SPY. Oh, 447.99. Excuse me. They said. So yeah, no 448, nowhere above that yet. But I'm starting to see gains pick up on the stocks. Market's picking up. Tesla's breaking out. Nvidia's breaking out. Looks like they want to. Nvidia still got to get through that 240. It's real important to do that right now, right here. Yep, 12. Tesla's going. Tesla's going, you guys. Tesla's really going. Yeah, you guys. We're back almost about to that level we were earlier. Right at it. Actually, we tagged the same number. Oh, we got 448.16 over here on the SPY, you guys. SPY is breaking out. We're above 448, ladies and gentlemen. Market's going up. VIX is coming down. You still got stocks chilling out in the area and the high right here. SPY trying to make a decision right here. They came back to the breakout point, 447.95. They definitely topped out at 448.16. I feel like you get back to that level, stocks pick right back up. I think that might have been the top. They might be weak right there. Not seeing any breakage. We do have the indices all green. The Dow's now at 76%. The Nasdaq's up 2.60%, and the S&P is up 1.60%. So we do see higher greens here now. The SPY's back up at 448, and when they're off again, Amazon's picking up. They're up 90. Amazon's trying to be up 100 today. Oh man, what a beast! Oh man, what a beast! Oh man, I tried to warn them out there. That's Mr. 3000. Hey though, we up about $91, $92 on Amazon now. They're breaking out. AMD is really going, you guys. They're at 111. Wow. AMD popped this morning all the way from 102 to 111. They got earnings tomorrow. Yeah, so it's like nobody waited. They jumped right on these opportunities that I tell you guys about in the Discord all the time when the market's selling. You know, it's the time to buy. But I mean, we still quite not out of the woods. We do need that $2 confirmation at 450 to and hold above it before the end of the day on the spot to say like, okay, we might be out of the woods. Like we found a runaway car and everything. Like we got a little bit of space here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So what I'm saying is the market is green right now. It's very volatile. And these gains are going to hold because, like I said, you had this gap up really start on Friday. So this is a up Friday, up Monday type situation here. Yeah, it can get ugly, you know, if they do decide to take profits or earnings ain't positive. But to say it will happen, to say it will get ugly, it just was. So this is your chance right here where to get back neutral before it's too late because, you know, you bulls and you bears out there, y'all fight a lot. But it's not what it's about. It's all about staying neutral, man. Because the Bears had their fun, you know. That wasn't fun. Think about that for being a bull here and that happened. You see what I'm saying? You're on the wrong. That's not fun. It ain't fair. Ain't nothing funny and cool about that. But what I'm saying is, it do cost to pay attention. We do have stocks on the high now. So like I said, I think the market does have room to run now. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna be right back.
Hey, back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Say back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then.
Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking the hoes. All I wanted was some strings. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Say back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking the hoes. All I wanted was some strings. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then.
Hey, back then I just wanted all the money and all the honeys, but that shit caught up to me. That was back then, but it ain't shit switch since. But you fucking bitches, all y'all is a fucking trip. But look, me and my cousin here, beat. They cannot fuck with us, nigga. You know that. And your whole leg. She in my crib, nigga, flashy Kodak.
I say your whole leg, I been know that. Back then when I ain't want for nothing, yeah, nigga know that. Back then, man, I had it all. Back then, I was fucking these hoes. Young niggas just wanted the ball. Back then, running through the ends, I fuck it up, no matter the cost. Cut these bitches, said fuck them niggas. Now pull up, they look for clout. 18 in the fleet, 3 new back then, they wasn't fucking with me. Bunch of drug dealers, gang bangers, and some young hustlers fucking with me. Mama stretched out, raising holy hell back then, cause I thought with OGs. High school in the bathroom, hit my line floor. I got the pills in the tree. I got the pills in the tree. Back then.
Okay, we have another special guest today, our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who will give us some brief opening comments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hope y'all enjoying the live stream with Let Cash accumulate over days. And if you ain't watching it live and you don't hit that replay button, I hope you enjoy the show. For sure. For sure. Next up we got why would you send me that? Next up we got the State Department. They're holding the State Department. They're holding a little conference there. We'll have that up shortly. As of right now, no, the market hasn't passed. The SPY hasn't passed 448.16, but it's fighting hard right here in the air. We are seeing higher highs here. It does look like it wants to break out. But other than that, we're still stuck right here, kind of a little halted, you say. But no movement, no breakout from the highs that we previously just saw. So keep that in mind. But maybe it might be starting here. I'm just trying to let me pull up this real quick, real fast. My bad. All right. So yeah, we'll get that pulled up. Well, when the guy stands in front of the podium. We got stocks on the move. Nvidia still right here, like I said, stuck right here at that 240 level, you guys. Pay attention. This is a key resistance level here. Now you can break that. If you can break that, I'll say they'll let it run to about 244. They'll give you $4. Can't break this level. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna look like. You know what I'm saying? I don't think any of us do. So you always want to stay cautious to that. You got the indices still all in the green here. You got the SPY back at 448. That's a good sign. If it can break that 448.16 level, like I said, you'll see stocks pick back up. I am seeing a little bit higher green here. On the Nasdaq, it's at 2.60%. The S&P 500 is at 1.40%, and the Dow is even also up now, picking up gains here at 80%. So we are starting to see the market move towards the upside here. More upside here. It's been about 18 minutes to. So yeah, the market. This is kind of they call this a simulation hour, where this is where the market has a mind of its own. It wants to do what it wants to do. It's gonna do it. Believe that. That is for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, we got every stock kind of just chilling out up at their high right now, wanting to break out. We got Tesla testing back at their high there. Let's see here. Let's zoom in. This is a good one. It's been a market move all day. Let's do check in with Netflix as well. Let's see. They're just chilling out. Oh, they're at their 40 day. Yeah, $40 level. $40 level. Ooh, 40, 40. So they in between $40 $30 up right now, but they up 40 definitely for sure right now at this moment. Discord buzzing me. Did y'all find TDA today yet? Did y'all find this TDA? Try the SPX for the first time today. Excited to continue learning it. Thanks for the alert. Roll. Facts. Facts. So shout out to the Discord right there, sending out shout outs. So they are paying attention out there. A little breakdown, a little session right there. I just feel like you needed a dance right there. You ain't heard that music ever. You won't probably hear the rest of the show. But we do got stocks chilling out right here at their highs right here. I do see a big red candle right here on the SPY. Maybe it's creating a little equal mark. We do see stocks starting to turn around, taking a little dip here. The video just took a big dip right there. It's a big red candle. So as I said, it looks like resistance. They just got tired and just wanted that money. Wouldn't you? Of course, I'll always do the right thing when it comes to that situation. I mean, because you can always re-enter, you know. Don't get it confused. Don't get it confused. But that could have just been a little bounce. Just never know. Never know. Investing in trading. Investing in trading. Don't want to be trading. You know what you're doing. So some research. Your own risk. And it is LCAOD stock market live. We are live. We still sitting here. If you're tuning in, we're waiting on the State Department to speak next. Looks like they're just sitting there still waiting. Looking it up under watch list got me in. Didn't work the usual way for some reason. Prop mobile glitch. Looking forward to trading it now. Nice profit. Yeah. See, yeah, and then mobile glitches can happen. A mobile glitch can happen. Like you can be somewhere and it's doing good, and then your technology go bad, boom, and then it's not. That number will still be there. I would say some strong signal, some strong strength on signal. But yeah, no worries, man. Nice profit still. Hey, do what you do. You did right. You do what you can when you can. So I understand, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Just don't get discouraged. Stay in it. You're in it to win it. We're in it for the long haul. We're in it for the long haul. This is a 10-year journey. This is a 20, 30, 40-year journey. Even though you may make gains overnight, even though you may lose gains overnight, even though you might make gains in the months, weeks, days, it's still yearly thought process. You're always thinking yearly thought process. You're thinking long term. You're thinking about the years to come. Think about the future ahead. Think about decades ahead. Like, You're thinking about a time where you won't even be able to really see it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't even see it now, type. So yeah, man. We do have the spot picking back up though. They're retesting 448 here. That was a little dip right there. It looks like they're about to break 448.16. That's the new high of the day as of right now. We do see stocks hitting a little reversal here. I'm starting to see the video back at 240. So it looks like they got something figured out. I do see the VIX turning back around. I do see Tesla breaking out as well. Tesla is at a new high here, 933. They're going higher. Tesla again is your leader for the day because of volatility and price. So you can't beat what they have done today. I would say, would this be a good spot to enter? Like I said, there's a lot of time left. You just never really understand like how this works. You just really never know. You know what I'm saying? So like, you always want to do what's best. And doing what's best, you know, make it for you. Make it for you. You know what I'm saying? Make it for you. The SPY's going up now. We got a new high on the SPY, 448.31. So they just topped the recent high. So now the SPY is really picking up here now. It looks like it wants to really test that 450 level before the closing bell. That is a great comeback if it does that. If it does that, it took 2 days. It took 2 days to the upside. It only took 2 days to the upside to do this. So you got to understand this flip here, you guys. This is a reversal in the markets we're seeing right now. Indices are picking up higher greens right now. This is what you want to see. If you can just get the stocks to start breaking out, I think it'll pick the indices up a little higher. But certain stocks are not reacting to the SPY yet. I think they're a little delayed. Certain stocks are reacting to the SPY on time. As you can see, Tesla's on the move. You can see Amazon is on the move. They just hit $100. They're up $100 today, you guys. Amazon just went up $100 today. Think about that. That's like a stock on the move. So that's what I'm saying. Will that have some shadow power to the downside? I don't see it now. Not maybe into earnings. I think they're going to get into a chill mode. We got a lot of stuff going on this week. AMD on the high, they just popped. You got a lot of stuff going on this week. Netflix is breaking out. They're at the $40 level. They're on the high. NVIDIA just finally broke through. They're on the high. NVIDIA is on the high. Big 3 candles right there on NVIDIA. They finally broke that $1. It will not be enough if they cannot keep momentum at this point. They're going to have to make space. I mean, they need to get up here in these units at 244. I think those payments are a little bit more worth it because I think they really supposed to magnify to 250, but we need confirmation at 244 first. Yeah, it broke 240, but it's not far from it. So I want to see more to the upside there on the video. That is a good pop, though. I would stay patient, stay patient. The market is definitely going up right now. It is in the air. No need to panic. We are bullish right now. Shopify on the high. Shopify on the high. Target on the high. Tesla's picking up more. Tesla just popped again. Tesla just popped again. Like I said, I think the new target there with max pain for the Bears would definitely be 1,000, but they're going to have to at least tag 970, 980 to confirm that they're back on that all the way bull. Now that is a big steep there, but can they do it by the end of the week? Come on now, look what they just accomplished in 2 days of being up. Yeah, 2 days, 5%. Yeah, that's possible. So yeah, so we'll stay elevated there. These are amazing comebacks right now too, by the way. Amazing comebacks. Shout out to Apple. I think Apple got a lot to do with this. They're on the high 173. You got the Nasdaq up about 2.70%. The Dow is up about 75%. The S&P 500 up about 1.45%. So that being said, it's 2:30. The SPY's on the high. Everything's high. Amazon's on the high, still going. You got stocks still breaking out. We're gonna take a quick break right here while watch these stocks continue to break out at their highs and see how higher they can get. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for the update too with the State Department briefing. We're going to be kicking into that as soon as we see them. Yeah, this is breaking news. They are ready. They're live and ready. Just kicked it off. Let's see the actual timing. Comments going crazy. You can see the actual timing on it. About 14 minutes they've been live. Okay. So we'll tune in to this now. Yeah. This is really the State Department. Like I said, they got an effect on it, but on the market, but it's probably what has caused this movement now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Yeah, this briefing started about 14 minutes ago. We're going to just tune in live right here.
This was about an exposition of the facts.
Expositions after expositions after expositions
Matt,
of this going back
we are
months
not, we are
now.
not
You yourself get up here every single day and talk about, or whenever you get up here, say, I mean, just when you're briefing, you get up here and you talk about the G7, you talk about the EU, you talk about NATO, you talk about, you know, any number of international fora that where this stuff has actually come out and been agreed on.
Matt, we are not going to apologize for engaging in robust diplomacy, for bringing this to every conceivable fora and appropriate fora, and for continuing to be transparent with our concerns. If the criticism is that we are engaging too robustly in diplomacy, that we're being too transparent, that we're being too consistent in what we're saying, that is criticism that we will accept if that's a criticism you want to lodge.
Well, I'm not criticizing at all. I'm just curious as to when you say the world is united in opposing Russian aggression, and you say that because of what happened in the Security Council today, then that's just flat wrong, because the world isn't united. There were two members of the council that veto wielding members of the council that didn't even want to have this meeting in the first place.
Well,
so when you talk about I just wonder, what do you think? How do you think you have advanced the cause, or your cause, the cause of the United States, of Europe, of NATO in countering Russian aggression with this meeting?
So you raised two countries. I think one country we can explain you can explain their opposition pretty easily.
One of them has got more people in it than the other.
The country that is behind this aggression, the country that is behind this buildup, the country that has consistently engaged in disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda in an effort to obfuscate the facts. So we can explain that country's vote. But I assume you're also referring to the PRC. A couple facts. One is that the PRC frequently does side and vote with Russia on the Security Council. That did not come as a surprise. We also understand, I think as you alluded to, that their objection today was more of an objection to the format than a dismissal of the subject. And we know that this is a matter of concern for the PRC. Secretary Blinken discussed it with Foreign Minister Wong when they connected last week. But I make a couple other points. One, we often hear from the PRC very forceful support for territorial integrity and the concept of sovereignty. That is a refrain of the PRC in New York, in Beijing, and around the world.
Can I just ask one thing about that? And when they talk about that, they're talking about Tibet. They're talking about Hong Kong. They're talking about all things that you actually disagree with.
These principles, the principle of sovereignty, the principle of territorial integrity, these are principles that are universal. They have universal applicability.
So then you believe that the PRC has territorial sovereignty over Hong Kong and Tibet?
If any country believes in the concept of sovereignty,
it should be China. Is that what you're saying?
This is an episode that has the potential to undermine that core tenet of the rules-based international order. Two, there of course are a lot of issues where we don't see eye to eye with our PRC counterparts, but I think where we do see eye to eye, and you saw from the PRC's remarks, their support for diplomacy, for dialogue, their support for a diplomatic resolution, I think it speaks to the fact it is in no one's interest, not in our interest, of course, not in NATO's interest, not in our European allies and partners' interest, and not in the PRC's interest to see a potentially destabilizing conflict emerge in the European continent. It would impact the PRC's interests all over the world as well. So we know how the PRC tends to operate, including in the UN Security Council. We're clear-eyed about that, but we also know that Russian aggression, a renewed Russian invasion of Ukraine, it would be a matter of great import and presumably a matter of great concern for the PRC as well. Kumara.
Following up on those, so after today, do you guys have a concrete plan to keep the Security Council's attention on this issue? Like Russia will hold the presidency in February. Do you guys have any plans to call further meetings on the situation?
I'll defer to my colleagues up in New York to speak to the next steps, but I think what you heard from Ambassador Thomas Greenfield today is that she has been intently focused on this, and you heard from her yesterday on television as well. She has been intently focused on this with our allies and partners in New York, but also with the Russian delegation in New York. So whether it is within the UN Security Council context, whether it's within the UN context more broadly in New York, the answer to your question, broadly speaking, is yes. We will continue to keep the focus on this, as I was referring to Matt, across all appropriate fora, the UN being one of them.
So last week, Deputy Secretary Ben Sherman made a comment about the potential timing of a potential Russian invasion, and she was speaking in reference to the Olympics. She said, given the timing and the Olympics starting soon, she said President Xi wouldn't be ecstatic if Putin chose to invade. Now, surely you will say, I'm not in Vladimir Putin's brain and I don't speak for him, but certainly the US has an assessment on this. Is it now the US assessment that Putin will wait until after the Olympics? Can you talk a little bit towards that end?
So there is not much I'm in a position to say here beyond a couple broad points. And you heard this from Secretary Austin, you heard this from Chairman Milley last week. We don't believe that Vladimir Putin has made a firm decision. The other point is that only one person can make that decision. So if Putin hasn't made a decision, that decision to move forward or not has yet been made. It is our goal in all of this to attempt to influence Moscow's decision-making and Moscow's calculus, because even as we've made very clear that our preferred course is dialogue and diplomacy, we have continued to make prudent preparations vis-a-vis the other path, and that is defense and deterrence. And so it is up to us and to our partners and allies to make very clear the costs that would befall the Russian Federation if renewed invasion were to go forward. We've been very clear about that. Again, to Matt's question, perhaps too clear in the words of some. But that's what we've been engaged in all along. Even as we continue to prefer the path of dialogue and diplomacy, we're continuing to, with our partners and allies, prepare with defense and deterrence.
And the final thing is about just an update, whether you have an update on the number of Americans in Ukraine.
Sure. So as you know, and we've discussed this in the context both of Ukraine and other countries, but you well know by now that we typically don't provide numbers of U.S. citizens living in or traveling to another country. And we don't do that for all the reasons that are very familiar to you by now. United States citizens are not required to register when they travel overseas. Those that do opt to register, most of them presumably do not deregister when they leave a country. When it comes to the registration of individuals in our so-called STEP system, we're also not in a position to verify individuals who sign up. And in fact, we know from previous experiences that international organizations, third country nationals, many people who aren't U.S. citizens do sign up for various reasons. Now, having said all that, our embassies do compile estimates of U.S. citizens in their countries for time to time for contingency planning purposes. And as you know, our embassy in Kyiv has been engaged in robust contingency planning together with officials here at the department and across the interagency for some time now. These estimates are based on the best available information specific to that country, pulling on all available inputs. But even then, we are not in a position to call any particular figure authoritative or comprehensive. But I will say that for Ukraine in October, which I'll come to, that's noteworthy, the estimate was that there were 6,600 U.S. citizens residing in Ukraine. And that is in addition to American tourists and visitors who may have been there at the time. Now, we reached that estimate, as I said, based on all of the inputs that were available to us, and that includes data from our Ukrainian government partners, interactions with American organizations in Ukraine, like the Chamber of Commerce, exchange programs and international schools, and the number of people applying for U.S. citizen services, such as passports at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. So as you will see, those inputs are instructive, but they are not necessarily dispositive when it comes to a firm, accurate, comprehensive number. But that is the estimate we were able to arrive at last October, 6,600. Now, our embassy also estimated, again, in October, before Russia's military buildup began, that at any given time, any given point in time, there could be 16,000 U.S. citizens, U.S. citizen tourists and visitors in Ukraine. Now, this was back in October. And ever since, as you know, we have been urging U.S. citizens not to travel to Ukraine. And in fact, those warnings began that very month in October 2021, October of last year. It was, in the first instance, a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and epidemiological conditions in Ukraine, and of course, more recently, due to the increased threat from Russia. And so, while we estimated at the time there could be 16,000 tourists and visitors, our best assessment is that that number is much, much lower now. And we do not believe this figure to be an accurate reflection of where we are now, since many of those American tourists, many of those visitors, presumably would have departed the country, never intended to stay more than a few days, a couple weeks, or have heeded our concerted messaging, including in recent weeks, that American citizens should strongly consider departing the country, that they should avail themselves of the plentiful commercial options that are available, both due to COVID, but of course more recently and more acutely due to the risk of a Russian invasion.
Final one from me is like, are you guys doing any, undertaking any effort to reach out to these people like the 6600?
The answer to that is unequivocally yes. We have, as a matter of course, this happens all around the world, but especially in places where the situation has the potential to destabilize quite rapidly, which of course is the situation in Ukraine. We have been regularly messaging American citizens, sending out notices, urging them, as we have done in recent days and even in recent hours, to strongly consider availing themselves of the available commercial options and departing the country now. We have been issuing that message for some time now. We will continue to urge American citizens who, despite months of warnings that Americans should not travel to Ukraine, despite a more recent campaign to educate American citizens who, for whatever reason, remain in Ukraine, that they should leave. We will continue to be very clear through every channel we can to convey that message to American citizens, whether it's social media, whether it's on our website, whether it is through engagement with reporters like all of you. We have engaged with diaspora reporters as well, again, availing ourselves of every appropriate channel to convey in strong terms the guidance that Americans should strongly consider leaving Ukraine at this time using available options.
When you talk about 6,600, does that include U.S. government personnel?
These are private U.S. citizens.
Oh, private. Okay, and then you said that you think that the number, the 16,000 potentially at any one time, would have decreased significantly over the last 4 months. Do you also think that the 6,600 would have decreased significantly, or no? Do you not have?
So the difference between those two numbers is the 16,000 are visitors and tourists. So presumably people.
I think that some are, you know, some kind of percentage of the 6,600 who were living there permanently, or residing there, have also left since October.
So the short answer is that we don't have a way of knowing. But if you take your question on the basis of human nature rather than any sort of consular knowledge, I think the short answer is probably that a greater percentage of the visitors and tourists that were there in October are no longer there, that 16,000 number is lower. When it comes to the 6,600 figure, again, we don't have perfect insight into it, but many of these individuals are likely to be dual U.S.-Ukrainian citizens, many of whom consider Ukraine to be home. The decision to leave for them may be more difficult than it would be for someone who is there for a business opportunity or there for tourism purposes, for example. Francesca.
So tomorrow, the Secretary will talk to Prime Minister Lavrov. Could you share your expectation about this call? I know that before previous engagements, you guys have said we're not expecting any breakthrough, but this time you have shared your written response. They have studied it. Everyone knows the other side's concerns, threats, stakes. So what do you expect tomorrow? Is it a make or break dialogue, or is it not? Are you just trying to push the can of the dialogue down the road to earn time?
I would characterize it as the next step, in the path of diplomacy and dialogue. And the opportunity for the Secretary and Foreign Minister to speak was something that the two individuals agreed to in Geneva the other week. During that session, as you later heard from us, we told the Russian Federation that our written response would be forthcoming imminently, and then it was agreed that at a date to be determined, the Foreign Minister and the Secretary of State would have an opportunity to engage. And so that date has now arrived. It will be tomorrow morning. You have heard from the Kremlin what to us is the key fact and the key reaction, and that is that it is and has been on the desk of Vladimir Putin. And this goes back to Humaira's question. There is only one individual who, from the Russian side, can determine what Moscow does or does not do. His reaction, his response, is the response that matters most to us. We will have to see what the foreign minister has to say in terms of conveying the official position or any initial reactions from the Kremlin to our written response, but that's precisely why the Secretary is engaging in this conversation, to hear initial reactions, and again, to share our concerns and to continue discussions around issues where there may be the potential for reciprocal progress. Reciprocal in terms of improving and addressing the security concerns of the United States, those we share with our European allies and partners, but then two, determining if there are ways within the Venn diagram of issues that all of us believe may be viable to determine if there are ways to address some of Moscow's stated concerns as well.
President Macron just talked again today to President Putin, second time in like 4 days. Isn't it more effective to just talk to President Putin and skip the other parts of the government, since you say that he's the only one who can decide? And
well, as you know, we haven't shut the door on engagement with President Putin, and quite to the contrary. The president was asked about this at his press conference, and he said he would be amenable to another conversation with President Putin. But we are fortunate to have a Secretary of State who is deeply engaged on this, and the next conversation will be at that level.
President Zelensky keeps saying that you guys are, exaggerating and sowing panic and so on. If the Ukrainian ambassador today, Oksana Markarova, said basically the same thing. So why all this drumbeat? I mean, if the Ukrainians are saying, look, you're exaggerating, there is no imminent war and so on, but you keep saying that it is really imminent, could you at least clarify this discrepancy, this dichotomy?
Saeed, you heard from the Ukrainian ambassador yesterday. The level of coordination between our two countries, the fact that we see eye to eye on many key issues. Our point in all of this, and I think this speaks to what we've heard from some of our Ukrainian partners, this is not about panic. To the contrary, this is about prudent preparation. Everything you have heard from us is in the vein of prudent preparation. Whether that is in terms of fulfilling the Ukrainian government requests for significant amounts of defensive security assistance, which we've done to the tune of $650 million last year, more than any administration has previously done. Whether it is in terms of authorizing, as our Ukrainian partners have applauded other NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to the Ukrainians, whether it is what we have done in the context of NATO, both the contingency planning and the pledge to reinforce and reassure NATO's eastern flank. None of this is in an effort to sow panic, to make an invasion more likely, and to the contrary. All of this is an effort to deter an invasion, and should Vladimir Putin determine to go forward regardless, to ensure that defenses are appropriately reinforced.
Equipment to Ukraine or stuff?
So we announced a couple weeks ago now that the president in December authorized an additional drawdown of $200 million, several deliveries of that tranche of defensive security assistance has been delivered to Ukraine, and there are more deliveries associated with that drawdown that will continue. Yes. Yes.
On sanctions and on possible new ambassador nomination to Ukraine, would you be able to confirm that Ambassador Bridget Brink is top choice for the nomination to be ambassador to Ukraine?
I am not in a position to confirm that. As you know, nominations emanate from the White House, but the Secretary was asked about this when he was in Kyiv the other day, and he did note that we expect a nomination to be forthcoming shortly.
Second, on sanctions. Last Friday, during the press conference, President Zelensky asked publicly why the U.S. and partners are talking about possible sanctions in case Russia invade. Why after? Why not now? He asked. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Sure. So, and this gets to the point I was just making. Our overriding goal in all of this is to resolve this crisis that Moscow has precipitated through dialogue and diplomacy. Our goal is to see to it that we need not enact sanctions, because that means that the Russians won't have moved forward with aggression. Our goal here is deterrence. And a key point in all of this is that our sanctions, any sanctions package, would lose its deterrent effect if it were to be put in place in advance of an invasion, in advance of additional Russian aggression. That's one point. Number two, we've heard the question as to why we don't be more specific about the sanctions that we are preparing and have prepared with our allies and partners, and that is equally simple. It is not in our interest to telegraph our moves, to allow the Russian Federation to take steps that would mitigate the impact of these sanctions. Part of the deterrent effect of these sanctions is the fact that we've been very clear that these sanctions will be unprecedented in terms of their scope, in terms of their scale, what they are and can inflict on the Russian Federation, that they go after sectors that have strategic importance to the Russian Federation. And these are measures that were intentionally not pursued in 2014 because of their implications on the Russian Federation. So, of course, these are not elements and these are not tools that we take lightly, but this would not be anything, further Russian aggression would not be anything that we would seek to discount, that we would seek to minimize. And so that is why you have heard us speak to the strength of the sanctions that would befall in a manner that is swift, strong, and sudden. Third point, even as we put these measures in place, these measures that are designed to have a deterrent effect, we are moving forward across a range of actions in the vein of defense and deterrence. I've already spoken of the defensive security assistance that we are providing to Ukraine, the authorization for third countries to provide U.S. origin equipment to Ukraine. We've spoken of the economic assistance and support that we are looking with the support of Congress to provide Ukraine. We've spoken of what we are doing with NATO to reinforce and to reassure NATO's eastern flank. Those are just some of the areas in which, well in advance of any potential Russian aggression, be it an invasion or something else from Moscow's playbook, we are moving full speed ahead to make sure that even as we continue to prefer this course of diplomacy and dialogue, we are ready with a path of defense and deterrence if that's a path we have to go down.
One more question on sanctions. You mentioned Congress. There is an effort, bipartisan effort in Congress to pass a new Russian sanction bill. The only contestant issue seems like Nord Stream 2, sanctions on Nord Stream 2. Does administration support this effort for new sanctions bill? And do you have any new position on Nord Stream 2?
So I will defer to Congress as this specific legislation moves through the process. You heard from Toria Nuland yesterday that we've been in regular touch with the Hill on this legislation. We continue to be in close touch with them on everything pertaining to Russia and Ukraine. But as this legislation moves through the process, I will defer to our counterparts on the Hill. And beyond what we've said last week, that in the event of a Russian invasion, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward one way or another. That continues to be our position. That will be our position. Yes, John.
Today, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield said that the United States believes that Russia moved 5,000 troops into Belarus, and the United States has information and evidence that they believe that Russia is moving 30,000 troops to the Ukrainian border within a matter of days. It said early February. A U.S. official has since said that this comes from recently declassified U.S. intelligence. Can you just get a little bit more information about how the United States knows this without getting into sources and methods? As you know, the U.S. does not have a flawless record when it comes to giving intelligence at the Security Council. Just wondering if you could give us a little bit more background information on this.
So the short answer is that I'm not in a position to offer further detail on the information that we have released, precisely as you stated, because some of it does come from information that we've been able to appropriately declassify with adequate protection for sources and methods. So the amount of additional detail we can offer is limited. What I will say, though, is that we have, since the earliest days of this crisis that Moscow has needlessly provoked, been extraordinarily transparent. And I think your question speaks to the fact that we are not, in some ways, following the normal formula in how we talk about these things, because we thought it was important early on to be clear and candid and consistent with the American people, but also with the international community, including our allies and partners in Europe, but also the Russian Federation, to let them know and to leave no mistake that we had taken note of what we initially called their unusual military movements, and what we have since come to recognize as potential preparations for large-scale action against Ukraine. The Secretary spoke to this in November, the concerns that we had at that time. And since then, we have been in a position to release additional detail to expose what the Russians had and are doing. And you've also seen our allies and partners do that as well. Our British counterparts, of course, released some information. That was
U.S.-derived information, though, that the British released.
We have an incredibly close intelligence sharing relationship with the United Kingdom. It is true that we share an extraordinary amount of information with them, but the British government did release information pointing to what was characterized and what we assess as well to be preparations to install Kremlin loyalists in the event in the event of Russian aggression. So that speaks to the fact that it is not just the United States government sharing these concerns, and we have heard this from other governments that have declassified information, but also from allies and partners around the world that have spoken not always in terms of declassified information, but in terms that clearly are informed by information that is available to us collectively through all channels, whether that is information that is non-public. But again, John, much of this is information that is crystal clear to the casual observer. The movement of 100,000 troops, the preparations that the Russian Federation is undertaking, you need not be sitting in Langley, Virginia, to know the import and to know what that suggests, and whether it's commercial satellite imagery, whether it is social media, whether it is what the Russian government itself is saying, even as it attempts to explain away the movement of 100,000 troops and tens of thousands of troops into Belarus, using whatever explanation is the explanation du jour. These things can't be disguised. These things can't be obfuscated. And so we are going to extraordinary lengths to shine a spotlight on them in the vein, again, of prudent preparation. Prudent preparation for what we know the Russian Federation has done in the past, including in 2014, and what we are deeply concerned they may seek to do going forward.
Are you feeling a credibility squeeze at all? Just because obviously this is being contested by the Russians, but the intelligence is also being questioned by the Ukrainians as well. So while neither are in Langley, they're clearly on different sides of this conflict.
John, we are sharing information, sharing intelligence with our Ukrainian partners. We do that as a routine matter with our European allies as well. I do not think that aside from a dissonant perspective in Moscow, a perspective that relies on propaganda, disinformation, aside from that perspective, I don't think you hear doubt about what the Russians are capable of, and the concern that their military movements have engendered around the world.
What's the track record of Langley, Virginia, when you talk about this? I mean, why, you know, and I would also say what John brings up, you know, the last time the U.S. and the British tag teamed on intelligence reporting, do you remember? I'm old enough to remember what happened after that.
Matt,
and so go ahead. You can answer that.
No, please.
I'll go back to Langley because I'd like to know. I mean, how did they do on predicting, you know, Afghanistan and what would happen after the withdrawal of U.S. troops?
Matt, I think you know, I know as someone who used to work there that intelligence, it is intelligence analysis. Analysis is based on the best available inputs and the number of challenges that our intelligence community has approached with precision in a way that has allowed policymakers to make informed decisions that have saved American lives, have advanced American interests, have forestalled crises and challenges around the world. They are far greater than the episodes you may be referring to.
The Iraq War, they're greater than what happened in
I'm
Afghanistan?
speaking to greater in terms of the number over time and the totality of the experience both before 2003 and after 2003. I don't speak for any institution but the State Department, but I can say as a historical matter, you have heard from intelligence community leaders and American leaders in the ensuing years of steps that have taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still tuned in to the State Department interesting briefing here, but it is 5 minutes into Power Hour. I just wanted to let that be known.
Speaks to the great concern we have. Not only the concern we have, but that our allies and partners around the world share.
Understandable, but you know, when you get things so catastrophically wrong in very high-profile cases, it stands to reason that people are going to question the analysis, even when there are such obvious signs of something potentially imminent happening.
Matt, I think you just said it. There are obvious signs here for concern. If perhaps you're hearing things I have not, but I have not heard a informed observer or set of observers question why there is a need to be concerned over 100,000 Russian troops encircling Ukraine from Russia within Belarus for the clear propaganda disinformation that is emanating from Moscow that we have exposed here from the Department of State and the U.S. government has done as well. If anyone not in Moscow wants to offer innocuous explanations for all of this, ignoring the history, ignoring what we're seeing with our own very eyes, I think that would be a very difficult argument to make. Jenny.
Conversations with Minsk over this buildup in Belarus, and I know you said last week that if an invasion was launched from Belarus, there would be consequences for the Belarusian government. But what leverage do you actually have, given Lukashenko has not been deterred by any sanctions that we've seen even in the past year?
Well, we have been very clear, including to Belarusian authorities directly, that if it allows its territory to be used for an attack on Ukraine, it would face a swift and decisive response from the United States and our allies and partners. You're right that the regime in Minsk is subject already to U.S. and international sanctions, but this would be of a categorically different question. And we've spoken of the unprecedented nature of sanctions and other economic measures that would befall the Russian Federation in the event of an invasion. Were Belarus what should be a sovereign, independent country, if that country were to support such an invasion, our response would also be swift and decisive.
Diplomatic channel between state and Minsk or with the embassy there?
We still have an embassy there. We have diplomats who are stationed there. We have Ambassador Julie Fisher, who's in Vilnius. So we are still engaged diplomatically. Connor.
There were reports over the weekend, including today, from a particular division within Russia's armed forces that some troops have pulled back from the border areas, a couple of thousand, according to the Southern Division. Have you seen any indications that some troops have actually departed?
I'm not immediately familiar with those reports. If we have anything to add on those reports, we will let you know. But I will say, and you heard this again from Tori Newland yesterday, we have consistently called for de-escalation, for genuine indications of de-escalation, and we have, broadly speaking, not seen that. Saeed. Sure.
Thank you. First of all, there was a call today between Secretary Blinken and PA President Mahmoud Abbas. Can you confirm this? The Palestinians are saying that they discussed, among many issues, the issue of the consulate and the reopening of the consulate. Could you confirm that to us? And then
I can confirm that the Secretary did have a call earlier today with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. As you know, Saeed, we have prioritized re-engagement with the Palestinian people and Palestinian Authority. This was an opportunity for the Secretary, who's spoken to President Abbas on a number of occasions already, to continue those conversations. We'll have a written readout, but there was a discussion of the broad relationship, as well as the need to improve quality of life for the Palestinian people in tangible ways, something that the United States and our international partners have supported in different ways. They also discussed the need for reform within the Palestinian Authority, and Secretary Blinken made the point that he consistently has, and the point that really undergirds our approach here, that our belief that Israelis and Palestinians alike deserve to live with equal measures of security, freedom, prosperity, and crucially dignity. And that has really been at the center of our approach to the challenge. So it may sound similar to that.
Okay, but on the consulate question, that didn't come up?
I just don't have anything to add.
All right. By the way, there was Amnesty International said that they are issuing a report tomorrow, a 212-page report that calls Israel an apartheid state and so on. Do you have any comment on that? Very quickly, have you read the report? Have you seen it? Have you seen synopsis of it?
I understand, as you indicated, that the report has not been released, so we'll reserve official comments until we have an opportunity to see it. But as you know, Saeed, that is not language that we have used, nor would we ever use.
If you allow me, I'm sorry, I appreciate the indulgence of my colleague. Israel is set to destroy a Palestinian neighborhood reservoir that they use for drinking water. Are you aware of this issue? Would you call on the Israelis to sort of, to step back from such a decision?
We are aware of the issue. You have heard us say, and it applies equally here, that we believe it is critical for Israel and the PA to refrain from unilateral steps that exacerbate tensions and undercut efforts to advance a two-state solution.
And my final question, I'm sorry, but just on the American citizen Omar Assad, who died in Israeli custody. Today they turned in the report, I believe. Did they share it with you? Did they share the findings with you? And do you have any comment? Are you asking to conduct your own investigation?
So as of earlier today, we had not yet seen a final report from the Israeli government. You have heard me say this before, but we continue to support an investigation that is thorough and comprehensive into the circumstances of the incident, and we welcome receiving additional information as soon as possible. I will need to check on that.
He was a resident when he was in the States, resident.
I'll check on that. Sure.
President Biden just announced that he will notify Congress of his intent to designate Qatar as a major non-NATO ally. What's the importance of this, and is Qatar playing any role with Iran to free the American hostages there, or in bridging the gap between the two countries to rejoin the JCPOA?
So on your question, the announcement that you referenced takes place in the context of the visit of the Emir to the White House. This visit makes the Emir the first head of state to visit in this calendar year in 2022, and the first Gulf leader to visit Washington during this administration. I think that speaks to the bond we have with Qatar. It is a relationship that has never been stronger, thanks in large part to our extraordinary partnership across any number of challenges. And late last year, we spent a great deal of time, including from this podium, speaking to the partnership and cooperation we have with Qatar, and we still have with Qatar in the context of Afghanistan, and Qatar's extraordinary support, hosting individuals who had been evacuated from Afghanistan and still continuing to play an important role in our ongoing efforts to relocate individuals from Afghanistan, whether they're American citizens, U.S. citizens, whether they're lawful permanent residents, or whether they are Afghans to whom we have a special commitment. Of course, the relationship extends well beyond, including in the security realm, which speaks to the announcement that you just referenced. When it comes to Iran, I don't have anything to add in terms of a role, a Qatari role there, beyond stating what you've heard from us before, and that is the release of the Americans and third country nationals who are being unjustly detained in Iran is a top priority for the United States. It is a priority that we raise in no uncertain terms at every possible opportunity. It's something that Special Envoy Malley, Ambassador Carson's, their full teams are focused on as we continue negotiations in Vienna with the JCPOA.
And Omani Foreign Minister has visited Syria today. Do you have anything on this?
I don't have anything specific on that. Michelle, our where we fall in terms of the Assad regime and the atrocities that the regime has perpetrated against its own people. We continue to believe that now is not the time for normalization. Now continues to be the time for accountability for the atrocities of the regime.
And my last one on Lebanon, the United States, as reports said, plans to reroute $67 million of military assistance for Lebanon's armed forces to support members of the military, and you sent a notification to the Congress. Is it accurate, and do you have anything on this?
I can confirm that the administration has notified Congress of the intent to provide additional support for the Lebanese armed forces as they respond to a wide range of security, economic, and public health challenges currently facing the country. We want to ensure that the Lebanese armed forces is able to carry out its duties and functions, including the ability to defend Lebanon's territorial integrity, provide internal security, and preserve stability. Since 2006, U.S. investments of more than $2.5 billion in the Lebanese armed forces have enabled the Lebanese military to contribute to the degradation of ISIS in Lebanon, to carry out operations against Al-Qaeda, and to expand control over Lebanese territory along its border with Syria. Over the last 2 years, moreover, the Lebanese armed forces have also been at the forefront of responding to the various crises that are affecting the state of Lebanon and the Lebanese people, as demonstrated in its support of the emergency response to the Beirut port blast in August of 2020, and of course to its response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in Lebanon as well.
How much additional assistance is going to the Lebanese military? my understanding of it is that you're moving 67 million from the military to the military. It's not additional, and in fact, it really means kind of nothing because it's going. You're just well.
I'm not in a position to provide additional details at this time. We're continuing to have consultations with the Hill on this, but as soon as we have more additional detail provided,
one more in that region. I know that you tweeted about this last night, but I just, in terms of this, the Houthi attempted missile attack on the UAE. One, do you have any reason to believe that it was specifically timed to the visit of the Israeli president? And secondly, what is it going to take for you guys to step up your pressure on the Houthis? And I'm not just talking about with a paper designation of an FTO designation, but what do they have to do before you realize that, or before you take action, significant action against them and and the people who they serve as proxies for?
Well, I would be interested in hearing your definition of significant action and how that compares to the actions that we've consistently taken in terms of designations, in terms of interdictions, in terms of working with the international community to shine a spotlight on the Houthis' conduct, to ensure accountability for their continued attacks, including their continued attacks against our partners in the region. That includes Saudi Arabia, but also the UAE. And you referenced the attack over the weekend. In terms of motivation, I can't point to a motivation specifically beyond the fact that, of course, this is not the first time that the UAE and Abu Dhabi has endured an attempted Houthi attack. This is a challenge that we are very focused on. We're very focused on it in terms of providing support that our partners, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, need to defend themselves against these types of terrorist attacks, but also pursuing those Houthi leaders with appropriate authorities and tools that will hold them accountable, will constrain their ability to engage in this type of reprehensible behavior, and that even as we do all that, seeking with the Saudis, with other regional partners, of course with the UN Special Envoy, to find a diplomatic solution to the conflict in Yemen. This is a conflict that the Houthis have been able to leverage to their advantage. And the sooner we can find a means by which to bring about a diplomatic solution here in Yemen, we will be better positioned across all of these challenges.
Why do you think the Houthis have managed to leverage it to their advantage?
Well, the vacuum that has existed, the power vacuum that in some ways has existed in Yemen since 2015 has...
Do you think U.S. policy has played any role in what you're saying now? Is that this is a conflict that the Houthis have managed to leverage to their advantage?
What I can tell you is that U.S. policy now is focused on finding a diplomatic solution to this, not only to bring about greater levels of stability and security in Yemen, but also to put an end to or to alleviate the humanitarian emergency that is afflicting millions of Yemenis. 16 million Yemenis, I believe, are suffering from food insecurity at the moment. Part of that is due to long-standing factors, but part of that is due to what we are seeing on the ground in terms of these Houthi offenses. So for us, this is a question of international peace and security. It's a question of grave humanitarian concern, and it's a question that we're intently focused on diplomatically.
The Houthis on the list of
We discussed it last week. We discussed it in this room, I should say, last week. The president has noted that it is a tool that is under review. I don't have any update to add to that. Very quick final question, Connor. Sure.
Weekend, North Korea launched its longest range ballistic missile since 2017. With each launch that we've seen this year, the 7th now, you guys have issued the same statement condemning it, calling on them to talk, saying that you're ironclad with your allies. Are you increasingly alarmed at all about this spate of missile launches now?
Well, we've made no secret about our concern, the concern that we have for what we've seen emanate from the DPRK. It's a concern we share with our allies in the Indo-Pacific, Japan and South Korea, in addition to our allies and partners around the globe. Of course, the DPRK's ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program, this is a challenge that is longstanding. It is a challenge that has vexed successive administrations. We have developed an approach that, at its center, seeks to find a diplomatic means by which to achieve the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. It's a challenge and an approach that we continue to speak about with our allies, including especially our allies in the region, but even as we seek to find ways to address this challenge diplomatically, we're moving forward with different steps to hold the DPRK responsible and accountable. And this month alone, we imposed sanctions on 8 DPRK-linked individuals and entities. These are individuals and entities that supported the DPRK's weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile-related programs. We are continuing to discuss this challenge in the UN as well.
Burkina Faso, we're a week out from the military seizing power. Would you now, at this point in time, call it a coup? And if not, why not? Is a coup assessment underway?
We are evaluating the impact of these actions on our engagement and our engagement in the country and our engagement with authorities in Burkina Faso. It's too soon for us to get into the specifics of that, but we have called for restraint by all actors as we carefully review the events on the ground for any potential impact on our assistance. What I can say now is that we have paused most assistance for the government of Burkina Faso as we continue to monitor the situation. Thank you all very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That'll wrap it up. For the news and research today, we got your indices all in the green. You got the Dow up about 43%. You got the Nasdaq up about 2.45%. The S&P 500 up about 1.25%. Excuse me, the Dow is only up about 60% too. So, with that being said, man, I hope y'all learned something. We do got earnings coming up. If you're following with me, I was just pulling up some earnings. You got some big names reporting. Before the open tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, you got some big names reporting. I'm still hearing some news. Hold on, let's see. I think this is from earlier. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, as far as news. Nobody else is live. Let me see. Nah, that's it. Yeah. Like I said, let me get into the earnings plays that we got coming up here. We got ExxonMobil. They're reporting before the open bell tomorrow. This is a gas stock. Gas stocks typically on earnings, I haven't seen them move. This one might be different. You just never know it's earnings. Gas stocks, I'm gonna tell you guys this. Now, it's always a good long term. Good long term. That's what the gas stocks are. Good long term. So, yeah, I mean, future is in the oil. Obviously, the oil industry ain't going nowhere for a while. So yeah, but you got ExxonMobil reporting before the open bell tomorrow on Tuesday. After hours today is really nothing too much. It's kind of a bunch of no names. I don't mean to disrespect them. I just mean like far it's not worth taking the risk on the earnings. But yeah, UPS reports Tuesday before the opening bell. You got the United Postal Service. So yeah, you got UPS reporting earnings. Now this will actually be a good play, and this will have an effect on the overall stocks for tomorrow as well. depending on how, I mean, they moving will tell a lot for as far as the economy. I mean, if the United Parcel Service community out there, they're doing good. They're delivering packages. They're getting freight in and out. People getting their mail on time. There's no mail shortages and of that nature. I think it'll have a positive earnings report here. Now, I think it can pop to the upside or downside. So, yeah, it can go either way here, though. But I think it can be a good earnings. It's going to be a very good start off to tomorrow for kick off the week. And then tomorrow after hours, you got AMD, those chip makers. And then you got PayPal. But you got AMD right here, the chip makers. That's tomorrow after hours, so it'll still be time to play that. But ExxonMobil and UPS, time is running short here. You got about 30 minutes to the closing bell on that. So if you're going to get into that, you got about 30 minutes to make that decision. There will be a change on those two stocks tomorrow morning. But also after AMD, you got PayPal. Let me show you guys PayPal chart. PayPal. So yeah, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, just seeing the stocks just kind of chill out right now. The SPY sold off at 448 level. They gave it up about $3 as the State Department was doing their live briefing. I noticed when he came out, it popped to the upside, then it sold off there towards the end. But it's now back at the 446 level. But yeah, you got PayPal earnings tomorrow after hours. This is like a data processing service, technology service company. So you got to expect them to move kind of sort of like Visa and MasterCard, you would say, PayPal. Yeah, man. Shout out to PayPal. Like I said, that's tomorrow after hours, but those would be your top four between the next 2 days. Well, also, you got Google and General Motors and Starbucks. Of course, they're going to be your top ones as well. But we can talk more about it tomorrow before it happens. Just wanted to let you guys know about UPS and ExxonMobil because those are the last two deals that you're going to be able to sneak in right before the closing bell, and that's about 30 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen. LCAOD, I'm going to take a quick break, and we can play some tunes in the meantime. But I hope y'all have enjoyed this stream so far, ladies and gentlemen, and give yourself a pat on the back. Give yourself a pat on the clap. Jump, do some jumping jacks, get some air. The birds are chirping, the sun is shining. The sun is shining. The sun is shining. My words got a little mixed up right there. But yeah, just do something else. Take a quick little break here. We're gonna be right back before the closing bell. And the entities are still in the green.
Yeah. Else. Yeah. Lights. Camera. Finesse. Over. Ayy. LCAOD. OD. Stick to the truth. I cannot lie. Can't lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. But I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. Ayy, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die. But I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. Ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. me Leonard Yin Yang. I made the bedroom boom. Damn. Can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. When I ain't do that, I ain't never say. I don't give a fuck. What they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Still like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned up. I'm turned up. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They see I'm fucking playing. If I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Who the fuck is you? I'm a lose. Screaming that jungle. And out. And in the swamps. In the gator's mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no. I said, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. You better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed, she know what's up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to the end of the day here, man. That's why you need to give yourself a pat on the back, because we did it. We made it. Monday, I almost wrapped up and in the books. The first month of January is wrapped up and finished in the books. The first month of 2022 is wrapped up, you guys. Think about that. Look how far. Look at all this action that took place in 31 days. So we got a long, successful months to come ahead of us. It looks like to me. We almost done, y'all. We got the SPY picking up here. The SPY just bounced off of that 445 level and just tagged a new high. The SPY just hit 448.51 and is now chilling at 448.37. So the SPY is definitely still holding up. The overall market today was definitely bullish, you guys. I mean, what can you say? Look at these bounces. Look at where we're at. It's holding its gains. It didn't even play with VWAP today. If you pay attention to all that, nothing played with VWAP today. It was stayed above it, so that's good. Those are good signs going to the earnings reports coming out in the morning and all so on. The triple Qs, they're holding up too today. The VIX is still turning down. It looks like the VIX do want that $20 level there, and like I said, that'll be max pain for the bears. It's not good if you're a bear out there. It's not good for you if you want to see the VIX at $20. It's not good. You want to see the VIX always in the air if you're a bear, but we do know stocks don't do that at all times. So we do see some chickly at the top right here on the SPY. We do see a little bottom pattern right here on the VIX. We do see the same area on most stocks. NVIDIA is still right here playing with that 240 level. They're over it a little bit. They got over it just a little bit, but came right back to it. It actually dipped back into it, 239, bounced back up here. So we're playing with this 240 level. It's very critical there. It's a tug of war right there at that 240 level. I would say you got GME. GME on the move. They selling back down into the channel where they were earlier. So they tagged at about 109 there. So yeah, I mean, you just want to kind of watch the new levels here on most stocks, because some of them are at way new levels to the point where, like, I don't know if they're recovered how they just previously were that sudden, but I mean, anything's possible though. So I mean, if you're gonna take the risk, the chance would definitely be now, because you won't see these prices still be this low. But hey, you got Airbnb. They're chilling out right here at the 152 level, so they popped up about $9 and still holding their gains. You got Adobe. They popped about $10 and holding their gains. You got AMD. They report earnings tomorrow after the bell. They popped about $7 a day. They're holding their gains. Boeing popped about $7. They had earnings last week. They're holding their gains. Alibaba, they popped about $9. 8%. They're holding their gains. So most stocks are holding their gains. Like I said, we're getting closer to the closing bell. We got about 20 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon, they're up right at the top, right there, tippy top, trying to stay at a huncho 100. Amazon is 100. There it goes. Just tagged it down. Amazon is up $100. That's what's up right there, man. That is what's up. So yeah, man, you got stocks picking up right here. You got Lululemon. They just tagged 330 right there. They're back at there. Price target. They're up $14. They're about 4%. MasterCard finally found some strength. They're in the upside now. Momentum. Moderna is picking up more gains here. They just popped another dollar. They're up 8 now. So I'm starting to see stocks just kind of just stay in the air here, going towards the closing bell. That's really what you want to see. Netflix is even holding their gains. They're still up 40, about 10%. So that's good. That means they're solid. You know, stocks can hold their gains. That means they're solid. Roku's holding up. Shop, man, everything's holding up, man. Everything's holding up. Everything's holding up. That's what you want to see, man. It's exactly what you want to see. You got the indices up now. The Nasdaq up about 2.70%. You got the S&P 500 is up about 1.37%. You got the Dow up about 74%. Ladies and gentlemen, we got about 20 minutes to that closing bell. If you can, for your neighbor. Because we're coming up on the...
This is the last stop on this train. Everyone, please leave the train. Thank you for riding with MTA New York City Transit.
So just make sure you guys hold that door out there for the next person, because it's definitely about to be closed. And when it's closed, you got... Showtime! So, this is Stock Market Live with LCALD. Let cash accumulate over days. And I hope you guys been enjoying the live stream. We're not done yet. We're almost about to wrap it up here in about 18 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break here and play some tunes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's Leonard P. Oh God, he's hating. If they hating, you doing so right. Keep whatever it is you doing, keep it up. You want to keep hating.
DJ Goldie.
They was gonna talk, but don't pay no mind. As long as they ain't hopping, or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind, cause it's all about the money, but the more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind, as long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind, cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Yeah, and I'm on that Tony Hawk. I ball like I play for the Atlanta Hawks. I'm getting money. Fuck you thought? I'm getting money. What you want? You wanna ball? You wanna ball cause you broke. Ain't no handouts over here, you get roped. You get hugged, left by yourself. You ain't get no money, stand the fuck by yourself. Nigga, I am real, I don't give a fuck how they feel. Niggas out here hating, but ain't paying my fucking bills. Niggas out here hating, that's probably their best skill. Flow so fucking cold, hard not to catch chills. Money going over, you can call that treadmill. Somebody tell El Burner I need another refill. Everything ain't what it seems or always appears. Came around when the money good, when I had none, you disappeared. Y'all looking like squares like grids. Fuck 12, fuck the pigs. I ain't never met a good cop since I was a kid. Even then they was hating, taking bids. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind, as long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind, cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind, as long as they ain't opping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind, cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind. Haters gonna talk, but don't pay no mind, as long as they ain't hopping or getting out of line. Stacking up money and leaving it behind, cause it's all about the money, but it's more about the grind.
DJ Goldie. Oh shit.
Rich life, rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pie. Rich life, rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. And I showed her my business life. And she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride, so pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her over, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Oh shit.
All right, man. We're getting close to that closing bell. We're seeing the stocks pick up gains here and the SPY picking up. The SPY just hit a high today, 448.68. So pay attention here. We're going into the closing bell at more highs here. We see the VIX chilling out more. The VIX is actually selling off a little bit more here. You got the triple Qs up in the air. They just tagged 362 for a cent. You got the T triple Qs. They just tagged $61.28. So that's really good there, man. That is really, really good going into the closing bell. The SPY just made a new high, 448.71. SPY's on the high again. So they just bounced off that 445 level. Now 445 became support. It was resistant, then it just became support right here at the last 30 minutes. Look how things can change. So 448.77 is your new high right there on the SPY. You do see stocks starting to pick up here. Amazon going up more. Now they're up $110. Amazon still going here. It's starting to make sense to you guys. Yes, they're about to be back at that 3,000 level. Yes, it's approaching. It's approaching. And I'm still thinking now we got more stocks with more room to run here. This is what I'm starting to think too here. But this would be your last chance at today because we just went on a 2-day rally. We haven't saw a 3-day rally in a while, but I mean, I know if it is one, boy, there's more gains to come. It is more gains to come for real. So you want to keep all that in mind. If the 2-day rally ends, you want to get your bucket right there and let the rain fall. Because everybody going to need some water. You feel me? They're going to have to cool off. So y'all got a choice to make. We got Lulu gapping up right here, 332 on Lulu. Lulu's really going now. Lulu just shot up $2. Microsoft's up now. They just popped up. So yeah, we got some stocks starting to pick up gains here. Roku's picking up on the high. Overall market on the high towards the end of the day. That's really good right there, man. That is really excellent. Apple's even picking up off that move right there on the SPY. You got the SPY at 449.44, so they're on the little rip your face off 10-minute rig right here. Yeah, they're trying to tag that 450 level like I had said. It looks like they're about to do it, ladies and gentlemen. If we get right back there, you're going to see a bunch of stocks move more and more. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're starting to see it happen now. Some stocks are a little gas. You're gonna tell. You're gonna have to tell the others that, hey, you might want to wait, buddy. You're gonna have to tell the others they might want to wait. Some stocks are a little bit gas. They don't have no more room to run maybe for the day, but maybe tomorrow it'll pick up. You just never know, ladies and gentlemen. You got UPS reporting in the morning. What you think they gonna do? You think they going up? You think they going down? What you think gonna happen? I know it's gonna move. It ain't gonna be the same right now. You won't see 202, and if you do, you're going to see a bunch of traders pissed. Know that for sure. We got stocks on the move. Let's see. Autodesk is on the high. They up about $9. Adobe is on the high now. You're seeing them pick up. They're at 13 now. Everything just kind of went with that little 449.76 rally right there on the SPY. So, like I said, this is a key area right here. If this can hold going into the close, that's going to say a lot tomorrow. If this can top out right here and not even touch 450, we'll be having a repeat of last week. This will be the top. But, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't say that just yet because just look where we came from. It definitely just came from the underground. It definitely just came from the underground. This rally has only been going on for 2 days. It took that sell-off a whole 2-3 weeks, a whole month. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a chance you want to make your last-minute plays. What you think gonna happen? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 5 minutes into the closing bell. Oh man, what a day! What a day! What a Monday! What a Monday! We got some stocks starting to go back to the upside here. We got the video finally on the breakout. Looks like they want to touch that 244 level. I don't see it yet, still quite yet. But they finally broke the 240 level. That's really good. That's really good. I think maybe tomorrow could be that 245 test. Maybe tomorrow, as long as the spot closes like this, and we look like we got to touch 450 on the spot, ladies and gentlemen. 450, 450, 450 on the spot. 450. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, look at that recovery. Oh, Nvidia just popped 244. Whoa. Now we're seeing stocks move here. Now we're seeing stocks move here, ladies and gentlemen. That deserves a fucking horn. Hell, I'll give it another one. Wow, this is what you call a 10-minute rig here. Big pop right there on the video. Wow. Wow. They gave it up. 244, it's right there. It's right there. The spot just tagged 450.19. That's your high on the spot. That's your high. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. I think the Bears might be in trouble, you guys. This was an area that they didn't want to happen. You can break above 450, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see every stock lift up off the ground like you've never seen before. You're going to see a rip your face out rally like you've never seen before. I'm telling you. And this is crazy volatility right here. This is crazy volatility right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy volatility. You got about 4 minutes to the closing bell. You got about 4 minutes to the closing bell. Oh my gosh. The SPY just hit 450.19, y'all. 450.19. It looks like it's trying to close right at 450, you guys. It looks like that's what we might have. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 3 minutes to the closing bell. You got any plays you better lock in. You got any shares you want to buy, you better lock in. This is the chance right here. We got the SPY above 450.20. Oh my God, the SPY's at 450.25. We're having to rip your face out rally into close. This is crazy. The indices are closing higher greens. Oh my gosh, what will tomorrow bring? What will tomorrow bring? This is going crazy right now. Discord is hitting me. Fantasy draft hurling, everything's hitting me right now. This is going crazy right now. This is going crazy right now, you guys. Where do you guys think this is going to land tomorrow? I have no idea, you guys. I guess we just got to find out tomorrow. If you live with LCAOD tomorrow, tune in. We're going to figure out what happens tomorrow, you guys. But this was a hell of a bull day. Hell of a bull day here. Hell of a bull day. The Bulls just bulldozed their way right back to the top like the Bears with no one. We got 1 minute to that closing bell, ladies and gentlemen. You better lock in. Make you a play for tomorrow. If not, hold and watch and wait. But it's about to change. We're about to see some earnings kick off tomorrow. We got UPS in the morning. We got XCOM in the morning. ExxonMobil in the morning. It's going down. It's going up. It's going somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to see the stocks rally here. The stocks are picking up here. I think if you got to play, you better make it. Shoot your shot. Go for it. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not, ladies and gentlemen? Shoot your shot. Go for it. Oh, the market is closed. Ding, 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 ding. Whoa, what a day. Oh my gosh, what a day, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to wrap it up right there. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream with LCAOD. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, peace.